Don't do that shit.
Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness. Polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman. Killed that, in the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bondsman. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise. She want seed, told her nothing in a blossom. Badging me for info at the shipper to Wisconsin. Only good for the lozenge. My whole contact list said it, I don't even want it. Ting showed a jet love, but it never meant much. Never make decisions off a head rush. I've been down to 10 bucks. IRS kept track for 10 months. Had to switch how I went about it. Dues paid, collected all the loose change that I had left. Blew it on a new game. Set the high score, played it in machine stops. King's Cross had to reconnect the way the jeans start. And get the deed done. They expected me to switch when I receive love. Gotta let the marathon run its natural course. I can feel the force. Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness. Polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman. Killed that, in the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bondsman. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise. I should be ashamed, man, I've said it to a few birds. Made them think that they was mine, gave them new birds. And attention, it got to their head quick. Will I ever learn? That's a good question. Damn, a lot of pressure, so I gotta pop. And I love it like I kinda pop. Sorry that y'all gotta watch. BKT's up on the truck. The boys are counting on me, need to make it out the mud. So for them, I get the deed done. When I receive love, you know the whole team up. That's why I let the marathon run its natural course. I can feel the force. Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness. Polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman. Killed that, in the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bondsman. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise.
Spacey shit.
See 24 teams competing today and throughout the rest of the weekend to see who's going to be crowned king here of Nerd Street or the Nerd Street champ. My name is Henry Metro. I'm going to be your host today, taking you throughout the action and getting that information on the pit. And then we can actually take a look and see as we walk through the venue here on the main stage. We've got our competitors ready in our main stream. The action that you guys are going to be watching is right here with Ghost Gaming and High Rollers. But we have more action throughout the day. We're going to have 4 streams on the day. The first one that you're watching, make sure you stay in your seats. We've got Nerd Street 2. Covering that one is going to be Gompers and Time to Light. And then we have our A and B, Nerd Street A, Nerd Street B, our observer-only streams. But obviously, you guys are here to see what's going on the main stage. And if for whatever reason you've got that fear of missing out, you can reach out to us, whether you're out in the crowd or you're back at home, with hashtag NerdStreetChamps on Twitter, and that's going to get you guys a chance to hop onto the main stage. As we hear the yelling, we hear the cheering, the players are looking to get ready to start jumping into the games. And if your favorite teams aren't playing today, you can expect them tomorrow, as we've got 8 teams waiting in the wings for day 2. And again, thank you for joining us here for the Nerd Street Champs, where we look to find our finalists. And the people that are going to help you do that today are our beautiful casters, the most ravishing man on the internet and his duo Marks. Take it away, gents.
Thank you very much, Tanner Metro. My God, look at the face.
That was such a good introduction.
God, he's so handsome.
Right? And his voice is fantastic, too.
Absolutely. He should be a caster.
I think he should be, you know?
What's going on, What's going on, amigos? As you know, I'm Ramsey on the internet. Joined here again by my main man, Marcus Wong, or Marks Wong.
Yeah, we can high five now, eh?
Let's go. Yeah,
oh yeah, dude.
It's gonna be a good day today. I hope you're ready, because I never truly am, but I'm hoping I'll get to adapt to it as the day actually does go on. But Marcus, would you say that you are ready, steady?
You know what? I'm not ready steady. I'm effing ready to go. Almost swore
Wow,
right off the bat. But
hey.
look, the energy right now is absolutely insane. We've got so many people already competing. You can hear the energy of the crowd, and we're only getting things kicked off for today. This is going to be a great day of Valorant.
This is going to be a great, fantastic day of Valorant. It's going to be an astounding day of Valorant. A fantabulous day. It's going to be, other big words, it's going to be a preposterous day of Valorant.
Insidious doesn't feel right, but yeah, preposterous.
That was a
is pretty
horror
good
movie
one.
I didn't like.
I mean, listen, it was all right. All things considered, you know.
It was it wasn't all right. It was bad. It was a bad time.
Okay.
I was
different
scared.
strokes for different folks. Well, that's a horror movie for you, dude. What do you expect? Okay, anyways, like you said, we've got a lot of Valorant going on today. Tanner briefly introduced the teams. We're going to be starting out with Ghost versus High Rollers, but we also wanted to remind you that if you are at this event or you are watching online, use hashtag NerdStreetChamps on Twitter, and then that way you can join in on the fun of what's going on. And also, too, hey, you know what? Yesterday we had our LCQ, the final teams that made it into today, and we have a brief little reminder video for you, so let's get that rolling.
Our Wolf, what is that? Spike gets planted. The operator territories. Killer Miller gonna hop onto the spike. Nobody knows where this raise is at still. Orbital strike is on. Get back and try and help him out, and that he does. One headshot, make it to everybody. There to punish. No rendezvous to safety. However, as the smoke subsides, the dash into the wall is just enough to dance around it all, and it's 3 kills, make it 4. Incendiary timing, it does buy a bit more. Expecting some more as it's Stunner around the corner. He falls asleep for just a second. The wall, and he's immediately answered, but look at this, it's Blue in the kill feed, and Ming has to do it all. He still has the resurrection. Those aren't his teammates' bodies, unfortunately, on the spike, and Ming now in a 1v1 will do it, and we're headed to map 3. That sight of that one player that maybe would have come back towards elbow. Ming goes the opposite direction, but the op is not involved. It's Apex Zera to cut down
And shot down. Please don't.
Please no, not like this, not like this. But look at the health bars. It's only going to take a couple of stray rounds, but is there enough time? Boltsy, round after round after round. Dory, oh my goodness, Dory does it again. 2 kills on it. It's bench in Apex this time.
Just that info in and of itself. A swing guy cannot seemingly die. It's Monkey left alone in a 1 versus 3, but he cannot be stuck. 68 and time on the clock. He's looking to stick things. The jump played him out. I don't know if he has time. He should be able to stick it out. And
Green stuff coming in, but why do we suck? Nobody's checking on top, and Potato just gonna walk away with this.
why do we suck want to initiate onto the site itself as quickly as humanly possible? But Fate with an inhuman shot will shut that down eventually.
Find the kill, make it another as Boltsy falls. Ming wants more, and Ming will get more. You cannot stop this Cypher. They thought they had him figured out, but he's back in full force. And they don't even have weapons here, Dryad.
3 kills for Ming, make it 4.
Gets to be clear, looking for a first, finds it. Not a second though. Miniature with the swing, 90 degrees on.
We choked. We thought we were better, but then we had to ask ourselves, why do we suck? And then we realized we're just playing like garbage chaos.
Decent bit, the swing, the headshot, and the finish. It's just the round. Not only that, but the map itself. Why do we suck? With a possible lineup for MFH, the trash talker to live up to his name and live up to his game. The swing around from Lamps, he's shut down. Ari finally with a kill. Arkham around the backside though, with an immediate trade, a double with a headshot, as everybody seemingly condenses on him. That blows realism out. Why do we suck? Move to the Nerd Street Champs Finals.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that.
Sure he used. It's Aries to pick up one.
Oh my
Two,
gosh!
make one. Aries cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury. Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man. They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed. The strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez, and he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
Best of threes for y'all, so a potential of up to 9 games. I hope you have nothing to do because we'll be here for you.
Well, this is what they're doing, Ravish. You know,
You're right.
It just makes sense.
Yeah, this is their job right now. They're getting paid to do this.
Absolutely.
And so are we. So let's take a look at the map picks that these two teams will be going to venture out to faraway lands and pew-pew one another. As the first bands that we have coming in, it's going to be Breeze and Bind, thank God. And Haven, Fracture. Okay, I like this.
Hey, get ready for this last map.
Oh,
get ready.
Icebox, Pearl.
Oh, there it is.
Ah.
You know, we love to see it. You said you wanted to see those 9 maps, and hey, if we do get map number 3 right off the bat, then, well, going underwater, heading straight to Pearl. Maybe hang out with Andrew Ryan. That actually seems like a pretty bad time.
I
now that
was
think
gonna
about it.
make a joke.
Yeah, I
about
had a feeling
Bioshock.
you were. I could read it in your eyes,
100%
honestly.
make a
But-
joke about Bioshock. Bioshock is my favorite game. For anybody who doesn't know.
It's a really good one, yeah.
Yeah.
But we're going to be starting out. It is going to be the High Rollers pick first onto Haven, and then Ghost are going to bring us to Fracture as well. And also, too, Ghost Gaming were in the LCQ yesterday, and 2-0'd their games and just kind of strolled in, just dominated and walked out. So,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm sure they're feeling pretty darn good right now.
Yeah, dude. I literally, after they got all their games, I remember walking outside. Like, hey guys, done? Like, yeah. And so they just left to go get food. They just gone. And I remember I was waiting for the Uber. Like, damn, you guys had a quick day. That was seriously impressive. But so we'll see if they can have the exact same result as we go through today's games as well. But I'm sure High Rollers will want to put up a real challenge. Now, I think Marcus, you saw a bit of High Roll yesterday, didn't you?
Personally, I did not.
Okay.
However, just based off of the roster and taking a look at some of their match history, yeah, 7 is coming into the rotation, like you said, from
Yeah.
TSM as well, just to try and help people out there. But overall, the team feels like they're pretty solid as well. And of course, hey, we got a little bit of tweets just below here. So once again, if you wanted to join in on the fun and potentially see your tweet up on the main stream,
Yeah.
then make sure to use that hashtag NerdStreetChamps. And you get a little graphic just like this if you get chosen. There's the photo. This is Mr. Funhaver, who was playing on Why Do We Suck yesterday, and was kind of doing a good job. Kind of yelling a lot of energy coming out of that one. And what are you? Okay,
I was trying to figure out how to point to it.
I thought you were pointing
couldn't
at
get
something
it.
else for a second.
No,
I was
no,
a
no.
little bit concerned,
I
sir.
couldn't really get it. I was trying to do like, hey, look at that.
Yeah, it's just over. Yeah, oh, there we go. Is this how the weathermen do their thing?
Yeah, this is exactly
That's insane,
it.
man.
So they have green screen behind. They're like, if you look towards the left, I'm trying not to hit your face.
Please don't, actually. I was like, I could see it just in my peripherals,
Just
and I
right
was like,
there, yeah.
whoa,
So
whoa,
whatever do a K-pop dance to the car with you as well.
Yeah,
Muscles
no.
right there.
There's a little bit of this going on, you know?
Whoa, that was scary. Whoa, my life flashed.
I'm just
my
paying it
life-
back. I'm just paying it back.
My life flashed before my eyes. But remember, friend, look, Nerd Street Champs. If y'all want to tweet on stream, if y'all want that interaction, y'all want that good. So y'all make sure to use the hashtag the entire day. If you're watching the stream, if you're taking clips, if you're taking pics of my face, yeah, or if you're at the venue, you're doing all that, right? Just make sure to use that hashtag for all the interaction and more. Hey, look, it's you,
That's
Marcus.
me.
I pointed.
You pointed at me.
Yeah, 'cause that's you.
That is me. Look at me go. I made it onto the mainstream, dude.
Hey,
I'm
that's
so proud of
me.
oh, that's you.
Hey, look at
Bro,
that,
that's
me.
insane, dude. I'm so happy for you.
I know, right? I really did make it. I'm so excited. And like it says right down there. Look, you can go ahead and watch all this.
Oh, look at this Tanner Metro.
Oh, Tanner Metro.
Yo, that
He
guy is
should
so
be-
talented.
He's so good.
Right?
It's crazy. He
I
should
know.
be here
It's
captain instead
insane.
of us.
Yeah.
Just take both our jobs.
He should, honestly. 2 Tanner
That's what I'm
Metros.
saying.
That'd be great.
Exactly. Look at that. And NSG also gets in all the action as well. Because look, all the day one action too with High Rollers, Ghost Gaming, City Boys, Royce Kitten Shelter, and of course, remember, this is on 4 streams, right? And Nerd Street, Nerd Street 2.
Yep.
And then Nerd Street A and Nerd Street B. Remember, exclamation mark streams for all your content needs and more as all the players get set up, get ready to go. Why don't we talk about the game a little bit finally?
Fine, I guess we will. Also, too, I can't believe that you did some of that League of Legends casting over there.
Yeah,
I
dude,
felt a little
he was
betrayed. I'm
playing
not gonna lie.
League.
I know, but like it's Valorant, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Okay.
what I generally don't understand is that why are you at a Valorant LAN and you're playing the other Riot channel? Like, get it together.
A little bit of a riot
come
on stage,
Take
huh?
a side, you know?
All right, but yeah, let's talk about a little bit of Valorant. Just a little bit of background on this tournament as well. This is the Nerd Street Champs Finals. It all came down to this. Like Tanner kind of introduced,
Yep.
so many online qualifiers as well as LANs have gotten all of these teams up until this point. We're going to have 3 days of Valorant action for you,
Yep.
starting off with today, ending on Sunday, and that's when we're going to find out who the Nerd Street champ really is.
Indeed, months and months of playing, tons of qualifiers, and of course, you got a ton of stuff going on. But speaking of tons of stuff going on, I believe we'll also get to hear about the guy that we've been listening to.
I
and
wonder if he's heard
talking
us.
about the entire day. Let's throw it over to the very handsome Tanner Metro.
We're going now? Oh, Sorry, it's my first time.
Sorry, it's my first time too.
So we're jumping down here in the pit. We're trying to save the casters as we're waiting on things to get started on the main stage. And I'm here with the main man, Josie. Now, Josie, yesterday your job was easy.
Correct.
Because you were standing in the pit. And I'm sorry, hold on. I didn't mean that. The job's not easy, but it was easier than what we're about to do right now.
Exactly.
Because you had all the information in front of you and you're able to give us that rundown. Now we're going to look to walk around and actually take a peek as these games are in progress and see how things are going. Why do we suck? They seem to be doing all right over here.
Why Do We Suck has been the loudest team from the LCQ, and it's good to see that energy carry forward into day one of the finals, actually. So they're right in front of the stage, as you can see, and they brought the energy for day one as well.
They brought the energy. You guys can probably hear them because of what's going on. You guys heard it all on stage yesterday. You get it again. Now we can actually take a walk around right here next to us. We've got Native Gaming. I believe they're taking on Wolfwood. And
They are.
It's looking close, Josie. 4-4 right now. It was a 2-0 start, and this is where we're at. How familiar? You might have to be. You're my liaison here because
sure.
you've been looking at all the matches. How
course.
familiar with as we walk around? I know we have Virtuoso on the other side. Are you going to be able to give us kind of the lowdown of who's playing who?
Yeah, so we have, like you said, Native Gaming. They placed second place in the Chicagoland a month or two ago. Them placing second place with Zero Marksman placing first. Zero Marksman already had a spot, so they end up getting that qualification spot. So they're here off the backs of that really good performance on land. They got some older players, so obviously more experienced, more seasoned. We'll see if that pays off at the land, but they're playing a Wolfwood squad that was undefeated yesterday, 2-0.
Yeah, they look good.
So a good match that happened yesterday. And they beat the Roy's Kitten Shelter, which was another really strong pug squad with, highlighted by Strong Legs and Screwface. And they took them down 2-1 yesterday.
2-1.
Crazy comebacks, lots of good stuff going on. And then if you look here in the middle, we have Sonics right here, as well as Virtuoso on this side. So Virtuoso's a couple rounds into their match. They're down 4-6 right now. They're attacking on Ascent right now, it looks like. Or no, they're on defense. And they lost. It's 7-4. So Virtuoso's down to start. Mr. Funhaver is having a lot of fun, as you can hear in the background.
Mr. Funhaver is actually having all the fun. That guy needs to save some for the rest of us. He's getting out of his Mavix gaming chair, but just to sit back down.
Hashtag ad.
Hashtag ad. For the comfort. This one right here, Virtuoso. Sorry, lost you there for a second. This Virtuoso game, if you're here watching it with us and you're trying to get the terrible play-by-play that we're giving you, stop doing that. I'm pretty sure you can catch them on one of the Observer streams if you do want to go in there. So Virtuoso taking on their opponent. Going down this way, we've got Nightblood Gaming. These guys qualified to the LCQ.
Exactly, yeah. Nightblood Gaming played yesterday. They had a record of 2-1, so a very good record yesterday. They're playing DNA right now. So DNA is on the other side of the pit as we're walking through. We can kind of give you the rundown. And then we also have Sonics here. So new look Sonics roster. They've been together recently. They're playing on Fracture right here, and it's 4-3 to start. So early game, we'll see how that one plays out. We have Nightblood right there on the right. And as we walk over here to the wall, we have City Boys, so the old Accrue roster, now going by City Boys, is playing right over here. They're actually playing map 1 on Pearl. So a 3-0 on Pearl. We haven't seen a lot of Pearl. We saw like one map yesterday, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? The maps got a little bit wonky yesterday. There were picks and bans that were kind of all over the place. I personally didn't see Pearl, unfortunately, but I'm hoping that we get a little bit more of this one. I think they're playing Roy's Kitten Shelter, but it sounds like we're getting things wrapped up and ready to go on that main stage for you guys. So we're going to send it back over to our casters, Ravish and Marks. Take it away, gents.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tanner Metro. Appreciate that. And Josie as well. Josie with no iPad, the real debuff there as well. But the fact that he remembered all those games going on.
He's on top of it.
Totally impressive. Yeah.
Super organized.
Super organized.
Super
Also,
organized.
kind of tall.
Yeah.
Way too tall.
Yeah.
I don't
Very
like it.
powerful.
I don't like it. Anyways, let's talk more about some more powerful things like Ghost versus High Rollers. As we can see, going up onto Haven. And the composition so far, look, I would say decently standard, right? Because, we're thinking like double initiator, Habibu controller, and at least one duelist.
Yeah, but take a look at this. We actually see the High Rollers bringing in a Killjoy onto the map. And normally, I think I'm pretty against this pick. Besides the fact that Ghost Gaming, they're not going to have a ton of utility in order to break that down. Really, it's going to be up to Nismo to try and use that fragment to potentially take that down. So usually I would be, Killjoy, Haven, what's going to happen here?
Yeah.
But quite frankly, I think this might be a pretty influential pick, especially too if that lockdown can get as much value as it possibly could. However, Ghost Gaming's composition tells to me that they're going to be playing aggressive. They're bringing in that Neon with that Fade. That means that they want to go in fast. It's such a good initiation combo coming in from Ghost Gaming. So, curious to see how this is going to shake out here, whereas, you know, you can make the argument that the High Rollers are balancing their checks, making things nice and even, doing some classic Valorant. But Ghost Gaming are coming in with a little bit of spice. And excited to see how these two teams are going to butt heads.
Exactly that, as we'll head into game in 3, 2, 1. And now with this game, is all about ready to go for the first game of the day.
There it is.
A little bit off on the count, but it's fine.
You know what you were manifesting, dude.
I was. Production decided to intentionally make sure that I give it one more second, just so it would be wrong.
Oh, boy. Hey, thank you, production.
Thank you, production. You guys are great. We appreciate you all very much.
Yes, exactly.
Now, with all that being said here, though, but if we take a quick look at the game going on in front of us, I think Ghost yet again are very much set up for a very fast and really solid defense-heavy composition, right? With the controllers, especially John QT coming up on the chamber, who we can argue is a duelist, to be fair. But otherwise, though, we'll see as they're set up for a pretty fast play to run out here, right?
Yeah, and it looks like they really do just want to take a lot of space there. The neon in the chamber makes a ton of sense because you can just kind of get in, get out of jail for free. Meanwhile, they do have their Astra on that C site, and honestly, just relying on those smokes just to make sure that they shut that one down is a pretty good strategy. Overall, I like the way that Ghost Gaming are playing this defense, but the High Rollers are now looking to move in through double doors.
Like what you mentioned. So now, with this though, there should be all through the smoke, but it's just with shots put down so far, nothing too much going on. Ghost is still holding strong. Right down by C, they should know this is happening. I think from his High Rollers have decided that perhaps he's definitely not the take. They didn't manage to get garage control either, so now they're going to be.
Yeah, and let's see how they want to move in here. The information is going to be given there, so now we're going to be seeing Ghost Gaming being a little bit reflexive, and the High Rollers are actually backing out of this one. They might move in on A, but a Chamber's going to be watching that. Koala Noob might come up huge.
So far, though, nothing really changes just yet. The flash is nice, and forces Koala Noob over towards the back of the site. It's a 5-man push, or opens first contact. That's a spike down. Right down through sewers as well, and now they're looking, trying to recover it, but this pistol seems just about shot. Ghost had a solid early lead through the capitalization. They managed to take it back, and it just fraggles in, left alive.
Yeah, and honestly, that was such a clean defense coming out from Ghost Gaming with Nismo just kind of hanging out there.
10 seconds left.
Nothing to be found right now. Fraggleton's just going to be basically walking in and then just going to get shot from 3 different angles, and unfortunately you can't aim in 3 different directions unless you have 3 different mice, but I'm pretty sure that's not a really regulation allowed. So they're just going to fall down there, but once again, Ghost Gaming doing a really good job of spreading out their forces, making sure that they have all of their angles covered. And specifically, Koala Noob just doing such a good job at actually staying hidden on that 8 site. After the rendezvous happened, could have just backed out, you know. I probably would have backed out because everyone's running in on you, but instead held their ground, waited for the rest of the team to rotate around, and the rest was history. Now we are going to be seeing them buy up Spectres. Meanwhile, it's going to be the High Rollers coming in pretty much just pistols, but Rest as a shorty. Going to be curious to see how this Omen could potentially make this shorty work.
I mean, you know, it's second round. You got to make sure you do something interesting.
Got to get creative, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hold as many close angles as possible. Now, speaking of close angles, though, Fraggleton decides to take his chance as his. He gets wall banged. Koala Noob through the shit gets wall banged. You know what? That's impressive. And those are the kinds you take any day of the week. He made sure to get his. We're still down to 4v3. Considering it is their anti-eco. John QT could pretty easily just get 2 here. Oh, 7 again. Making it so close. The only person who got 2 on the round as well. And making sure to keep High Rollers alive in this game.
Yeah, the spike is going to be able to go down there. A little bit of unfortunate timing coming out from, honestly, both sides of these teams. The Haunt not giving Brock too much information. But it is going to be 3v2 on this retake. A definite winnable scenario for High Rollers.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I don't know what it means.
Never mind. As Nismo comes back.
Hey, you know what? That one's my bad. I'm sorry. I spoke too soon.
I know. By the way, for those wondering, that is actually not Ghost Gaming. That is I believe every other team around the venue just yelling, having a good time. And if you're in the area and want to come have a fun time around here, you can come down now to Philly. Get a ticket. Come to the land. Come see me. Say high-five me as we have a tech pause.
Yeah, just a little bit of a tech here, but we can talk about some of the stuff that we've actually seen. Of course, a little bit of unfortunate timing. Koala Noob just gets domed through the door. You don't see that all the time, but yeah, what we're seeing right there, just a little bit of poor timing on the actual flashes just to come through, unfortunately losing somebody else. And then Nismo's good for it coming in from the back. So overall, I do think that the High Rollers have a pretty decent strategy. They look very confident moving in onto the sites and are trading effectively, but you can just feel that there's a little bit of, I don't know what the right word is here, but they just have to tighten it up a little bit more, and I think that they can really start to turn things around. Of course, that was just the first 2 rounds.
Right.
You know, we can't say anything too much just because it's pistols and then SMGs, so I'm really excited to see how the High Rollers are going to start playing things now that they actually have rifles and can bring out the big guns, you know?
Exactly, right? Because it's a lot of it is about the round 3 conversions.
Yes.
That's where you're looking to make sure that you get back in the round, because usually as things start to get going, Ghost is not exactly known for being a momentum heavy team, but they're very slow, controlled, and well paced as well. So,
Yes.
and I know Ghost in general too is very solid at adapting to fast paced teams. We've seen a lot of VCT, and I imagine we'll see it here as well.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you can just tell by how they've been playing the defense this far.
Yeah.
I commented on the first round how we actually saw them pushing out of A site a little bit.
Right.
You know, get that extra space. It's pretty typical stuff that we see. But most teams, or at least some of the teams we saw yesterday, would have continued to press that advantage, move in onto A. But that actually would have been a mistake at the end of the day, just with how the High Rollers have just kind of turned themselves around and then gone down that A site.
Yeah.
So we can see that little bit more methodical, you know, feel it out, get some information, and then make an educated decision based off of that. And like you said, it's Ghost Gaming style, and they're making it look nice.
They are indeed. As you know, I believe, look at that. The Fraggles are just waving to his fans out there. Hi, Fraggles. Hi.
Give him way back. Not sure if he saw us, though.
I don't think he saw us at all. No, definitely not.
Okay, I think he
has
saw us
no
that
idea.
time. He's just pretending to look away.
Yeah.
That's what I tell myself.
He doesn't know. I mean, you think he'll notice me?
Oh, maybe. You should go say hi.
You're right. Let me just leave. Okay,
Oh,
just go say
well,
hi.
don't do that. I don't want to be out here alone.
No, be
It's
by
scary.
yourself. Man.
Oh, Ravish, no.
I'm leaving you, Marcus.
Oh, thank you. I needed to hear that this morning. It's afternoon now, sorry.
Is it afternoon already?
Yeah, dude. We started at noon.
Well, either way, you know, we'll manage to pull things back a little bit. And as the tech pause is just about over, so hey, game's about ready to go once again. Remember, like how you were saying, rifles on deck, only a marshal for Qual and We'll see that's all he needs.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, John QT only coming in with a Sheriff. I'm going to be honest, you probably want your Neon player having a little bit of a Spectre just with how quick you can kind of just maneuver yourself around. A Stinger? Oh, Stinger Gaming. I am here for it, but unfortunately not going to be bringing that one out. So this is going to be the bonus coming out from Ghost Gaming. And let's see if they are able to make this one work. They've swapped up their positioning yet again. The only constant right now is that Astra on the C site. Meanwhile, the High Rollers are feeling it out, potentially looking at garages yet again.
It's time to do a solid job of these magic check the garage, but with them
7.
being concussed, they immediately managed to take over 2. And now, from the plant themselves onto the C side, we were seeing how the gun diff would definitely be imminent. We're seeing it already. Instead of the Spectre players are gone, and we're looking at yet again, that Marshal, a Sheriff, a Spectre on one more person's hands. So this right here seems to be the comeback for High Rollers.
Absolutely, and how are they going to maneuver around this one? It looks like Ghost Gaming are moving in, but it's such good sightline setup for the High Rollers.
Yeah, they're pretty stock, trying to take as many just close tools as they can. It is just Koala and they left. All right, let's see it.
Ooh!
Hey, nice shot. All right, at least he managed to get his, but he knows it's absolutely no time. There are like 3 people watching him to make sure that he had these dies, and he's of course going to take that loss bonus. All of High Rollers will exit away, and only losing one person is a solid way to start.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a really clean round coming out from the High Rollers. They walked in onto site. All 5 members of them stayed alive, most importantly. 7 took quite a bit of damage there, but was still able to survive the round at the end. And, you know, the rest was just honestly pretty easy for them. As soon as they were able to get that spike down, by the time the rotations came through from Ghost Gaming, it was just a little bit too late. High Rollers, they were nice, bunkered down, just nice and secure, not going to move an inch. And, yeah, it was pretty easy for them to just kind of play those long sight lines, especially on that C site. So great stuff coming out of the High Rollers. I told you, there's something to see from this team.
I know. The round 3 conversion works out in their favor. Now let's see with Ghost as well. How about Zach Sal with a big knife too? They managed to walk their way in, but because 1 for 1, 7 time after time has been so good for these trades, making the round a lot closer. If he was potentially just not there, a fantastic addition to the roster, truly. Big sure changed the game. But still comes down to 3v2. Celebrity duel for the high rollers. Spike still in their hands.
Ooh.
Spike not in their hands. And this might be chalk.
Yeah, okay. Rest is actually going to just take a rest on that A long, but honestly, just alongside all of the team, if you take a look at where everybody died on that round from the high rollers, it was literally just in A long. You know, they were coming in with a little bit of gusto, put a little bit too much sauce in the pan, and it just kind of popped in their faces. The Ghost Gaming, they were able to just completely shut down that push, and that A momentum just was not there at all. Only losing 2 of their members and then gunning down the rest. Ghosts are very comfortable on the A site. And once again, Ravish, we're seeing Ghost Gaming change up their position. This time around, the Neon is going to be on the C site pushing forwards and is going to run right into the high rollers.
Well, let's see how that actually just pan out.
Ooh,
pretty common strategy. Immediately just try to use your concuss and then walk at the second one. Remember, the Neon ultimate can be easily traded away. That's 1 for 1 as he has up behind her. Looking for the second. Look at John QT. Started things off hot. And of course, Spike's still stuck in one end of the corner. And now they can just watch this. As looking to move around, a flash looking for the trade, moving back and forth, dodging, weaving, and bobbing. That's some high stats.
You know, have you ever wondered what would happen if someone was in a microwave? I think that was pretty much that. Just the high pressure energy just kind of coming out and mowing you down.
I thought that's what Brimstone's ultimately was. This is what happens when you stick a fork in out.
Is that the Brimstone? I thought it was more like the laser death beam from Star Wars.
That's like, oh, that's doing to it. I haven't seen Star Wars.
All right, we're going to have to talk after this one. But yeah, an excellent play coming out, using that overdrive to the maximum potential. And you could just tell that the high rollers were not expecting it. Hey, listen, they're called the high rollers. They were gambling on that site being an easier take with how much difficulty they had on A. But this time around, they're going fast again, and they're already getting gunned down. It's a buggy. What? That buggy be kicking.
He manages to take 2, but to get flanked towards the backside, so it becomes a 2v2 by the end. That was a massive flash, getting all 5 people, anticipating the 5-man garage push strat because they knew they were on the ante, so they're going to have to pull something fast, and
oh boy.
Eventually the wall bang works out for Brock. So just comes down to Coach Joe at this point. Do you think he's the actual coach?
There's no way, right? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, though, you know, the coach wants to get in on the action, right?
Why not? Right? Just moving in front.
Oh, he's doing
nice flash. Brock was completely unaware, and the biggest thing here, again, is that although they lost all the members, they made it expensive.
That's true. And actually, all things considered, that was a really good round coming out from the high rollers. Once again, a Bucky with a 2K. A Bucky with a 2K, that is as much value as you can get out of that darn thing, unless somehow you get an ace, but I don't think that's going to be happening. So a really good round coming out from the high rollers. And of course, that B-side made sense when you think about it, because listen, especially if you're bringing a Bucky, you only got pistols, you want to play things a little bit more close quarters. You don't want to give up those long sight lines. C and A are just not going to look appealing at all. But high rollers are going to be running it right back. They're going to be moving in and starting to storm onto that B site in a very familiar fashion to what just happened last round.
And although not the same exact rush we saw before, but would have been triple smoked out, even putting out the secret just for the info too. And that's how much goes all the way back, and the spike being planted and investing a lot early into the round to just continue the delay. That's currently happened, but a Proto finds one. Maximo was going all the way to the backside, not looking around, and maybe gets a second, but looking for Joe. He has at the angle, but a Proto punishes 2 of them again. Who's playing the flankers, move into the site. I want to see you there. Nice shot from Koala, and it'll just leave 7. 7 is gone.
As soon as you said his name.
I
know.
keep doing it.
It's like the celebrities. You just say their name, and the next thing you know, it's like, oh. But regardless, Ghost Gaming are running away with this one now.
And Hathaway.
6 It's now 6-1. And honestly, this Ghost defense has been so good. We are finally going to be getting that timeout coming in from the high rollers and potentially strategize on how they want to play things. These last couple of rounds, we've seen them take a little bit more of an aggressive tempo, but they're just getting punished for it because as soon as Ghost realize that they are starting to go fast, you can see the flanks started to come in immediately. We talked about how Ghost Gaming want to slow things down, play it a little bit more methodically. But if you're having 5 people just run down B, you can start sending those flankers on, and quite frankly, you're going to get away with murder.
Exactly that. Now, considering with how they were shaped up as of right now, them being able to catch them to the flank by spawn, it was a really solid start from there. But with the tactical timeout, can I say some dumb real quick?
Sure.
Okay. I always imagine doing tag timeouts with the coach, the team's probably talking about are really important. You know, they're talking about things that are kind of essential to how we kind of adapt. But in my head, I can't imagine them talking. So I just always imagine they're the people from Animal Crossing.
To be fair, I've never heard a tactical timeout, so I can't confirm nor deny that that is in fact the case.
Exactly. They're being, hey, let's push me.
Yeah, they're just doing villager talk.
Not villager from Minecraft or villager from Animal Crossing, because villager from Minecraft is like,
You know, I hope it's the Animal Crossing one. Those
I
ones sound a
hope
little
so
bit
too.
better.
I
Yeah.
hope so too.
All right, the round's kicking off yet again. That's going to be an early 0 point coming in there, immediately tagging 7 up. However, we do see them just kind of hanging out a little bit in the back line. So they know that that fast momentum has not been working out for them. And now we're just seeing them try to anticipate that Ghost might push into them. They can catch Ghost Gaming off guard, get a couple of picks, and then suddenly just going to be easy to walk into sight, get that spike down. You're going to have a good round.
Exactly. No. Nixon wants the left to go. They're making sure to play things a lot more methodically currently. Whoop. A koala then gets caught with the dog. Now they know where the opposition is. So you can probably pretty easily flash them. But he moves to the side and he takes a gamble against a 2v1 and gets away scot-free. A beautiful first entry. And now the first contact already being made. They're going to use the Breach ultimate, the Rolling Thunder, to get onto the site. Still 2v1, 4v5 as of right now. But they managed to wait to take A. But here comes what we take here, Marcus. That's going to be important.
It absolutely is, and we're already getting to see Ghost Gaming start to set themselves up. We're going to have that Cosmic Divide online now, but it is going to be met actually with, the lockdown. But Demon already takes John QT down.
It's far too long. They know they couldn't wait for this either, so especially with them giving up the site already.
Oh, no way!
The wall goes in. He almost had 2 there, and it becomes a 1v2. The sheer shot, he gets his leg, but it's not enough. Fraggleton cleans it up. That lockdown was huge.
Yeah, that lockdown was massive, and on top of that too, because it was hidden behind the Cosmic Divide, they couldn't even do anything about it. Also too, it was pretty far out of the way, and unless you're really going to go fishing down there, it's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with. But a very expensive round from the High Rollers, and unfortunately, because they lost so many members in that attack, their economy's not going to be in the most stable position. We are going to be seeing a Spectre come in here, and I imagine Seven's probably going to buy something else as well. But things are not exactly the most ideal scenario for them. So even though Ghost Gaming lost the round, things were looking okay for them overall in the economic game. Words are hard.
Thank you, Russian. But like you mentioned there as well, now with this too, finally High Rollers, that attack did end up working out so far, but already, immediately the change that we've seen, they read the C push on. And now, they have every single angle on lockdown. Koala and a Proto and John QT watching the flank. They go make sure y'all committed to this site. You're not running away from this relationship. They're gonna make sure you commit.
Oh God, what if they're scared of commitment? That's the real question.
Well, guess what? They died.
And I think I know exactly what happened here.
Never commit.
Yeah. Well, okay, I don't know about that one. There's a whole good bit about the whole marriage advice thing, and well, you know. Anyway, if you're curious what we're talking about, just look up Nerd Street Twitter. But of course, really interesting stuff coming out of Ghost Gaming's defense, and I really want to highlight this because I love what they're doing. They're rotating people around. It's not consistent where they are every single round. And you can tell that the High Rollers are starting to move in. They're anticipating a couple of agents, but at this point, they're starting to catch on that who knows who could be on the site.
No, they have no idea. And the way that the Ghosts have actually managed to move themselves around, too, because even look at the defense right now, it's not quite split, but you can see with the way they set up the rotation, they already know that they have the KO as the floater moving towards B. And moves himself already towards Garage. They managed to give that up for now, but he's looking for first contact. Gonna use the wallbang spray and a quality. What is that off angle with the op too? Playing right close by, although they have stuff for the trade. but not BCC with the take.
Hey, you know, sometimes that operator, there's a scope on it, but sometimes you can just get up into their face and make that one look easy. Now we're seeing John QT kind of get in there. Vandals in hand, Ghost Gaming are marching forward.
They're chasing them. They find them. Look
Game
at
tag.
They have nowhere to actually run away. Spike's still in their hands. That's the most important part. And so they have it on Coach Joe as well. They knew this could have happened. And at least with A abandoned, they have the chance to plant the spike.
Yeah, and actually that was really interesting because I think that they're really just trying to get the Rolling Thunder online. That's why Joe went for the ultimate orbit there. They know that they're probably not going to win this round. In addition to, it was a little bit of a save. It was a beautiful shot by 7, though. And so they just weren't anticipating to win that round. And so they wanted to get Coach Joe as close to that Rolling Thunder as possible because it's a really good ultimate to be able to just infiltrate, make your way onto the site with. It makes things so much easier.
Initiate with?
Initiate, that's the word. It was like half.
Because he's an initiator?
Yeah, no, it makes a ton of sense, doesn't it? But still, getting that Rolling Thunder closer to being online, and now once again, it's just 1 point away. So as long as they get Coach Joe to one of the ultimate orbs, then they've got that ultimate in their pocket, and that's going to make the engagement that much easier to make sure that the high rollers can get on. And on top of that, too, they got weapons.
Yeah, because of that. Because look, Coach Joe right now, 1 away. So they know they could probably try to play for the alt orb again to make sure they try to get the round back.
Yep.
Because then with their positioning, they could try to rush it down A long once again to clear that out. But the safest orb is likely the one down by C. Considering the op is still in play, I don't know if they want to take that chance because look at the position.
Also, Fraggleton is the one who has the operator on High Roller's side. Usually you would expect the Jet to have it, but Killjoy kind of works with it too, you know?
Yeah. Because Coach Joe, he wants this orb.
Yep.
So badly. But he has to force Koala to move away, and he has to pretty much guess with a concussed where he's set up.
And actually, I think this is kind of interesting. Instead of forcing the positioning here, they're just going to try and move in from Garage to force the positioning away, and then it should be pretty easy to at least... Oh, never mind. They're not going for that ultimate orb at all. I guess I misread the play there, but it doesn't matter. Oh, never mind. They'll just get him to plant the spike, and he's got the Rolling Thunder online.
Yep, works out pretty easily. So now with this, they have the Rolling Thunder for the force plant. They can try to stop this. Because it does end up happening with Fraggleton. Watching towards the garage side.
Overdrive.
As Neon looking to already pop in, the util used. Just clear out everybody who should be hiding in the angle.
That's good info.
Oh, what a beautiful fade. I not with that. They'll try, they just have to add the info on where they're holding, but they haven't been able to clear anybody out. It's zip, zap, zap, and zoomy. But they just defuse. They were holding it. Adios mio, you can't let that happen.
Oh my goodness, and then the High Rollers moved in afterwards to try and clean up the last remaining members on the site, but just got gunned down, losing all of their weapons as well. Ooh, a little bit of a stinger there. We're now in the last round before the half. Ghost Gaming are leading 9-2 against the High Rollers. High Rollers, they do have the Seekers, they do have the Blade Storm. They could make something happen off of that, but they're going to have to be extremely careful playing around Nismo. That Null Command can shut the Blade Storm down completely, and that's just going to leave the Jet with a Classic in her hand, and that's not going to be a great time for initiation.
No, it is not. Now with High Rollers popping back and forth between the ping pong economy. Brock, though, luckily with the concuss, put up the little dog.
Oh, just hold it down and spray.
No, 7 gets it again. How does it keep on doing it? That's the second with the Phantom. 7 is doing work right now for High Rollers. Oh, but he's gone. But at least only a 1 taken away. John Q trying to make things a bit more even. It's still 2v3. 7 has the Seekers. And then I still on hand.
Here's the thing. The Seekers got the information where they are, and now they're just going to run all the way onto the other side of the map. They know that the 2 remaining members are on that A site, and so they're going to be setting up onto C. But look, the Omen from the High Rollers is going to start moving in onto that B side to potentially catch them on the back. They just have to be careful of Neon in that fast repositioning.
She's going to rotate all the way over.
Oh,
but they're waiting for
so
him to
clean.
peek this. It's just on a proto. The star's not exactly up yet to be able to use, and now as a soul controller, what exactly are you going to do? Right? 9-3 half.
Yeah. Are you going to say it?
No.
I'm not going to say it.
No, I'm not going to say it.
All right.
There's no need.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
The knee's been pushing the ground.
Yeah. No, but great stuff coming out of Ghost Gaming on their defense. Honestly, I do think that 7 was doing such a fantastic job of keeping that one alive for the High Rollers, consistently getting multi-kills, and of course leading the team with 9 kills. But it's just a different story if you look on the scoreboard for Ghost Gaming. 14. John QT has 14 kills. A lot of those were with the overdrive because, you know, you don't really expect a Neon to just slip in and slide and then zip, zap, you're dead. But, you know, it's working really well out for Ghost Gaming. Now, I think that this is going to be a little bit of their stronger side just based on these agent compositions. So let's see how Ghost Gaming do want to start this initiation here. It looks like they're putting a lot of momentum into window, potentially hinting at a B-side hit just to start off this pistol round.
We'll see him start to move in, though, but like you said, it'll be a much slower decision as manage to at least get garage control. They scope out all the angles, making sure they don't get traded away for 2 for 1. But the smoke is still up. They decide to actually move away from it, and they could be doing a potential B to A.
I don't know if they're fully committing there. Usually you do see that chamber go on the flank to potentially add a little bit of pressure or find a site opening. But yeah, the smokes are coming down here from the Astra and fades in, ready to put that spike down. It's going to be one of those cheeky in and out B-side hits, just play a little bit back. And I think that this Astra positioning on the C is going to be instrumental for setting up a flank, potentially on the defenders. Ghost Gaming are looking pretty confident in this post-plant positioning.
And that was actually so close by Proto too, considering he actually didn't go through window. He goes all the way around, going to go through spawn. His timing on this will need to be crucial. As he moves all the way around, he's joined up by 2.
Wait, they're defusing.
Move into the site. They are defusing, but they just die within a matter of seconds. They can't even manage to try to get it. And it'll be a team ace by the end.
Yeah, and I think that there was a moment there where Ghost Gaming just realized, hold on a second, I think they're going to stick this. And you could just tell, obviously John QT leading the charge, gets that electric slide across the ground in there, forces the diffuser off, but while they're all looking at the Neon, it's a couple of quick right clicks from the Classic just to make sure that everyone in that smoke are not going to have a fun time from the high roller. So Ghost Gaming pick up the pistol round yet again, as they've now hit double digits, and things are looking a little dicey for the high rollers on Haven.
Good start so far. But with the anti-eco now in their hands, they'll need to get this round to try to ensure they're not completely locked to perhaps losing his first map. So where is it? 7 on the other side, an angle you never truly expect, but look at the molly. He's going to be forced out anyways. See, that's why you always double check to ensure, because they knew they had to hold the angle. And Gualanu in a 2v1, he rings around the roses and he has a pocket full of posies. That's 2 straight for him, and he managed to find a 1v1. He decides, I'm gonna fight you, you dead, you gone, goodbye.
Yeah, and that was actually a live feed from the comms of Ghost Gaming there. Wasn't it really good?
I got you, bad.
Yeah, no, that was a clean round coming out from Ghost Gaming. We're going to get a little bit of a replay there. Such a good read coming in from Nismo. Use that fragment, force out the positioning, and then, hey, you got a Spectre. Spray and Pray does win the day sometimes, but not Koala Noob. No, it's all going to be precision headshots coming out from him to make sure that... That was such a beautiful little 3K there just to end out the round. And they're going to get the spike down as well. So their economy's feeling nice and pretty. High rollers going to have weapons this time. Might be able to turn the tables on them. But, of course, Demon moving out here gives me a little bit of anxiety. Ghost Gaming have been really good at punishing him thus far.
And remember, it's right here in the previous game, or in the previous half, I should say. As with high rollers, managed to finally put a little bit of wind beneath their wings. But let's see how much wind they truly have. Ace looking to be cleared out. They find one towards the backside. They're going to get him over by neutral, but with all the action already going on for high rollers, they know with A being the take 3 are watching here. This is going to have to be pretty much a force in by Ghost.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They did initially smoke off the typical spots on that A site, but because of the utility being forcing them back and not allowing them to enter onto it, the smokes have now expired. And we do see high rollers aren't 100% sure whether or not this is still going to be an A-side hit. A little bit of information is actually going to give that, so we're going to see the rotations back. And Nismo is ready with that fragment, has the lineup, and now the smokes are going to redeploy. Here comes the fast lane and the entry in, but Coach Joe says not today as he finds a 2K.
Coach O was watching that and took a gamble on how many he would get, but still it's completely not enough. Ghosts are so good at these instant gun duels too. Neeson stepping on up in the second half, managed to find so many more as he goes in behind the rest of his teammates. Easy stop, watch the angle, go Joe. Preemptive shot, the P4 angle will not work out. And through that, Demon now gone away and is just rest left. And he's put to rest as well.
Hey, I made that joke earlier.
Hey,
Great minds think alike.
oh God.
Uh-oh. Watch out for you. No, but once again, it was so clean from Ghost Gaming. The fact that also, too, that was their
Yeah.
bonus, unbelievable stuff. Of course, they had a little bit of difficulties at that start, lost a couple of members, but as soon as they were on site, you could just tell that they were so comfortable with
Yep.
their post-plant
Yep.
positioning. And just as a reminder, this is actually the High Rollers' pick. So they were the ones who wanted to take us to Haven.
Oh.
And you know what? The score line is not looking too good for them. Ghost Gaming 1 point away from potentially stealing away that map number 1 in this first best of 3 of the day. And they also have a Nightfall to help that engagement cut all of the noise out of High Roller's ears and just storm that site.
Exactly what you said. The noise is all cut out. They find one going towards the exit. And for the first time in a long time, guess what we have here, Marcus? We have a 5v5 retake. Look at that.
Look at that indeed. But on top of that, too, Ghost Gaming still have that null command. That's going to make the entry from High Rollers on this post plant so much more difficult for them.
Now let's see how the entry in. Look, as it's towards the side, there's still one person watching the flank, especially that they don't get taken away. That's that Killjoy, too. Now, they try to go up through heaven, but all the youthful is forcing them back. Gonna have to go in sooner rather than later, but Coach Joe's already gone. He lost one of the initiators. A big concussing as they pop in. They don't check the corner. Naismith gets 2 for free. He was concussed. All he needs is 1 bullet, though. And Freggleton will not live to tell the tale. Go, stick map 1.
And great stuff coming out of Ghost Gaming. You know, we talked about how fast they were at actually just kind of going in and cleaning up in the LCQ. And it seems like we're getting exactly that same energy coming in today. That looked absolutely clean coming out from Ghost Gaming.
Exactly that. A dominant first map. And remember, this is on their opponent's map pick. That is a crucial thing that you must remember. We are going over the Fracture next. This is a best of 3. And every single game counts as right now. There are no last chance qualifiers.
No.
This is summer champs. It's the time to step up.
Yeah, and on top of that too, like, you know, when you have a team like Ghost Gaming that has gone against some of the best and honestly really just stood their ground against them, it makes sense why we're seeing such a fantastic performance coming out from them.
Exactly.
Of course, John QT just lighting them up with that overdrive. The little bit of electricity was a little bit too much to handle, but yeah, the High Rollers just didn't seem like they could find their pace against Ghost Gaming, couldn't make the reads, and so it was just so difficult. It was an uphill battle the entire time.
Exactly. And now, let's see how far uphill they truly do have to go. Or will. Maybe knock down the side, potentially. Now, a team like Ghost, they are pretty nasty. You know, of course, my man of Proto got that 6 dash on it too, so I don't know if anybody can go against that either.
Oh, no, exactly. You know, you talked to him yesterday. You wanted a couple of tips for your own facial hair, right?
I did. It just looks so clean. He said he was going out the stash just for this event too, so
Wow.
I wonder what it looks without it. I mean, I don't know, but hey, you know what? Yo, Proto, bro, let's say if you win this whole thing, shave out the stash. Just for fun. Why not? Do it.
You're just jealous, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah, 100%.
I can't rock a stash, dude. I look stupid.
Never say never.
Come on, look at the stash. Can you imagine just, no, I would look like an idiot.
All right, we need to get Ravish a fake mustache by the end of this event.
I think I'd be
That's
okay with
kinda
that.
what I'm.
Yeah, I'd be down for that as well.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think there's one more thing that I'm down for as well. Is Metafy.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, you know what? Gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger just after a few sessions on Metafy. Get trained by the best pro players in the world, and make sure to book a live session right now.
Right now.
When you do, use promo code STREET20 for 20% off. And that's
STREET20.
STREET20. That lovely 20% off. And of course, why wouldn't you take the 20% off if you want to get better?
Exactly. That's money that you're saving. And I know all y'all love to save because everybody is broke like me, so it's okay. Now, make sure to use all those codes as well. We do, of course, have map number 2 coming up between Ghost and, of course, High Rollers. After this, it's Fracture. Y'all make sure to stay tuned to NSG, baby.
With Metafy, you learn directly from the best players in the world. They'll review your gameplay, show you new perspectives, and outline the steps you can take to shatter the bones of your enemies. Or just raise your skill rating. Book a session or replay review right now on metafy.gg.
Shown here by Mark Wong, yet again, who's taller than me, and I don't like it.
I can, don't worry. I got you.
Exactly. You know, I want to make sure that you stay at, like, this is the kind of level that we're talking about. In fact, go
this is
lower.
so weird looking at you, just eye on.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it strange?
No, go lower.
Okay, here. How's
Perfect.
That? Dude, my
Mark
thighs
Wong
are
is
fire
this
right
height,
now.
exactly, and I'm 6 feet. Finally.
Yeah. Short Kings, stay strong.
Stay strong, man. But, of course, as you know, too, Ghost has played just a little bit ago. They took the map like 13-3. So it was a pretty nasty start for them. And this was also on their opponent's map picks, that being the High Rollers. On the other end, we do have map 2 coming up. Don't be wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be Ghost Gaming coming in from... Okay, I'm not framed properly. I'm sorry. I'm going to stand.
It's fine.
Okay, but Ghost Gaming are going to be coming in, pulling us into Fracture next. And like you said, you know, it was Haven, map number 1, High Rollers map pick. They looked a little bit more scattered compared to Ghost Gaming. Of course, we know that Ghost Gaming is going to be a squad to be watching out for to potentially take the title and potentially take it all. And honestly, they're making a pretty darn good case for themselves. So many of their members were just fragging out so hard. And of course, a Proto has the mustache buff.
Exactly, that mustache buff is clean. Of course, Blue also has that bald buff as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking all the bald boys are going to do real well. So I'm not saying I'm biased. I'm just saying I shoot for what looks best.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is I should go home and shave my head after this.
Yes, please.
Listen, I'm just striving to the top, and you're giving me these pro tips right now.
I'll do it for you, in fact.
All right, let's take a look at our map bans and picks once again. We started out on Haven, and that unfortunately was the High Rollers' loss. And next up, we are going to be going to Fracture. Ghost Gaming are going to be pulling us there. And if that map 3 does come into play, we will be going to Pearl. I don't want to call anything just yet, but I don't think we're going to be seeing Pearl.
I mean, maybe.
It's possible.
Yeah, considering what we've managed to see so far. So, yeah, that might most definitely be the case. But as things do pan out, Haven already was a really, really strong start.
Yes.
And I think if you can keep that up, then Ghost for sure should be able to have a race of performance. With High Rollers, though, they've got to learn to adapt to how fast Ghost does too.
Yeah.
Remember, previously, Ghost managed to read a couple of their rounds, I would say about 5 to 6, so perfectly, put them in a really bad position economically, and then after that, it just came down to a few couple close, I want to say just trades too, that went in Ghost's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that too, when you think about just how Ghost Gaming were playing, and on top, quite frankly, their composition coming into Haven, you can see a lot of the chess pieces falling into place already for a potential composition on Fracture as well.
Yeah.
Makes total sense why they would pick Fracture then. We're probably going to be seeing John QT back on that Neon, Nismo back on that KO. And quite frankly, they were the top fraggers in their last map, and so they're going to continue to be able to bring that domination potentially to Fracture, where they could even shine even more.
Exactly. So hopefully, they do manage to perhaps bring a couple back. I know we were talking a lot about 7 as well before as well. Now 7 too, we mentioned already from TSM. He was the person to make these rounds a lot closer. He has some absolutely nasty deagle shots to go in for the entries. I was playing on the Sky as well. I think he could play Sky on Fracture if he wanted to, but it really does depend on what you as a composition you're trying to prefer. We've seen Fade a lot too. KO's been a big standard. I mean, I don't know, man. It's good, but Neon, I know for sure.
Oh, yeah, you got to bring the Neon in onto Fracture. I mean, just with how the map is built, it felt like Neon was going to be made for it.
Yeah.
And, you bring up a really interesting point about 7 just kind of coming into this roster and potentially working with them, because we can see that the frag potential is 100% there, but in order to reach that next upper echelon to go up against teams like Ghost and potentially go even further, we need to see them start to pull it all together, use that utility a little bit more organized, and be able to work off of each other. It still feels like they're just kind of moving in and going in one by one to just try and make things happen, but unfortunately, if you go up against a rehearsed team like Ghost Gaming, where everything is practiced down to a T, you're going to run into a couple of problems.
Exactly that. Ghost Gaming, we've already mentioned, just looks so gosh darn good. And this is how it started off the day. Already with them matching up against with some of the favorites to win this whole thing. People will mention High Rollers, of course, could be a lot of fun to watch. Native as well. Was Kittens, I know that they made it to LCQ. Definitely been making some waves as well. So I think they got a lot of competition. Store Gaming as well, who are definitely most definitely here to play, but we'll see who makes it throughout the first series. Because this is only day 1. And this is, of course, only one of the streams. We do, of course, have streams under Stream B with TTL and Gompers. And, of course, Nerd Stream A and Nerd Stream B, which are just pure OBS streams.
Yes, and of course, with all of the games that are going on at the Champs, we wanted to make sure to get you guys as many of the games as we possibly could. And hence, we've got 4 channels running with all of them, just like you said. And that way, you can kind of follow the storylines on who's winning, who's not, and who is going to be advancing throughout the bracket. Like you said,
I know who's winning.
Who's
the
winning?
Viewers are winning.
Oh, there we go.
Aha.
Yeah, look at you. You're so nice. Yeah, we high-fived. You can't see that necessarily, but I'm sure you can definitely hear that. Wait, you actually said high-five before you wanted to high-five me.
High-five.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
See, you're already doing the work. You were made to do this already.
By the way, did you hear? I was gonna say, Did you see A-Pro's mustache there? It was so clean.
Of course it's so clean.
I know. If you want to talk about A-Pro's mustache, you can use the hashtag NerdStreetChamps.
Yep.
And make sure that, it's like, that's all going on. It's pretty easy. Use the hashtag right down there. You can tweet about A-Pro's mustache and his mustache and whatever else you want to. I'm personally focused on one specific topic, as you can tell.
I wish I could grow a mustache, dude. You know what? Yeah, tag
You got that
hashtag
baby
Nerd
face, so it's
Street
fine.
Champs with your best mustache of what you got. And look at that, we've already got our friend Eddie coming in strong. Is that Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet?
If I was only one person as ravishing as the most ravishing man on the internet, I would still be the most second ravishing man on the internet. Thank you, Annie. Annie, the
fact that you've got that memorized, too.
extraordinaire, production coordinator, and a good friend. Really cool and really tall as well.
Really tall, yeah.
That's the one thing I know about Annie. And anybody who's ever met her is like, oh, you're surprisingly large. Way up, it's crazy. Hi, Annie.
But yeah, once again, if you want to see some of your tweets coming up on the screen, then make sure you use that hashtag NerdStreetChamps. And in between all these maps, we're going to be showing a couple of the tweets off here. So if you got a fun little photo, or you got some thoughts, or you just want to meme on us a little bit, then feel free to do so. And you might get your time in the spotlight.
Exactly. If you're here at the venue and you want to talk about how handsome we are, please use the hashtag NerdStreetChamps.
Or how
By all
not
means,
handsome we are.
Inflate my
let's
ego.
not. Yeah, okay, cool. Hey, you look great today, by the way.
Hey, thanks. Tweet about it.
Oh,
Thanks.
okay, yeah. Give me
Use the
1 second.
hashtag
And make sure to use the hashtag NerdStreetChamps.
Yeah.
I got you.
It's just so simple.
It is so
it's
simple.
so easy.
Yes. Just read it like a
hype. Share your memes. Please tweet us. Nerd Street is begging you to tweet.
Are you sure Nerd Street's the one and not you right now? Because it does seem like you do want someone to, give you the little.
I do.
pep up.
100% do. That's all I want. Yeah,
Yes, Mr.
Share your-
Ravish Nerd Street over here wants to make sure you
I'm
are tweeting
John
using that
Nerd
hashtag.
Street. Yeah. That's who I am.
Love that guy. He's great.
Oh, great guy.
Yeah,
Really.
right?
Surprisingly short.
Well, okay, I wouldn't say that, but he radiates tall person energy. That's
you know
what
what?
it
That's
is.
what matters.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
As long as you seem 6 feet online, that's fine.
Online, yes, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
On every single one of my bios, it says I'm 6'4".
Oh. That's, you know what? That's what. Wow, I need to change mine to be closer to 7 feet then.
Exactly. You should, yeah. And then, but because like that way, it's you set the expectations so high that things can only go down from there.
Wait, isn't that not what you want to do? You want to set the expectations low so
Don't-
everything can go up from there.
Don't question me, Marcus.
Okay, I'm sorry. The logic is indescribably good.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right? Things are working out really well for me right now.
Yes, they are going fantastically.
Now, if you guys are wondering, the teams are, of course, just setting up on the stage, right? They're going back and forth to get a little bit of water here and there, testing out their mics yet again. I believe we should be heading into the second map of the day, that being Fracture, in just a little bit. So we shall see what the compositions tend to be.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're going to be probably seeing a Brimstone come in. Brimstone lately has been pretty good at just getting the smokes down onto all the sites, and same with the
Yeah.
Breach. And honestly, this is pretty standard stuff coming in from both of these teams thus far. You can see these players are just itching to play. They're so ready for it. Ghost Gaming looks so happy. Quality, just the biggest smile on his face right now. They're ready to just come here, and they're ready to win it all. But the agent compositions have been selected already. And you know what? We're getting a Neon in on both teams. However, interestingly enough, Ghost Gaming are also going to be bringing Nismo in on a raise.
Interessante. I've seen the rise of Raze.
The Rise of
recently.
Raze?
The rise of Raze. Yeah.
That would be a sick movie.
Yeah, exactly. It does take a couple of seconds for it to. It does take a couple of games before I find teams have necessarily been looking at it a lot more. But as of late, I think it's just about what you're more comfortable on. I think the entry and just the delay potential that the Raze has been a lot of fun to watch. And Raze in general is a very fun, just agent.
Yeah. No, and on top of that, too, I think that there's a lot of opportunity for Race to pop on Fracture. Before Neon really entered into the meta of every team's got to bring a Neon in on Fracture, Raze was kind of the go-to agent. It wasn't until that we saw some of the pro teams bringing in that Neon that we started to see Raze go away a little bit more. But there's so much that can come out of there. You can destroy so much utility, which just kind of makes Raze bring that nice explosive potential on there. You know, obviously the showstopper really good as well.
Yep.
In some of these tight quarters, though, not going to shine as much as it potentially could. But overall, still, Raze's kit just allows for a faster style of gameplay. And seeing how practiced Ghost Gaming are, I would imagine that things are going to be looking good.
Looking great even.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic. Astounding. Insidious.
Yes. Great movie. I don't know why you don't like it.
Stop it. Anyways,
Horror movie's great.
we'll see trading fault lines between the breaches as in standard entry for a lot of these pistols. And, oh, he's actually going to go ahead and actually pull out the Q as well, just to ensure that they can't enter it right away. It gives 7 a couple more seconds to reposition and move over to the top down by Great. Now, as he's up towards the top of the A site, I wonder if Ghost will commit to this, and they are indeed doing so. Can use the concuss to ensure and to slow them down and allow for the team to rotate over. There's still 3 men in the site, though.
Yeah, and right now we actually do see that that chamber is just setting up, getting a lot of information underneath. However, B-side is not completely clear as well. A great read coming in from the high rollers, being able to just stand their ground. They burn through a lot of the smokes, and that's just going to make the entry in onto this B-site from Ghost Gaming that much harder. Koala Noob with the first duel, but loses.
Really close call. Lucky's caught him off guard. Reposition. He's ready for the trade. The read where the positioning was as well. Right up top, over by Demon. But the site should be insured and planted as John QT moves over, moving to the back of the nade to clear out the close angle. Now, as he tried to re-entry back in, the question is going to be, can they manage to save the teammate who's stuck over by the spike? It's going to have to be up to Brock, who's looking towards the angle. Instead of the exact same trades they had before, but all of high rollers are moving in as 3 as they pop into the site. They have to be down to 1-for-1 as John QT managed to trade over by Arcade. And now Apollo pops out. So look at this, Faggleton. I think a much better showing in this next round. Pop down. He has the Ghost himself, though. Will Ghost take down the Ghost? And the right clicks are simply not enough. Look at the first round.
And on, I think that's going to be down to the wire on this one. Just not enough time to get that defuse. Actually, I thought that was a really great play by a Proto. Just hopped out, took the duel, used the right click to give himself a little bit of covering fire in order to get that relocation onto site. And then it was a lot easier to play around the boxes to burn down the time. You have 2 different sight lines you got to look for him, and then you get the ring around the Rosie going, just really stalling things down. But still, great efforts coming in from Fraggleton. Honestly, could have walked away with that round if just a second was there on the clock, just right down to the wire. 0.72 seconds only left, but that is going to be yet again Ghost Gaming picking up the pistol round.
Well, this will manage to make their way in, and that is one solid start. And the second 2 through the attack is a bit more of a split entry. But they'll make it down to a 5v3.
The spike dropped?
Not much more past that, though.
Ah, there we go. Okay, this to me makes a lot of sense because you want to be able to pick up that orbital strike, get the spike down, and they're just fragging.
Yeah, okay. I was not expecting Faggleton to get screwed there, unfortunately. That's going to seriously damage the economy going into that bonus round that they had. Well, and the complete buyout for high rollers. It looked pretty good.
Yeah, and this is the thing, too. Ghost Gaming lost only 2 of their members there. But more importantly, they waited a little bit longer just to make sure that A Proto could get the ultimate online. That orbital strike is so good at being able to either stall out the site or clear out one of these pesky angles. B Tower, you could just zap it from above and just completely get people out of there with that ultimate alone. So a really good handy tool and really good discipline coming in from Ghost Gaming to kick off this round. It looks like it's going to be explosive from the high rollers, but also explosive from Ghost Gaming on A side.
One more moving in. Nice flashes to trade in between as the entries. Just kind of why they're trying to peek through this shame. Sort of just wide angle peeks, but they managed to they unfortunately get pelted with a lot more bullets than they likely expected. And it comes down to a 2v2. Koala Noob finds one off guard. Whew, he almost won that trade. That guy is just barely breathing. That's not the Brock though. 17 health, and he himself is kind of weak so far. But look, he get one back. It's Spike goes down. He's up against Q. The flash shot with the pig. The fault line there as well. Now if he lands the concuss onto both of them, oh, he bloody managed to catch him. Nice peek out. Looking for the second, but the reload. It's so close there. Now with the fact that we know exactly where he is, he just has to survive. All you guys do, rest, makes the way around and catches him on angle he was expecting.
Yeah, and I loved how High Rollers set up that defense there. They were ready for it, just used a bit of utility, only lost 2 of their members to trade out 3 from Ghost Gaming. Obviously, the High Rollers did have the gun advantage in this round, and so, you know, they would have wanted to walk away with a little bit more. Their economy is going to be hurting a little bit more into this next one, but it is still a very key round to keep them into things. Rest, you know, just getting pelted by all sorts of utility, but still able to come out on top. Brock really gave it his all. It was so close, down to the wire, but just couldn't quite find the shot. An excellent little flick there to close out the round. But once again, Ghost Gaming, they're poised to hit A side one more time. Let's see how they do this, as we do see a little bit of a rotation coming in from the High Rollers. They've moved their agents around, and I think this might just be a reaction based on the weapons that they're not able to bring anymore. Look at that, Seven's only got a stinger.
Oh, that was really interesting, because with this, they actually managed to reach these sort of fights that they had setting up. The rushdown works out, but all of the men moving onto the site is actually really solid, because now with this, they can make it through a 5v5. Retake comes in, and 7 goes down. They know he was all the way on the other side. Now through this, they should manage to at least try to get one back. How do they do this, though, is the actual question. As they move towards the sides, towards the smoke, they should be able to catch one, but look at John QT. The exact same angle that they had Kuala Lumpur holding before. He pops up towards a spike. They hear the door, and he gets one more.
Man, you made that one rhyme. And you know what? Ghost Gaming were able to just make their way onto site so quick, so easy, so efficiently. And then, yeah, they could just get themselves set up, and it wasn't any trouble for them at all. The High Rollers down yet another round, and they're going to be forced back onto a save. Because they lost so many members on that third round, their guns were just not feeling adequate, not up to the job enough. And so as a result, it was a little bit of a gun difference coming out from Ghost Gaming to just really collapse on them. Yeah. And it was excellent stuff coming out from Ghost Gaming, as once again, they're looking to run away with the lead. As this time they're setting up for a B-side hit. Only 1 member from High Rollers on here. This should be a really easy hit for Ghost Gaming.
So this we'll see. Decides, ooh.
Judge in the house.
Rest decides to decimate 2 of them. He knows he plays on the trade angle. And out to the rope, they immediately get dropped. That was a really good start as well. They could actually couldn't capitalize on their bonus. Galandu moves in, finds it, solid to jump peek out. Notices 1 more towards the back, lands a ton of shots. Now it's out to John QT once again. It's a zip zap. Now Fragleton left alive. We've seen him land some pretty nice shots before. Now with that sheriff, 1 more. He moves in front of him. What do you mean, brother? He tackles him, actually.
You know, I am dying to make a Palpatine joke here, but you don't even know who Palpatine is.
I know Palpatine.
You know who Palpatine is?
The old guy with the hoodie. He's like, nah.
Yeah, and then he shoots lightning out of his hands, just flying around. Because that's pretty much what John QT was doing there. Looking like a circus performer version of Palpatine, just flying around, zip-zapping people. And honestly, these overdrives have been so good coming out from John QT. We saw it on our last map, and we're seeing them come out again. And look at this, so many ultimates now online for both these squads. We're going to be having dueling tour de forces come online. But Ghost Gaming, this time they're setting up for an A-side hit, and High Rollers, they're no longer stacking one of these sites. They're spreading out because they don't know which way Ghost Gaming are coming.
And I think this actually they managed to get the lead. I say, Broxel, guess what? That's illegal. Lock him up. Stop him right now. Officer, he's over there on the stage, 3v3. And still down to him. He should not be able to get that. There's no shot that should be happening, but still, it's a good start, but with 2 ultimates invested. A crucial hit taken away.
Yeah, and honestly, these tour de forces make it so difficult sometimes to just move your way around the site because you don't know where they're going to be. That's one of the other things about Chambers' kit, you know. He can just rendezvous from one side of the map all the way onto the other, and then you got to be watching both ways for an operator. Kuala Noob is still moving in onto this A side, does have that spike. I'm not sure, though, that he's aware that Rest is hanging out on top. and that could be deadly if they just move in and don't check that.
Yeah. It's not so far. With how we know, Ghost attended to play. All the rest manages to get caught.
Oh, no!
No, the initial shot misses.
There it is.
And that cost Ghost the round. High rollers. Really close calls between some of the duels.
Yeah. And now they're going to be able to get back into the driver's seat. Their economy's looking a lot stronger now. They're finally able to match Ghost Gaming. They used a couple of ultimates to start out that last round to try and get a little bit of an advantage, and it did enough to make Ghost Gaming feel uncomfortable and get enough damage in on them so that the rest was easy pickings. This time around, though, they're going to just have to match them with the gun difference. Seven is going to be trying to do his best John QT impression with the overdrive and potentially just run out to try and get them in their own spawn. We do have a little bit of a tech boss here, but that's okay because I think that this, oh, hey, joke's on me apparently.
Wow,
I don't know what I'm
look at
talking
that.
about.
You're being strung around, Merc.
It's true.
Crazy.
You know what? This one's mostly on me. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. I blame you 100%.
Oh, man. I was looking for forgiveness, but instead I'm just getting
never,
blamed.
Never. I never forgive like Emperor Palpatine.
Oh, look at you. Wait, that's not his thing. Don't pretend like you know what you're talking about. You've never seen Star Wars.
Not a single bit. Yo, actually, I'm like, I've seen clips here and there. I'm just bored out of my mind.
You're hurting me, emotionally mostly. But now we're going to be moving in to this next round, Ghost Gaming. They're going to be setting up for an A-side hit. No utility from the high rollers coming out here as we do see that overdrive go. They were really gambling them to be on the top side of the map, but they're going to run into a whole lot of nothing while Ghost Gaming are more or less getting that site for free.
Again, it's a very similar hit, but it's still a proto with the playing first contact again. Managed to get two, forces John QT on towards the site, but the overdrive, though, has not been able to do anything at all, and it will do nothing. That's how you pay your hydro bill. Nick still losing down to a 5v2. And it's, oh! I thought it was over, but at least Coach Joe got one.
And actually, I just want to say that with Ghost Gaming on their post-plant positioning, they're actually not afraid to just start moving out and going up into the high rollers' defensive positions. And honestly, this is why they're getting some of their picks for free because, you know, you would expect people to more or less just bunker down onto the site, but Ghost Gaming say no. They find a couple of picks, and they're just going to run themselves right into the spawn to catch the high rollers off guard, not even give them a chance to set up their utility to be able to retake that site.
Just give me a chance. Do you know which movie that's from?
Pardon?
Do you know which movie that's from?
I
don't
do,
think so.
but
Doesn't matter. 7 against 1. Still, though, he's still stuck towards the one of the corners. But getting one solid initial start is more than enough for high rollers. As so 5v2, every round from now counts.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get a lot of information now. Moving out of that A site, they do have their neon in their chamber starting to get that info. So Ghost Gaming, they're going to be running into a little bit more trouble. High rollers should be able to set themselves up on an adequate defense here. Let's see how they want to go through here. The utility, they still have enough of their members alive where they will be able to put the smokes and the flashes down.
Yeah.
But if Koala Noob finds a pick, that would be excellent.
Rest actually got caught here. They know where he is. He gets concussed. And nice util play. He managed to jump his way to the molly. All that fire being put down. But it's Ghost positioning again. It just seems like high rollers are not prepared for it. And didn't give him a Rest with a disgusting Phantom spray transfer. He knocks down 3 pins in 1 as they lined up for him.
You know, have you ever wondered, Phantom versus Vandal? There's a reason why you bring a Phantom, and it's because you can pull off things like that. We're now going to be seeing Ghost Gaming take a little bit of a tactical timeout, try and get their ducks in a row, see what they can put together in order to just continue to make that scoreline a little bit more generous. Once again, on Haven, Ghost Gaming, we're running away with things, but right now, high rollers are, honestly, they could catch up pretty easily in this half, Ravish.
It's not too far off at all. And remember, we were saying already that this is, in fact, Ghost Gaming's map pick.
Yes.
So, I think with how things look as of right now, it's been close calls all around. And them, unfortunately, losing, like, a couple of just unfortunate duels. And, like, of course, with that 3 kid, that's just random. That could have happened anywhere at all, right? But still, things like that is where you're just giving a round after round of things that should not be happening. Especially the free pick. 2 would then not be able to clear out 7.
Yeah.
Close corner by the box either. So we'll see how Ghosts adapt. Already their positioning is something to astound. But let's see what happens now.
Yeah, and this is actually something that I've noticed Ghost Gaming. When they do move in onto the site, it's actually been fairly frequently that they have a pretty easy time to just mosey their way in.
Yeah.
Maybe they run into one agent, that's about it. And when they do run into high rollers and run into some utility, it really slows them down, and those are the rounds that high rollers are able to convert and capitalize on top of. And this time around, we might see a similar situation. A lot of high rollers are waiting for him.
Concuss gets dropped and still manages to get one of both the Neons. Concusses, although we use John QT, will have to suffice with just the running. We use that at least for the jump peaks. Shots being traded towards the door. No one get a ball bank just yet, but just some damage being pelted on the members of Ghost.
Using that fast lane. Okay, all the ultimates coming out online. Nismo going in.
Nice exact. That should have been a double, but only managed to catch one. They know where he is. And they're just going to spray him down with 3 in front of Coach. Nothing more can happen. 5v2. Spike goes down. Looking to make it one more as all of high rollers look to say it, likely.
Yeah. Spike planted. Only 2 left. We do have 2 ultimates online, but one of them is not looking too healthy. Fraggleton, though, able to pick up a Proto. Might be able to snag that rifle and just look for a couple of exits. And that is going to be enough of coming out from high rollers. Despite the fact that they did have people set up in order to contest that A site, main Ghost Gaming were just a force to be reckoned with as they just steamrolled their way through that hallway and just found that site nice and easy.
And they're currently continuing to hunt from them.
Oh, no.
He should be gone. Oh!
Oh, I thought that was going to be a short eagle. I was so ready for it.
I thought so, too. But they know the final member is of high rollers. He's just holding over by spawn. Fraggleton might be able to get one from here, but they want to take away as many ARs as they can. And the final shot just does not connect.
Yeah, and now there's only going to be 3 more rounds in this half. The high rollers, they're not necessarily going to have as much money as they would want. We're going to be seeing Rest bring in a Bucky. And Coach Joe going to have a Stinger here, but 3 of them do have rifles. Meanwhile, though, Ghost Gaming don't have any of their ultimates online. That last round was a little bit expensive for them to force the issue, make their way in pretty much undisturbed. But they could come back to bite them now because the high rollers have that null command, have that orbital strike. Things could be more difficult for them.
We'll see how things change up to them. They haven't decided to commit anything just yet, but the spray so far, a lot of pressure being paid over to Arcade. And Dean being gone is something you don't want to see for high rollers who want to continue to try to get more and more rounds. He's also 6-3. He woos in through the smoke and looks like that AR is paying off. Good job of Fraggleton.
Yes, absolutely. Now we can see that they're having a little bit more trouble getting in onto the site, but finally John QT is able to get a little bit of a positioning. Fraggleton finds yet another, but the spike will go down.
That's moving so far. Util's up. Get off the entire site. And stay alive. Look as he popped in the corner. John QT should be able to try to see get one more. Nice transfer, but Fraggleton yet again is continuing to create chaos. That one AR that was given up could potentially cost Ghost the round. The spike is still not planted. 36 seconds left to go. And John QT knows he's going to have to just rotate and run all the way over. The overdrive will run out, though.
Yeah, but that's okay because John was also able to pick up a Phantom. And look at that. There's not a lot of HP left on that KO. Only going to take a couple of bullets. Maybe not even a couple. Maybe a single one in the body. And that could be enough. The spike is now going to be planted. Oh, okay. Never mind. Fraggleton is going to be standing up and yelling because he just found an absolutely disgusting headshot to close out that round for the high rollers.
That was nasty. And considering how much disturbance he actually created, they didn't lock him down. He moves through the smoke, he pops through the back of Arcade, and now gets the final clutch as well against Ghost after a really tough first map. Finally, high rollers are finding their swing, and Fracture, I did not expect this to be so swingy, but look at this. It's positioning like that that made this round damn near impossible for them to win.
And Fraggleton has really been looking good on these last couple of rounds.
Sick.
We've seen a couple of nasty headshots coming out from Sheriffs. And then you know what? Hey, when you win that one out, you got a nice little 4K. You know, you got a reason to celebrate here, especially if you're on the main stage at the LAN. So they're going to be going forwards. Ghost Gaming taking up in the pace, pedal to the metal, and they want this ace site, but already a lot of utility coming out to slow them down.
Ghost Gaming now in the exact same form we've seen them. This has been a pretty common push of them. The fact that they're positioned so far backward means they're still playing non-committal. They're expecting a lot of attention to be paid there, and there's that jump peek going out. Concussor created the move against them, and it does not work out at all. Repositioning who pops out, and that'll be it. All three go down, feeling way too confident from the previous round.
Oh boy.
Ghost Gaming now.
Of course, who else for Fraggleton?
Hey, he's still doing nasty. He's still doing his thing, but the Spike we panic for pretty much free at this point. It's 3v2. We've seen Fraggleton do this, but now they're set up for a trade.
Yeah, but Rest only has a judge. That's not going to be good, especially too if you're making your way in on site. Let's see how it goes though. Fraggleton might come up big, and this is going to be the moment. Two of the members of Ghost Gaming do not have a lot of HP and could get picked off fairly easily.
They'll creep in. You can see the Spike keeping away. There's not a ton of time left at all. With the way they're watching the angle too.
There's not enough time
Waiting for any potential use till Fraggleton. Nice shot again. But Brock gets the cleanup. A much needed round for Ghost in what seemed to be a pretty rough mid-half. And now, looking at it, 8-4, 7-5.
Yeah, it's on the table right now for both these teams. Unfortunately, the High Rollers, they're not really living up to their name. Their economy isn't in the best position for this final round, but we are going to be seeing the tactical timeout come in from them now. They're going to try and at least scrape one more round together and see if they can make it that 7-5 scoreline. This is a lot more forgiving than what we saw on Haven when in the half it was 9-3 for Ghost Gaming. And so you know what? This is going to be their opportunity to potentially take us to map number 3, which is going to be Pearl.
And I don't know about you, but after this, I'm going to go look up what the callouts are on Pearl.
Yeah, I think that would be a little important, wouldn't it be?
Yeah. I know there's the A site, the B site, and mid.
Yep.
And there's that fountain. By the way,
Yep.
there's right when you're a defender, you pop through the grate where there's that little sewer.
Yep.
And they're playing some sort of Italian music.
Oh, yeah. You can hear a little, like...
Yeah. And I'm like, I want to know what song that is, because that song goes hard.
You got to sit there and then just leave your phone up right beside your speakers and see what the Google thing picks up on, you know?
Like Shazam it? Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be Sonata number 9 by Mozart.
Oh, imagine. What if you're right? That'd be crazy.
Nah, there's no chance I'm right. Mozart don't write music like that.
Either way, though, they use the fun sack timeout to just talk about a bit more, at least use the resources, and being 7-5 would be pretty clutch because the pistol rounds were already so close. So they would not be too far off from evening things up and giving us an even closer half.
And let's see where they want to do this. This is a little bit different from Ghost Gaming. They're playing things so slowly, and the rotation from the High Rollers is also so early. They're expecting it to be a fast hit, and as a result, they don't know where to go. The Rolling Thunder is going to give that away as Demon actually takes Kuala Noob out.
That's the first time that we don't actually see them all popping through Hall. We're not expecting one more to be there. April to get again, getting those sneak kills, and now all of High Rollers seem to be overpowered. But it's Fraggleton again, and again, who keeps on doing it. He goes down, but I don't think he's going to be res anytime soon so far. That robot with Roomba will be put to rest, but it's still 4v3v2. Now, High Rollers, what you gonna do?
Spike finally is able to get planted down. Nismo in such a great position. Use that grenade, those paint shells to force them back in order to allow John QT to be able to put that spike down. Now 7 is going to be looking for a little bit of an off angle. Does have this Vandal in hand. No ultimate online, but going to be running through a proto. Gets caught off guard, but Nismo trades it back with John QT to close it out on Coach Joe. And just like that, Ghost Gaming take that half 8-4.
Switching sides.
Ghost positioning yet again. You saw that too in the previous round. They decided after running High Rollers ragged by going through Hall 6 rounds in a row almost, they get the clutch back once again, and through that, he's Rolling Thunder coming through Dish and then deciding to overpower them on top of the site. They were not expecting that in the slightest, and they're getting caught out by potentially what they, might eventually be the final nail of the coffin. That's what we're looking for, I think.
Yeah. I think that analogy works. Yeah.
I wanted to say, but different. That might be what's hiding inside of them.
The gears are turning, the machinations are underway in your brain right now.
Machination.
Isn't that a good word?
I like that word.
It's a great one. All right, let's see how this defense is going to be going this time. John QT. Oh boy. Yeah, Ghost Gaming are just going to assert their dominance on A main. And now the rest of the high rollers are going to move in, but they're just going to get gunned down from all different directions.
Man, it's like they jumped down and they died even before they actually hit the floor. That is tragic. They didn't have a single chance of trying to do anything in the right there. The concussed with them landing onto 2 as well with the initial contact completely removes them from the game. That's Rest. Once again, he's kind of just chilling.
Yeah. And honestly, listen, I've got a little bit of a theory here. Sure. Why are Ghost Gaming doing so good? Well, you've seen the most recent Reaver bundle come out here. It's all the silenced weapons, including the Ghost. And you know what? They just announced the Champion Skins bundle as well. Another bunch of suppressed weapons, all kind of Ghost themed.
You're right.
The buff is Riot's just letting them know that this is their time.
If anybody has a Champions bundle to give away to me, let me know. Hit me up at Ravish and Cash, please. I can't.
Or you can walk up to the desk.
I could, walk up. If you're in the venue and are doing a giveaway, rig it for me. Give me the skin.
Rig it. Oh, boy. Don't tell anybody to commit crimes. That's a bad move.
It's their skin to give away.
You know what? That is true, actually. See, I don't even know how that works, so I was just kind of making it up.
I don't know. I'm not a content creator.
Okay. All right, Mr. Content Creator over here. Well, once again, we're going to be seeing Ghost Gaming pick up yet another pistol round. They've been so consistent with it. Honestly, they do a good job, and they always get this second round. But okay, Koala Noob does fall down, drops a Vandal, which is kind of huge if high rollers are able to pick that one up.
And that third round conversion was not able to happen previously for Ghost Gaming, but now they're stuck on top of the corner. And no. Oh, this is so unfortunate. Fraggleton 2 takes a bunch of damage well. Given by that aftershock. And they find him. They see what all those angles are holding. And the trades are actually working out by the end of it. Although it's only 3v2 still, but Hyrule is getting a lot more out of this than I probably previously expected. Fraggleton only has 3 health. But that might be all that he needs. They pop up behind him. He doesn't get it. You gotta hit that dome to send him home. And now you're all alone, Damon.
Yeah. And that's just going to be a quick cleanup as well. They're even able to pick up the Vandal that was dropped earlier on, so they're going to make sure that they can carry that gun forwards into a next round. Ghost Gaming now hitting double digits and are looking pretty clean. Like you said, the high rollers, I thought that was it was actually a really nice positioning that we were able to see Fraggleton kind of take there, but unfortunately just a couple of missed Sheriff shots just did not allow them to get that. If Fraggleton was able to pick those ones up, then I think that round would have gone a completely different direction.
Yeah.
But Ghost Gaming, they're going to be going for that bonus. Let's see how this one works out for them. The high rollers are going to have the guns in their hands, and I imagine we're going to be seeing a little bit of a faster tempo on this round. They're already anticipating this B-side hit, but they slowed it right down. They want to take their time, get a little bit of information, get their agents set up before they actually decide to invest anything. It's when the smokes come down, that's when you know they're going to be committing.
No, it's economy as well to try to play with before now. To change things up just a bit more towards the B-side.
No!
Oh my God.
The Bucky is back, baby.
They do it to him again, like how it got done before. Quality watch the angle. The smoke covers just enough of it. And he gets out alive by the skin of his hair. But John QT does not care. One more. And, he's not concussed. He moves back just in time. Listen, do one more. That was sick. Should he give it over from high rollers? It's 2v1 though.
Nope.
And that's not happening.
Yeah, Demon able to pick up a sweet little 4K. Had that Vandal, just kind of sprayed them down. You didn't quite see that on the camera there, but it was a nice little 2K that just kind of came through. The members of Ghost Gaming were right beside one another, and that just allowed for a couple of easy taps to tap a couple of heads, and the rest was history. But honestly, not the worst. We expected that on the third round in this half. And now this is going to be Ghost Gaming able to buy up their own rifles. Their economy is not super strong where they won't be able to buy up their full shields. They might be a little bit lighter on their abilities, but it will be enough to keep them competitive in this incoming round here. As this is such an aggressive defense coming in here. Nismo has the lineups ready to go and is already on top of a box, and domes 7 from downtown.
Double blast pack. He got that prime view all the way up top. He's looking down on him. You would think he was on a skyscraper with how tall he is. That man 9 feet and be like, yo, yo, ants down there, bop, bop, you, bam, bam.
Exactly. We're going to get a nice little replay of that. Just sees the little bit of pigtails come out from that Neon.
Sick.
Able to just get a quick headshot there and then just finds another right away. Such good stuff coming in from Nismo for a nice little 3K there.
Yeah.
Giving the other team a haircut at that point. But that's absolutely wild. You want the analysis there? Gun shoot good for Nismo, heads found.
Classic. It seems as though that's so much to Valorant, though. Well, command put out. Extra sniper available on the overdrive, though.
You want to play? Let's
But
play.
high rollers, though. Having the orbital strike is quite nice, especially for the post-plan if possible. Pay attention to Nismo here. I've not found him in the corner. I know that they checked this, but they don't even need him, as trading angle is so well set up for Ghost Gaming. They have their exit routes planned, and they ensure that high rollers have no way to make an exit.
And I'm going to be honest with you, Ghost Gaming were just in flawless positions. They were watching every single angle. They even had...
It's so sick.
It was amazing. And they even had somebody on site, but they didn't even need to pop out. And you know why they didn't need to pop out? Because the rest of the crossfires were set up absolutely beautifully.
Insane.
And it just made it
Insane.
so easy. Yes.
I know.
They just had to spray them down, and the high rollers didn't even stand a chance in that round. Now,
Not even one chance.
this is going to be match point. Ghost Gaming are 12 on this map, and the high roller economy is not looking fantastic, but they're going to have to make this one work. A lot of ultimates online for Ghost Gaming as well. Nismo back in his position with that showstopper online, looking for another cheeky shot there, but is not going to be able to find that. So let's see how this one goes.
Same position that they had before as well, but as I let it pop in, look at that! One onside, immediately given away, but it looks to find one more. Kawanu looking for the
7.
second, pops in 7, but still with a stinger, looking for one more, or 7th even maybe, but the comeback.
Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder, look in, and everybody's off their feet. Rise up they shall, and down they fall. Overdrive is there. Nobody's paying the electricity bills. The lights are out. They get
7.
zipped, and
Oh,
one
it's a
more.
duel.
7 does it again.
Oh, man, okay. After one overdrive that maybe didn't get too much stuff, 7 turns that one around and made it look absolutely beautiful. A lot was invested, though, from the high rollers. They popped a couple of ultimates to make sure that they won that round. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit skeptical about that because they have to do it 6 more times if they want to force out that overtime.
And why not? Let's do it 6 more times.
They don't have the ultimates, simply that.
Okay, maybe not, but here's the thing here, Marcus. You gotta pay attention to that zap. It don't matter. I think after a round like that, anything is possible when you're part of a team.
I thought you were going to say anything is possible at flying Rhino Junior High.
I mean, that's
Shout out to anybody who knows
that's
that
a
one.
Canadian joke.
Oh, no. Is it? All right, well, 7 is going in right now. The high rollers, 6 more rounds before they can potentially get to overtime now.
That jump pick again, Quallen, who wants to try to punish him, but decides to hold off, though. Opposite not giving away, but still in a 5v5. Crucial yet again, Orbital Strike still available, though. You want to pay attention to that, and so is the run back that they could get with a showstopper as they rotate around.
And actually, this is really interesting. We've seen Ghost Gaming kind of slow things down. They're not necessarily poking out, but they were able to intimidate the high rollers to completely back out of A. So now we're getting to see that rotation coming around onto the B site. This time around, I think they're going to have a much easier time being able to make their way onto site and get themselves set up. The smokes are already down, and they're going to be moving in.
Let's see how they do it, though. Option it again from Quallen, who will be set up. Oh! A little bit off on the timing, and so is the aftershock. Not going to get punished for that either. No low health bars. I mean, we're finally here for what's that magic word, Marcus?
I don't know what the magic word is. You're putting me on the spot.
5v5 retake. That's
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Orbital strike put out. They're trying to punish them right on top of the site, but these moves. With him being taken
7.
down 7. is deciding to make their lives so much harder. An orbital strike in return, and Ghosts are bringing it back somehow. They're actually finding them. The Rolling Thunder again to hold them off the site. They catch them all. It's just Coach Joe. He can't stop it. They're holding down the spike, but it's only about half. He has to stick it, but they can't do it. It's one more, and Ghosts are going through.
Man, okay. Even though they lost that, I got to give massive props to High Rollers there. I thought that defense, or sorry, the post-plant positioning was so good coming out from them. Obviously, it's a little bit more difficult going up against a couple of ultimates like that Rolling Thunder. It's really going to slow down your momentum to be able to push into there. But honestly, it looked like they were starting to get a little bit comfortable on the attack. And so, honestly, a good thing that Ghost Gaming were able to stop them there. Otherwise, maybe we could have had a different story. It would have been a tall mountain to climb, but not an impossible one.
No, it was, like you're saying, 6 more rounds, but that same investment simply was not possible. But solid starts all around that they had between these two teams, so we'll see how Ghost continues to go on forward. But like you already said here, Marcus, right, Ghost, we know that the favorites to win. We know they're going to do a good job. But I think with rounds and games like that, it only helps their momentum going forward.
Yeah, and this is the really cool thing. I am so impressed with John QT's Neon plays. Usually, maybe more in ranked, you do see Neons just kind of charge in there and unfortunately not get too much value. But when you play Neon well and you play Neon in a team setting, you can just see how much value your Neon can get. And of course, we can't forget this play from Nismo. That's so cheeky. Just gets a nice little 3K before they even leave their spawn. So aggressive, and it works out for Ghost Gaming every single time. 7 really trying to pull that one back in the second half. But of course, we have to talk about Fraggleton coming in from High Rollers, because Fraggleton did an amazing job as well.
Fraggleton had 3 rounds there where I was going to stick, he's going to solo carry the game because he's been such a thorn on Ghost's side. But we said it all throughout the entire game. Ghost, the way they have themselves set up on both the techniques, especially the defense too, have been so interesting to watch. So if you're playing against Ghost right now, y'all make sure to pay attention to where they're chilling at on the map, because it's going to be either your uptake or your downfall.
Yeah, and well, I mean, based on how Ghost Gaming were kind of doing yesterday, this kind of tracks. And actually, we do have an interview ready to go with the man with the beautiful mustache himself. Tanner is going to be talking to a proto right now.
I'm here on the main stage right now with my man Aproto, their victory over High Rollers. First and foremost, I want to get your thoughts, right? We just opened up groups here. You guys qualified in the LCQ, had a pretty easy day yesterday. How did it feel on main stage to start the day?
It feels good. It's always fun being on stage. A lot better than on the pieces there, but the feeling of it,
Right.
It's much better. But yeah, it's good so far.
Yeah, so you guys are doing some interesting things. Obviously, maybe not to delve too deep into the strategies behind it all, but you're one of very few teams who aren't rocking the breach on Haven. You guys are bringing out that KO and making that work. But I think most importantly, we got to talk about what we just saw in Fracture, right? You guys are bringing in the Rays and the Neon. Can you kind of talk to us a little bit about that?
We like the aggression with double duelist on that map. Running it down. With Brim, you've got 3 smokes you can drop instantly, so you can hit bomb sites immediately. With Stim also, so your teammates can follow up with the Neon too, at a decent pace. So I think we want to try new comps and eventually be able to pull out several comps on the same map, and switch between them. But that's a new one we're liking.
Yeah, definitely a good place to be as more agents come out, and we're starting to see teams slowly counter other teams in the way that they're playing.
Yeah.
I guess, is that something that we can expect throughout the rest of the weekend, or are you guys going to be breaking out more of that playbook and maybe trying some of the different things? How much is Nerd Street Champs for Ghost Gaming? This is a better question. How much is it experimental for you guys, or are you really looking to lock it in and take the whole thing home?
Well, I think we definitely want to take the whole thing home, especially with us not making LCQ. We want to win as many of these tournaments as we can, and I think we'll be pulling out all the stops or pulling out some things that we've been hiding and all that,
Okay, I like it. No saving strats, nothing like that. I got 2 more quick ones for you. Okay,
Yep.
Which finger is the Nerd Street Championship ring going on if you get it?
I don't know. What do you got? That's the wedding ring finger, right?
That's this one. On your right hand, you're good. Left hand, you're married.
There you go. Yeah, so the right hand then.
Okay, right hand. I
Yeah.
got you for sure. And then any last words, any shout outs, anything like that, where can the people find you if you want to look at the camera and talk to them?
Where can they find me?
Yeah, where can they find a proto?
Either twitch.tv/aproto or twitter.com/officialaproto. Yeah, that's about it.
There it is. Find them on Twitter. Make sure you follow them. They're going to be on the main stage once more, taking on Sonics next, and that's going to be after, of course, a short break.
I'm here with the homies, all right, from Roy's Kittens. Yeah, why don't y'all go ahead and introduce yourself, your name, your Twitter at, what you do, and what makes you different.
All right. So my name is Roy. This is the Roy's Kitten Shelter. This is Kitten 1, Kitten 2, Kitten 3, Kitten 4, and Kitten 5 over there.
Meow for me.
Now this sounds like there's undertones
Meow
here.
for me. Meow. Thank you. Christian?
Meow.
Meow. Meow.
I'll meow for you later, bro.
Yeah, what's up, homies? I'm Ravish. We're here to talk to some of the absolute best people at LAN here today. I'm talking about top fraggers. We're gonna talk to the dog too. Let's find out. I know this is usually a pretty hard person to try to track down. You know, he just came back from a match. He just lost as well. So we'll see what we can get out of him. He's right here. Little homie. What's up with you? Go ahead and play Twitter for us too, and just see where you're at. Okay, that's I believe that's a rough cast. My brother, what I need to know from you as well, which player are you most afraid of facing at LAN? You know, I would have said Screwface, but like, that's fair. Yo, you think 5'4" is the new 6 feet? Just for my satisfaction. That's crazy. You just gonna say that to me? Bold, front and center? Chat, if this man was not a dog, I promise you the amount of quit longers he would have on him right now. I need y'all to be ready. Who's your favorite caster here? Huh? Who? Tanner Metro is also my favorite caster as well. That's fine. That's okay. I completely understand. I can't compete. This was an unfun interview. I'm having a bad time, and I bet you are too, huh? Thank you. Rapture, grab a shout.
I'm back on the floor with our pit liaison, Lil Josie. We went through it earlier. The games are still in progress. Now you've got us to run through our first round of groups.
For sure, yeah. So we had DNA Diff actually take a 2-0 right here, and Core as well. They both won their first respective matches. They're going to be going into their upper bracket decider in just a minute, which should be on some of the side streams, which you guys can check out at home. So we have Nerd Street A, Nerd Street B, we have Nerd Street 2, and then we have our stage match, which will be coming up, which will be Ghost Gaming again, but they'll be playing Sonics now for their upper decider match.
Sonics on the main stage once more, and You can see the guys, they're getting all set up here. Everybody's going out and grabbing
Oh yeah, this is
snacks
Roy's
wherever you
Kitten
can.
Shelter with a big comeback to actually take the last map 13-11. They took the second map 13-6, and as we move down, big upset there, 2-0. We have Wolfwood also waiting in the next round.
Oh yeah. Wolfwood.
We have
Lost
Nightblood in the middle.
A rough game against Native, but we know that you guys are going to bounce back. Absolutely, we are Wolfwood believers in this house. And earlier we caught it, right, Josie? City Boys, one of the very few teams here that got to play Pearl.
Yeah, and they lost Pearl and then lost map 2 to Roy's Kitten Shelter, which we were looking at. Lots of empty chairs. Everyone's taking a little break going into that next match. But yeah, big upset there for City Boys.
Yeah, that's a tough one. But when you look at, I guess, what Roy's Kitten Shelter, you know, the kittens. We're Valorant
What are you
players.
gonna do?
We're all kittens. What are you going to do? Absolutely. What are you going to do?
And we can check
Well,
out
looks
this
like-
match, which is actually the Virtuoso match. Looks like Virtuoso's up 10-7 on map 3.
Oh, map 3.
Map 3, yeah. So big rounds here, 10-7. Virtuoso with a 5v5. Brown just started.
So yeah, 10-7, map 3, Virtuoso. This is our last group stage, correct?
Correct.
Or our group 1, rather, our last group 1.
Correct. We also, if we want to take a quick look, we can see nearest airport, see if they're still playing.
Oh yeah, let's
Excuse
take a
me,
peek.
guys. It looks like they may have just wrapped it up 13-11. They won map 1 14-12, won map 2 13-11. So close matches for our top seed of the day, actually.
Very close matches. I think nearest airport, probably one of 2 teams we're expecting to make it really deep.
Definitely.
Ghost Gaming, obviously, they're taking all their time on the main stage for the most part, and they'll probably maybe continue to be there. I think we're expecting them to make it all the way, but I guess we'll eventually have to see.
It's an open land, so a lot of teams are coming in from LCQ. I saw Guppies, actually with Ian from the Sonics filling in. So he's playing on that team, Pug Squad, but they took a map off
They look
Virtuoso, and they're in map 3 right now.
They
So
look great, yeah. the
lots of
Guppies.
upsets coming on.
Yeah, the Guppies look great yesterday on the mainstream as well, so somebody to keep your eye out for sure. I believe we're ready to get it back to our casters. They're trying to get the game started. Well, I guess maybe we got some time. Josie, you got to give us something. Who's your dark horse?
Dark horse of the day. I mean, obviously, you can't go wrong with saying Ghost coming from the LCQ and running through the bracket. Like
That is true.
That's an obvious. But, man, dude, Virtuoso would have been my dark horse, but they lost map 1. They're in map 3. So right now I'm kind of on the fence. But Native Gaming actually had a good series. They won 2-0. So Native Gaming looking strong. Like we were saying earlier, when we were right back here in the same spot. Little older, more seasoned veteran players. So we'll see if that pays off on LAN. We see Cutler just looking absolutely handsome as he sits down.
Yeah, they all look so good. I'm actually waiting for the call once I get back on the mic to cast to say, is it hot in here or is it just Cutler?
It is.
It is just Cutler. That's what it is. We also got Mark Bach Wilson in the house. Nerd Street Goat now doing his own thing. So shout out Bach for showing up and saying hello to everybody. It looks like the players are getting ready to jump on into it. We still got to wait. Ghost, they're running the show. They're the kings here. They're not on the thrones yet.
Yeah. Ghost is dragging their feet for vetoes, expected. They got a little bit of an ego, but we're going to go talk to Kaplan and make sure that he gets vetoes started for you guys.
There it is. We got to get vetoes started for you guys, and obviously, that's we can't sit here and tell you the vetoes. Maybe our casters can, so we're going to hop off of here. Josie?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the pit.
Day 1 of the Nerd Street Champs LAN over at Georgetown had a lot of exciting moments, a lot of upset potentials, and one team that really stood out to me was Texas A&M University making the upset happen in Group B over BBG Academy, but BBG Academy made a big comeback happen in the quarterfinals. They made out groups on the low side and took down one of the tournament favorites of Psycho's Murray crew, which otherwise known as Exet and Friends, but UG Academy being one of the favorites as well. We expect it to be a fantastic match, and indeed it was. Coming on the other side of the groups, it was Fluid Gaming, it was BAP, and it was We Live Here, by the way, being teams that really stood out to us and teams to look forward into day number 2.
And on day 2, we followed We Live Here, by the way, from the quarterfinals where they took down BAP in 2-0 fashion to the semis where they had to take on the Titans of BBG Academy who were coming off of their victory over Psycho's Money Crew or Exet and Friends. And, well, a tough map won, but the momentum was just enough for We Live Here, by the way, to close things out in that series in the semis in 2-0 fashion once more to find themselves in the grand finals. And on the other side of the bracket, it was a tough road. It was a rocky road, but it was TAMU Maroon that eventually made their way on through to deliver an explosive grand finals. And after 3 long maps and an overtime at the very end of it, It was explosive. When the dust settled, when the smoke cleared, it was TAMU Maroon sitting atop the comically large throne here at the Georgetown, Texas land.
Welcome to our recap of the NSG Champs Valorant 8 Open. We opened things up with Team Wreckaroo dropping Mach 5 on Breeze and Icebox 13-10 and 13-3 respectively, while elsewhere in the Open, we saw both Cloud9 and Virtuoso go to OT alongside DNA Diff and Crouchshoot. Speaking of DNA Diff, they unfortunately had a premature exodus from the event in the semifinals. Wreckaroo were able to continue their 2-0 streak into the semis and drop DNA Diff. But on stream, it was NYFU, the underdogs, up against Virtuoso to come out 2-0 in that series just the same. It was consistency that was key for the New York faithful as they went 13-11 and 13-5 between Bind and Split, respectively. Our grand finals, much shorter than a lot of people expected, especially considering Wreckaroo's dominance in the quarters and the semis. Split and Icebox, the only two maps required. Unfortunately for Team Wreckaroo, they had a combined 6 rounds between them. It was 13-1 and 13-5 for NYFU as they became dominant and open champions in our 8th iteration of online events.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Champs Finals. My name is Marcus Casting alongside Ravishing Ravish. And you know what? Hey, you're looking pretty comfortable over here, aren't you?
I am. My back feels so straight. It feels as though my posture has been realigned. I feel like a newer, taller person.
And you know what? That's the Elemax competitive advantage you've been waiting on. Featuring cooling, heat, and massage, the Elemax will keep your gaming sessions going even longer with body temperature regulation and increased focus. The future of gaming is here, and you can shop now at Mavix.com. And you know what? If you're shopping there, make sure to use code NSG to save $55 off your Mavix gaming chairs. That's $5 more than $50.
That's actually very, very accurate math that I did not think that you were actually capable of. I'm proud of you. Wow.
That's
good job.
that's my job. I got the numbers. They're all
You're
crunching up
right.
here.
You literally do stats and stuff and
Yeah.
create spreadsheets and things.
I do. Excel. It's not the best. Let me just tell you that.
Wow. Okay. Now you're just throwing yourself under the bus without me.
No,
saying
it's the
anything.
program, not me. Okay.
But
All right.
either way, we of course do have some tweets to look at with hashtag Nerd Street Champs. Of course, Tanner Meowtro
there he
using
is.
the classic brand of that meow. Putting that out there. Hi, hello to Stickbug from wherever you are. Hey, look at that. What's going on with you? Hi. He's so ravishing, guys. Hashtag Nerd Street Champs. Thank you, Marcus Wong. I'm right beside you.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I'm right here.
Hey, you wanted
Just
people to come
talk
up here
to me.
and let
Wow,
you
how
know
hard
that
is
you
it?
look
Just
great.
Look me in the eyes and tell me you don't like me. Just do that for me real quick. Can
Why are
you?
you going negative with this one? All I'm saying is you wanted people to hype you up, and so I'm just out here trying to support you on this one. And you know what? Look at that face. How can you say no to that? But yeah, if you want to get in on the action, then make sure to use hashtag NerdStreetChamps. And you can get a bunch of wonderful photos up here as well. Look at that fantastic photo taken from our last match from the Nerd Street.
You're right. Let's go fist bump right now. Let's do it. Ow! I'm hurt. I'm suing you.
Uh-oh.
It was
I
a
can't
trap.
afford that. Please. Sir, please. I'm just out here. I'm surviving, not
I got
thriving.
you. Yeah, sir, as well. We got Griffin on screen too because, as we said before, Mark Buck Wilson also did come by. OG and NSG legend as well, also host on VCT. Big fan of Mark Buck Wilson. Asked him at Bobcat. You can go and find him. But, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the game that we're to come up. And if you want to talk about the game and more, remember, hashtag Nerd Street Champs and more. Marcus, game?
Well, the game is Valorant.
Wow.
Yes, I know it's crazy. No, we got Sonics going up against Ghost Gaming. We've been hyping up Ghost Gaming all day thus far. We know that they are a fantastic team.
Yes.
And one of the favorites to win it all. But this time around, they're coming up against Sonics. A little bit of a newer roster coming out from this team, but Sonics is still a pretty reputable organization. And you know what? I'm expecting good stuff to come out from this team.
I am as well. Sonics is an OG Aussie squad as well too. But now the only Aussie left on the team, I believe, was Crunchy. I was talking to him yesterday, which, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, Crunchy kind of looks like our producer Ito.
Oh my goodness, you are right.
If you were to clay doll and kind of like shape him up, that'd be Crunchy.
That's an interesting mental picture that you've just painted for me.
Yeah,
but you know what?
You're
doing such a good job with your words over there, and that's why they pay you the big bucks to be up.
That's
on the
100%.
desk.
And it goes, of course, we did just stream on stream as well. Not too long ago, they did take a very dominant 2 maps.
Yep.
Of course, up against High Rollers. So we'll see if they have the exact same sort of results. As of right now, where we see with Breeze and Bind taken away, and that is Haven and Fracture to start things off once again. And it's the exact same maps. It's the exact same.
Oh, we running it back. It's literally just the same maps that we saw. We've talked about them last time, but I want to just highlight something here because once again, going in onto Haven, which is Sonic's pick, and Ghost Gaming looked absolutely dominant the last time we saw them on Haven. Interestingly enough, they're doubling down. They want more practice on Fracture.
Yes.
Compared to Haven, they didn't look as great in it, but you know what? They still came out with the dub. It was a very commanding scoreline. It's 13-6 at the end of it. Not as close as Haven, which I believe was 13-3. And so you know what? They're going to take it back on Fracture, see what they can do, and bust out some cool strats, and potentially, once again, we're dangling that carrot in front of us. Pearl on the horizon if we do hit map number 3.
And you do have to remember, yet again, Haven is Sonic's pick.
Yes.
So we'll see if they get decimated like they did before, like High Rollers did. But I think there is a small, tiny advantage. If you look at the venue, right here at Philly, for Energy at the block, and with local host, there is a giant Sonics Rocket League car here. It is branded in their name. That's crazy.
Yeah, you can just feel the energy just radiating out of this car, powering up Sonics. They're ready to just frag out on the server. But you know what? It is Rocket League, so hopefully that also helps out their Valorant team as well. We can't confirm nor deny it, but still, the energy in here is definitely supporting, giving Sonics a little bit of a push forwards.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see maybe if they do have that car buff, considering they are branded towards it. And by the way, I know we talked a lot about 8 Proto as well, but you know Crunchy as well, really handsome, really nice guy. Has a really cool Aussie accent. His voice like oi oi oi, you know, walks up oi oi oi. So this then. Well, that's not really obviously not it, but
it was like adjacent.
Yeah, it's Aussie adjacent.
Aussie adjacent, yeah.
Sure, man, yeah. Why not? But you know, he managed to find that. He's also like 6'4" as well. He's
commanding.
really built top heavy too.
Yeah. He's definitely just an assertive person, an
He is.
assertive individual,
He
but
is.
also super nice. You know, you wouldn't expect
Yeah.
that.
Really nice guy as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. But
I wonder if he-
there we go. We got the car.
Ah, yeah. Look, that's a Sonics
Do you
car
feel
that we
the
have
aura
as well.
coming out of the Sonics car?
Huh?
Do you feel the aura just radiating from the Sonics car?
I feel the Australian power that's coming out, as though snakes and spiders will jump right out. I don't know which accent this is. Like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, currently. But I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing here with that. But hey, you know, maybe they do manage to get the buff. As we see, teams are up on stage, setting on up, and so we get to just chill, hang out, and podcast for a little bit.
Did you know, speaking of Australia,
Stop.
if you flush a toilet in Australia, it will go the opposite direction than up here?
Huh?
Yeah. It's a whole thing with being on the south hemisphere versus the northern hemisphere.
So like gravity works different there, or what
It
is
just spins just at the other direction. It's kind of wild. You should look it up. Something about magnetic fields. I'm not 100% sure.
So let's say if I go to like Peru,
Yep.
does it spin the other direction?
Yeah.
What?
If you drain a massive body of
What?
water, it'll spin, I believe it is counterclockwise on the southern hemisphere and clockwise on the northern hemisphere. There's some science facts for you, but shout out to
What?
Choice Plays.
Hi, Choice. See, I turned for my
Bunch of people saying
FOMO
hi to
and
him,
chat
yeah.
for Nerd Street Chess. You know what, man? I respect it, bro. I would be sad if I wasn't here either, because I'm very happy that I'm here right now. Yo, because like we got the whole audience starting to fill up as well. Everybody here looking to just hang out, watch some more super sweet games. So if you're in the Philly area, come on down, come say hi, give me a high five. I'll high five you back, not you.
Oh, boy, you high-fived me earlier.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's the only one you get. Hey, look at Crunchy right there. See, look.
Ah, there he is.
Come back, taking his seat. What a mountain of a man he is.
I love how these segments are just turning into hyping up the players, not necessarily for their performance, but just for how they are physically built.
I'm very shallow. I'm extremely shallow. Yes.
I
Can
mean,
you tell?
listen, you know what? That's the whole point of being in LAN, right? You get to actually see what your opponents look like. You get to size them up in person before you just go in game where everyone is at exactly the same height.
And if you're Mr. Funhaver, you get to yell at them from across the area.
Yes, we can't forget about that.
Yeah.
I heard a bunch of that this morning as well.
I did. He's been quiet so far, thankfully.
Yeah,
Which has been nice.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a break, you know. We'll see if that
really excited about
you know might drum up a little bit as the day goes on.
You think so?
Potentially. Just depends
you know
on
what?
how far the Why Do We Suck is the team. How far they go in the bracket, right?
But we're not looking at Why Do We Suck. We're looking at Ghost versus
Yes,
Sonic.
we
Says,
are.
I believe the players are all very close to getting into our second match of the day, our second BO3. And look at that. We have Agent Select on top of the screen. And so far, it looks pretty much what we had before.
Yeah, I'm expecting a very similar composition coming in from Ghost Gaming.
Yep.
I mean, obviously, dominance was asserted the last time against the High
It
Rollers.
was.
13-3, just going to remind you of that scoreline once again. And honestly, I love the way that they were playing it. I commented on how
Yeah.
they were consistently swapping up which agents were playing on which of the sites.
Yeah.
And I think they all do an excellent job. You can tell that no matter where they are, they're going to be using their utility appropriately. And yeah, we're seeing a pretty much Ghost composition, and hey, there's some of that screaming you were talking
You know,
about.
remember what I
earlier,
was
dude.
saying, how he hasn't yelled so far? Man.
You jinxed it. Nah, you cast or cursed in this one. But I want to focus in on Sonic's roster. Specifically, Pure is coming in with the Raze. And actually, I love the synergy that you bring out with Raze and Fade. Honestly, that is a match made in heaven.
It is indeed. Now, like you're saying, yeah, Pure coming in here as well, which is really cool. You know, Pure we see on a ton of different pro teams. Well, this guy is a disgustingly good duelist player too. His aim battles are legendary. So I think, you know, with this sort of comp so far, I think they should probably be running back with the Neon once again. He traded over the double initiator on the attack. Taking over the side of Sonic. So we'll see how things shape out. But I think with Ghost right now, it should have pretty much the standard start that we saw before with the Astra alongside the Chamber. Man, I said it. I said he was quiet. I said it. I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. That
No,
is
I'm not
my
saying
bad.
that I called it, but I'm starting to wonder whether or not I actually truly am psychic with some of the calls that I've been making today, you know?
You're right. You're 100% correct. But we'll see right now if you do manage to at least shape things out. Because with Ghost and Sonics going up against the second BO3, this match, I think, is one that many people have been waiting for. Sonics have been running themselves through the Tier 2 scene for quite some time, and Ghost themselves, the VCD circuit. Match that I know that the Nerd Street champs, many, have been dying in anticipation to uphold and look for more.
Yeah, and then we're just getting loaded into this map. Once again, we're going to be starting things out on Haven. This is Sonic's map pick. Ghost Gaming, they looked really good before. Let's see if they can run it back one more time. They're starting us out on defense yet again. And you know what? They're just going to make this one look incredibly rehearsed. You can already see the way that they're starting to set up their squad.
Yeah.
This is yet another iteration from how we've seen them play it based on the last match.
We'll see if that kind of changes so far. We talked a lot about Ghost positioning, so we'll see how Sonics actually does adapt to it.
Yeah.
But considering it's just pretty standard setups between these two teams, Ghost on the defense. Starting off out the rip, looking towards that C site. For potential take as they want to go in.
Yeah, and all of the players of Ghost actually are completely absent from the site. They're holding Garage. And so to me, this reads like they're thinking about just potentially playing that retake there. They do have a little bit of utility in order to scout this one out. And yeah, as soon as the execute comes in from Sonics, we're going to see Ghost Gaming get themselves in order and ready for this retake.
Brock already finds one right away on the entry and finding two on just different angles as well with the looking to try to pop in with Crutchy being taken down because of 3v5. Now look, and let's see what Koala Noob can do. They finding one after the next. Nice flash to lock the entry. And that's an ace for Brock out of nowhere. Right with the Ghost. That's why it's named after the org.
Ghost diff coming through there. All of the members took some damage. Their health bars are not full, but that's going to be the ace coming in from Brock. And honestly, the timing from Ghost Gaming to just move in on Sonics after that spike went down was fantastic. You could tell that Sonics, they wanted to get themselves set up, but Ghost didn't even give them a chance. More specifically, Brock didn't even give him a chance. Got that information, just played those corners so smart. The team obviously enabled him as well. A couple of very key flashes just to allow Brock to frag out and close out the pistol round. Ghost Gaming have not lost a pistol round since we started.
He's buying a Vandal round
I mean, why
too.
not?
Exactly. He's so rich. So that's one that we know he can definitely afford to be able to do so. But let's look toward the next. For now, he gets punished. Oh, that is such a big loss.
Yeah, the Valorant gods giveth and they taketh away as soon as you start.
Unfortunately, with that though, this does allow the ace side to be taken over by Sonics at least. For them losing down, John QT has picked up the mantle of the Vandal. Nothing more to be had, but Izu gets caught moving into a connection, trying to get the punish down, and Crunchy starting it off with a Marshall. That's a 3K for him. Every single angle and entry for Ghost taken out, and they might be able to get the save on this too.
Oh, no
That's
way.
Second.
Oh.
And Brock gets the final. Sonics 1-1. We're turning it off hot.
Yeah, we're absolutely starting it off hot. Such a good thrifty coming out from Sonics there. And even at that, even if they lost on site, they didn't even realize that there was a flanking chamber coming from their spawn. Honestly, just so well played from Sonics. Unfortunately, the gamble didn't work out. Crunchy with that Marshall. Just finding heads left, right, and center. It'll just completely shut down the Ghost retake and just walk themselves through. Obviously, Shank with a nice little 2K to close out that round, but they're right back into things. Now the economy not looking as good for Ghost, where Sonics, a lot of rifles coming in, so Ghost got to play this one a little bit more creatively if they want to come out on top.
Sonics for now, a similar position to what they had before. Full plays across between these two teams. As you know, Ghost likely gonna buy a couple of rifles, so buy on both sides should be decently even, but for the Ghost right now as well. They're 4 stacked on C, completely giving up all their control towards a half of the map. Is Buck looking over that shorty?
And interestingly enough, we actually see Ghost have set themselves up on C, just like you said, but they're allowing the Neon to run around between A and B. And that's just to give that information as to where they might be. I imagine this Neon, John QT, will be able to slip away as this B side execute comes in.
He's playing towards the backside of it, only the classic outside right now, and they allow for the spike to be planted on the B side. This should be a 5v5. As John QT pops and the concuss goes out, but they're all off the site. They're going to have to try to find a pretty decent flank to take them away, but Neasblue goes down. The nade is big. At second for Pure. And now Ghost fall one after the next. Tough goings. They can find no angles to take down any of the members of Sonics as it looks to be a flawless round.
Yeah, a nice, easy, flawless round coming out from Sonics. Ghost Gaming, you know, this is the reason why you would want to bring a Raze over the Neon. Neon, really good at moving around, really good at getting space for your team, and really good at getting information. But the Raze, even though she is pretty quick, not as fast as Neon, does have the explosives though. You got those paint shells back, you can stall for days. And there was nothing that Ghost Gaming could do in order to get themselves in cleanly, and it was just so well played post-plant from Sonics. This is going to be the round though that Ghost are going to be able to potentially come back in. Enjoy is going to be busting out this operator, looking down C long, could potentially catch an Astra in the back there, but luckily just misses that shot.
Good jump peek to gives away the orb, and out the smoke field. Now there, alongside the flash, they use all the util to make sure to clear out a Proto.
Well, that's so much info.
And against the entire util dump that was given away, they know with only Proto going down, move back in. Quality has to come up big here. A nice fresh shot. But that'll be it.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's all because of Brock. I got so much info. That fade utility is so good. The Nightfall coming in, matching, and Pure can't get the showstopper off.
Showstopper immediately with him going down. That punish is nice, at least not for Ghost. Looking for at least some sort of retribution after those 2 initial rounds. And they know the call the noob watching with the up as well. There's no way they managed to make the way back in. He has not crossed the threshold. Being slowed down. So Sonics have to commit to this. They put up the eye once again to catch possibly where they are. And the Prowler only catches one towards a single angle. But now Brock this time loses the duel. Crunchy with the entry. Second, and he clears them both out. There's one more left to go. But they get down 2 more. Goes. Take it back.
Wow, Crunchy was chomping right through them for a second there. But I love that how Ghost Gaming were able to set them up. First of all, shutting down the showstopper was instrumental in just completely shutting down the Sonics push onto the site. And the thing was too, because Koala Noob did have that operator that was able to go in on the flank, they had to commit onto the site. Honestly, if Crunchy did not find a couple of those picks there, their hands would have been tied behind their backs and they would have to march right into a bunch of Vandal gunfire, and it was not going to be a good time. However, Crunchy came up with 2. The round was looking possible. Didn't matter though. The positioning from Ghost was elite, and the rest was history. This time around though, Sonics, they're going to be poking in onto that A site.
Still, if you look at it right now, they're still all on the outside. They want to try to at least force Ghost off of the initial positionings. And with the Astro Stars too, they're looking on sewers as well. And with them not being able to catch any of them there, they should know that they're still pretty much holed up onto the site. And Ghost so far have not actually committed their lead to A. There's a lot of their focus is still positioned towards Garage and C.
Yep, they don't want to give that up, and based off of how these last rounds have kind of gone, we haven't really seen that clean A-site hit just quite yet. We saw an A-site hit earlier, but it was a little bit messy, especially with the different guns here, but a lot of utility being invested, and hopefully they're able to make something happen with it.
Koala waiting for them to drop in. As he out there looking for a shallow angle. Nice shot, off gone, and cannot reposition. Oh, really solid punch taken away from Rooney. And now John QT also going down. That means the A side is finally taken away. Only one going down from the side of the Sonics. After trying to take any day of the week.
Yeah, and I imagine that they're going to have more than enough time to get themselves in good positions thanks to that Cosmic Divide coming online for Sonics. You can see now Ghost Gaming are going to get ready to move in onto the site, but they have to be careful. So many good angles being held by Sonics.
Speaking of the angles held by Sonics, Rooney does it again. There's Odds watching down by Heaven. The wallbang keeps working out, and Ghost is up right now. I think they got a save here, Marks. Yeah.
Yeah. You just got to back out of there. Keep those Vandals. Make sure that your economy is going to be a little bit more stable right now because it's going so back and forth. Neither of these teams are in a position where they can confidently lose a round and properly buy up all of their utility, weapons, and full armor. So you know that Ghost Gaming are going to want to take every advantage that they can. This is looking a lot more competitive than our last series, and Ghost Gaming are kind of scratching their heads right now. We are going to be seeing a timeout come in from Ghost Gaming a lot earlier on to try and figure out what's going on, but these executes coming in from Sonics have just been so good. We can talk about the utility, but they're also able to find all of the frags. And that is incredibly important. They are not missing.
Not at all. The fact that Ghosts keep getting punished even after the initial first contact plays they get, after the first picks that they have to try to find, but there's a lot they got to think about in terms of how they have to set up for the next because Sonics seem to have the number, like you were saying.
Yep.
Like previously, it was a superior positioning that managed to at least win against high rollers, but Sonics is a different team.
Oh, absolutely. And you can just tell based on how they're playing with their utility in order to set themselves up. Previously, we did see Ghost Gaming just basically use smokes to slow the momentum down. However, that is not the case for Sonics. Because of their playstyle, they're more than happy to just mosey in through those smokes, get a couple of flashes off, feel nice and confident off of the information given by their fade, and they're right in there, especially too with the Rays just flying in.
Well, let's see how much flying they can do right now. If we look with their buys, Marks, I think things look a little bit tough, sadly. I see a Guardian on these moves, which isn't too bad. A Spectre as well with a couple of light shields. So they're committing to the round as it has to be a must win for themselves. Or else the Eco will be really tough going into the next two.
Yeah, and right now they are going to be setting up for that B-side hit. Two members of Ghost, though, are watching. They could potentially catch him off guard. However, Sonics are doing their best to check their corners.
Brock has to be ready for this. Huge shot from Enjoy. And although only one goes down, a Proto doing his damnedest to at least slow down Sonics, but there's no shot of that happening. At least Spike is committed. Now let's see if actually Sonics stays on site. Where it seems actually happened before, where not all of them actually go away to try to punish them, but I think, yeah, two of them actually still staying on B, one on site and one towards Garage.
Ooh, yeah, that Boombot just able to distract Nismo enough to not find the shots. Crunchy watching in the corner, able to take Koala Noob out.
One after the next, the Ghosts just don't have a read at all on where Sonics could be. It seems like the match they had with High Rollers, what's happened, what they did to them is actually happening to them again. They just can't seem to find where Sonics might potentially be able to try to find them. And with that, they get punished over and over. And this is a Sonics lead firmly, 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and right now Sonics are looking pretty darn good. They're getting a couple of claps off just because, you know what, they're able to win it. They're just going in. They're getting the spike down so quickly, but also, too, their post plans have been really well done. Specifically, they're leaving that chamber trip behind, just allowing Enjoy to kind of entry for them and then just making sure to check those angles. Every now and then we do see teams just kind of go in on B, put the spike down, and then just back themselves off, wait, play off of a little bit more utility, stall things out. But no, they want to set up. They want to take these gun duels because they are feeling it right now, and they are fragging out and finding all the members of Ghost. Now, we're back to round 1 with how Ghost Gaming is setting themselves up, but unfortunately that just means Sonics, they're going to take the keys and walk right in on C site.
And they do it again. It's back into 5v5, but I do not think that they're going to be able to get an ace again like they did before in round number 1. Number 2 in a row. The op shot again. Enjoy.
No.
He's so quick with it. Just 2 in a row again from him. I don't know how he keeps finding that too. A fearless shot. That's 3. You might as well give him all 5. Only Pure gets punished, but Ghost right now, there's no shot to match do anything off of this. John QT knows that all he can do currently is save. And that man right there on your screen, landing one op shot after the next. Look at him, not even phased about it.
It's just so clean. I mean, you know, usually with the operators, you have them hang back a little bit more, and you want to, you know, if one of your members gets picked off, you're really far in the back, you've got that sniper rifle scope, you can just take them out. But no, we're actually seeing Enjoy kind of walk in with the front line, very confidently using that operator and finding picks before there's any reaction coming in from Ghost Gaming. We're going to get a nice little replay there. The Koala Noob not really able to use that tour de force at all, immediately got shut down by that op. And so did the rest of Ghost Gaming. A great performance coming out from him. And, well, you know, this is going to be the round that Ghost are going to be able to buy up their rifles yet again. Can they make something happen? Because right now, doesn't really seem like that is going to be the case. Koala Noob getting aggressive.
He has to come up big here too. Volley punch.
There it is.
Joy. Now him going down, second down by Cubby, but him being taken away. A 1-for-1. Koala gets a second, and this is the round that Ghost needed to have many moons ago. But with the Rune Shaka continuing so far, it does not seem like the moon's in their favor. I don't know what sign they is, but it seems like it's not their time right now. They must be Virgos.
I mean, all things considered, after that little bit of a chaotic brawl, Sonic's only 2 members left. They're going to be investing a Nightfall as well to get some information here, but John QT does not care. Finds one, looking for the next. Rooney swings the corner and takes Koala Noob out.
It's fine, it's fine. Spike's still with them. That's the clutch part. At 2v1, that's the thing. Now, will they be able to catch him on the rotation? No. Rooney slowly creeping, kind of running around all the way to the A site and goes to side you. This is fine. Because when it comes to retake, they can easily be able to try to get Rooney back.
Yeah, the one thing that I am curious about is how that haunt is going to be used. The last piece of utility available for Rooney has to make it work.
She catches them both. This is so clutch, but it doesn't matter. QT's better on the entry.
It feels like we're talking about the story of 2 operators right now.
I know.
Yeah, with just how much of an impact the first pick of the round is. One of the chambers falling down and the rest of the team just a little bit more in shambles. As long as that operator is able to reign free, it's going to be finding some people and they're going to be dead immediately. This is looking so good from both of the chambers on both of these teams. But this time around, we're actually going to be seeing Enjoy have a tour de force ready. Is still going to use the operator, save that tour de force for a little bit of a rainy day. Maybe the economy not looking as hot.
Yeah.
But it looks like this time they're going to be going in, potentially pushing into garages. Ghost Gaming have adapted their defensive style. They want to put more of their members together to make sure that they are trading effectively. They're not certain that they can find the ego duels and win them out.
3 ultimates ready right now as well for Ghost. Matched by the 2 on either side. The Rolling Thunder could be nice to try to move in and directly clear out an entire site. And Koala Noob doesn't even give them the chance to take the duel. Repositions as they have it over by C. That was such a clutch knife. They catch them by garage, they stop the other from going in, and they wasted a bit more time. This also allows a lot of Ghost to move over to the side, as there's the initial shot in. They try to fake towards garage, and now the entry. Look at these moves. Look at the second. Oh, but he wide swings it. He takes him down, but Koala Noob's still ready. He finds it one more. And the second Sonics look to drop to the floor. He's still though. Spectral hasn't gone down. He's in the corner. They know where he is. And he goes back. Spike is inside the flame walls. Showstopper. It gets him. Then actually finds him. I thought they nerfed that. It's a 1v1. Spike's still there. Catches him again. A proto with a clutch.
Yeah, there's that mustache buff for you were talking about earlier there. But I loved how Ghost actually played that defense. Previously, we saw Ghost kind of being a little bit more static. They set up their defense. They know which agents they want on each site, and they're just going to stick to their guns. That's not the case anymore. With how Sonics have been playing it, being a little bit more fluid, Ghosts are setting up their defense appropriately. We're consistently seeing members of their team rotate around the back lines, leave one agent in each site, get the information, put them in the back so that they can get away safely and have two people rotating around, specifically the Neon and the Chamber. Great stuff from Ghost. John QT, though, he's got the overdrive online and is looking to make this one count.
He not able to find one just yet. Good trade over from Shunk, but still making it a 1-for-1. The overdrive is still twirling and moving around the entire map as all of Sonics, we know them be a very defensive heavy team. As they scope out where the pit might potentially be, the jump picks from John QT, and he takes a shot to the knee.
And here we go. It looks like Sonics aren't necessarily sure where they wanted to go. They did a really good job of waiting out that overdrive, especially what we've seen John QT come up with before. However, Ghost Gaming, their defense still nice and spread out. Might not be able to react as it looks like Sonics are inching their way towards that B-side hit, and they've been very successful on B thus far.
Picking up 4v4, like you're saying, the Astral Wall is available if they wanted to cut across. Slow down the process of movements and on the side of Sonics just to cut that noise. But seems for now they'll try to go for a 20-second exec, but this makes it that much tougher. Really big heart, and he waited for him to swing in. The wall now goes down though, but I don't know if it's going to be enough as to make it a B to A push.
That's so smart.
Whiffing the second shot. Swung got a bit too far, and it's just a proto. He's 3-1. He could do
They put him on camera too.
Oh man.
Yeah, and I loved that play from Sonics. You know, they got the spike down and immediately just started to push out towards A because they knew that they were going to find somebody there, and they wanted to press their advantage forwards. And you could tell just right off the bat, Ghost Gaming were just not prepared for that level of aggression, just based on how Sonics have played on these post plants. Usually they just anchor themselves down, you know, open up the nice folding chair, grab yourself a drink, kick it back and chill and wait for the other people to come in. Just hang it tight. This time Sonics say no. They're going to be a little bit more forward thinking, going to press into their territory and find appropriate kills. This is really good coming out from Sonics thus far.
Same pop you saw previously, but this time they're stuck. They just have all those borders. He almost gets all of them. What was that? ¿Qué pasó, mi amigo? Why?
I don't even know what to say.
Analyze that right now.
Sheriff headshot, boom, and it was all history from there.
I believe it was boom, 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 boom.
Oh yeah, boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna get this nice little replay.
Boom, boom, boom.
There you go. Dives this up a little bit, but yeah, no, it's just they didn't clear it at all. They were so focused on that one-way smoke that it ended up just becoming a little bit of a distraction. And as a result, it's just Nismo just hanging out, being like, all right, now I'm going to play aim labs and find a couple of heads. So great round coming out from Ghost Gaming, and this is the last round in this half now. Tour de force online for both of these squads. 2 operators. Let's see which one comes out on top.
No commands still available for the side of Ghost Gaming. But nowhere else so far. The knife managed to find Sean that needs to be on your screen right now. That tall, beautiful, bald man is going to call the shots for his Ghost team.
You're not biased at all.
No,
not at all.
I'm not bald, though. I still got a buzz cut.
Right. Sorry. Your hair is great.
My hair.
Don't just sigh after that. Okay, we're actually seeing Sonics get set up once again to move in on B. This has been the favorite site, and Ghost are reading this pretty well this time. They do have Nismo there with that fragment, could stall them out and give them quite a bit of time.
And we can move in. The fragment, like you said, just go down, but One's already made the entry. It's the first concept. Let's go down the right away as they all have them towards the back of the site. Nobody's actually watching them.
30 seconds left.
But at least as they plant themselves firmly there. Ghost for now. The spike's not in their hands, and Sonic still is able to move all the way over there, not able to res him. They didn't know. I was almost a collapse, but Quality still gets one. Crunchy barely staying alive. The spike is down. He has 10 seconds. All they got to do is delay. Quality can't do that. So 3 more seconds, and they know the round is over. A 6-6 half.
All right, well, the first one, you know, it's pretty one-sided here, but both these teams are looking very competitive with one another. Sonics really liked that B. They really just liked moving in there and immediately just got shut down. That was one of the benefits of having Nismo with that null command on site as well. You can just shut down all of their entry abilities, and then it just makes them so difficult to get themselves onto B. But that was last half. We're in the next half. It's 6-6. Now the teams have swapped. I'm curious to see how Sonics want to play this defense. We're a little bit more familiar with how Ghost Gaming approached this offense. And it's going to be curious to see the style that Sonics comes out with. Already with Pure just waiting for this to open up, I imagine he's going to be moving forwards, but could get caught off guard if not careful.
It hasn't yet, so it's still okay.
Yeah.
But it will come down to how they make the entry.
Crunchy's so far deep.
Crunchy just moves in. He does that final one. He goes back at the smoke. He doesn't even know where he is. He allowed him to get away. Can he get more out of this? No, but he just he does season them with the shots right now. But we'll see if he can possibly find the stake that he has set up, sizzling for the rest of the Sonic squad. That's 5 S's.
And actually, I want to comment on the smoke that was used to allow Crunchy to move up so far.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about Pure moving up there, but actually Pure was there just in case Crunchy just encountered somebody coming through the smoke.
Yeah, it was a smoke from Ghost, by the way, as well.
That was a smoke from Ghost?
That was the Astra smoke. That's the thing.
Oh, you're right. I thought that was the smoke from Sonics to give that cover, but nope, maybe not.
The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy, but it doesn't matter because I'll use it. Oh no! Enjoy. Sadly, the op not his hand as of right now, so with him falling, a nice cars, but Quality can't take advantage of that. Probably didn't know. Didn't see that flashing little head throb in front of him. But blood comes down to Ghost, who've been so good on their pistol. Spike is taken away as it is 4v3. The entry now comes in. They just get delayed here, Marx, and I don't think they're coming.
They're getting themselves set up. A lot of angles to watch here, but the flash is good. Whoa.
Okay.
That kind of speaks for itself, actually. Yeah.
I think, you know what? I don't need to say anything more. That,
Yeah. And once again, you know what? That's going to be Ghost Gaming winning the pistol rounds. I think pistols, ghosts, just kind of comes together. Match made in
really
heaven.
good. Yeah, considering, you know, like Valorant clearly named the gun after the org, so they managed to find another. Once again, as we have a small technical pausation of this.
That's a really fancy way of just saying a technical pausation.
Exactly.
I don't think I've ever heard the word pausation before, by the way.
Words are more fun when you play around with them, like juggling.
That's true. That's true. Okay, but I'm curious to see once again whether or not we're going to be seeing Sonics continue this style of defense. I mean, it seemed like it worked out at the beginning there, but based on just where these agents are kind of getting themselves set up, Crunchy moving forwards. Crunchy's been kind of clean with it lately, not with the operator, just kind of with guns in hands, able to find a couple of picks and really capitalize on them. Now that Ghost Gaming are going to be the ones with submachine guns coming into this second round and a half, I wonder whether or not we're going to be seeing a little bit of mad sheriffing happening here because
mad sheriffing.
Mad sheriffing, yes. TM. But it's going to be, once again, Sonics. They're on the defense here, so unfortunately, they can't really just rely on being able to win it out with the classics. I think they're going to run into a lot of problems. They have to prioritize on kind of playing together in order to make sure that they can capitalize off of each other. You know, you get a couple of submachine guns into your hands as well, and the rest could be history. But look at this, Crunchy bringing the Marshall back. Last time we saw that, Crunchy just kind of killed everybody.
Yeah, he decimated them. I could say he made them into actual ghosts.
Yeah.
Anything but. All these close angles so far. We'll see who manages to get first contact. It might potentially be down by Garage, though. Could be quality and enjoy it. A duel we've seen far too many times as pops into the door, spots him, and he decides to move away. The call so far has looked on a long, a shonk, and pure R. Get punched by John QT, a Spectre.
And now they're going to be able to get a lot of room onto A, but I don't know if they necessarily... Okay, yeah. Given that Koala Noob is going to be coming in from behind, should be able to spot out this fade in the very back there. Makes that information, shoots out the haunt, and now gets stunned up. Rooney can't do a darn thing. And Koala Noob just goes with the swing, finding Enjoy's head with the Spectre. You love to see it, but Crunchy is clapping back.
And he keeps on doing it. Koala. Is punished yet again. Crunchy's martial shots are far too
There it
big.
is.
But sadly, Marshall only got one bullet in the chamber at a time.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing that same eco round that Sonics was able to pull out on the first half there. Because, they kind of just relied on Crunchy to find a bunch of kills. But the difference was that Sonics was attacking, Crunchy had the opportunity to just find a couple of people, they get the spike down, then wait for the rest to come in, and then that's when that Marshall is going to be able to shine.
Yeah.
Not in this half. It's going to be 2 rounds for Ghost Gaming. Sonics now buying up rifles, ready to shut this down and get some momentum back into their sails. See if they're able to do so, as this is Ghost going for the bonus now.
And this is where we've seen Ghost do quite well here too. Certain amounts of times, but gun diff a little bit too sturdy from Enjoy. Is it clear? Almost all these C site. And force Crunchy away, but we'll see how Ghost manages to make the entry. As we want to try to pop in, they just get tethered back, and it's more than enough. All starts to move back in, one after the next. Ghost can't seem to find a way to even off the site.
No
and
shot.
They get decimated, steamrolled.
Somehow, Sonics made their way in without any members of Ghost noticing until it was too late and they were already dead. Rooney just hopped up on the boxes and just looked at these crouching people on the site getting ready to plant the spike and said, hey, I've got a Vandal in my hand. You know what's great? If I just shot all their heads. Yeah, and the rest was kind of history. Ghosts have to be watching for those entries. They can't just assume that the site is going to be cleared out and easy for them. They got to watch those entry points. Otherwise, Sonics are just going to be able to walk right into them.
And it's reminiscent of what Ghost did on Fracture as well. They're finding consistent off angles to just get taken away, or what we saw in the previous game, which is what Fraggleton did to them too in a couple rounds now over by Arcade. So consistently, we found a weakness that Ghost has unfortunately not been able to fix just yet as other teams continues to pop off. But so far, Ghost and Sonic's currently quiet. We're going to see set once again, and Crunchy gets found out towards the back. Not getting tethered was the biggest thing. No gravity wall there either, but forced away towards the other end. Right down towards by Kabi, and he gets taken away. But Rooney comes towards the back end by Connector, and not being 3v3. But look at Koalanu, not looking to walk in. Has the shot. No, he's just blind. He moves away, gets timing, but finds the initial at least. So that's 4 bullets with him. And nice shot by Brock to get that wall bang. From Shark, the fact that he stays alive.
Yeah, there we go. We got the mics on the stage and Ghost. A very good round. Pretty chaotic. I was going to say if they didn't find Crunchy, you got some other problems that you're going to be having to deal with. But thankfully, we're able to pick up the pick there. And I think that's because John QT playing this Neon is so good at getting space for the team.
Yeah.
I think that was the missing piece from that last round. John QT not being alive, not able to move in onto the back of site, make sure things are clear, as well as just be a presence to make Sonics be a little bit more uncomfortable for them. So honestly, good stuff. Just the Neon being alive to make a difference. And now this time they're ready to move forwards onto this A site. It is going to be Sonics on a little bit more of a save. Let's see what they can do with this.
We've seen Sonics come up with really good save rounds previously, but it has been on the back. of 1 or 2 of their members finding really, really close calls and 2 to 3 just by themselves. We'll see if they can do exactly that. Pure though has already taken a fair bit of damage right at the beginning. See over the second, pretty far to the angle, and he's moved. Unfortunately, just not able to find it, but at least we saw Proto there. Pops
so
in,
aggressive.
nice shot, but Shock ready to take one away. And now they know that's going to be all the attention given over at A. But the thing is, Ghost still got something to say. Sonics, they want to get in Ghost's way. But look at Brock, he's about to pop in and say, hey, hey, hey!
Easy. This is the thing. Also, too, damage. Should I question it? Just accept it?
It's a word. It's a word.
Damage?
Damage.
I love damage.
Isn't it French for damage?
Are you sure? Le damage?
Listen, I'm from Canada.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But good stuff coming out from Ghost Gaming to be able to steal another one away. There were a couple of moments there, but I don't think that they were expecting the level of aggression that Ghost Gaming was just going to be given into them. John QT, once again, just moving in, completely catching people off guard. But being such a presence, you could tell that Sonics were like, oh, we have to get off site because we were just going to get steamrolled. And while they were trying to run away, that's when Ghost Gaming were able to pick up a lot of their picks and seal the nail in the coffin for that round.
And we'll see how things continue to shape up right now as after this tech pausation that we have. Sorry, technical pausation.
There it is.
Yeah,
I was waiting for it.
As we have between these two teams, but I think it should be resolved pretty quickly. Just getting some PC stuff figured out. Nismo, I think it might be playing at 144 instead of 240 hertz, maybe. That might be it.
All those hertz make a difference, dude.
A lot of hertz, yeah. Exactly. The less hurt you have, the better.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, the more hertz you have, the more you can hurt others in Valorant.
Wow. Hey.
Thank you. You give me a little clap for that, too.
Yeah. But that's the wrong hertz.
Yes. Hertz are important.
Hertz are very important. I only play at 144.
You know what? I was playing on a 75 hertz monitor up until 2 months ago. And as soon as I turned on that new monitor that was 140, I was like,
is your life changing?
My life has changed.
I know.
I can never go back.
Your mouse moves so fast.
I know. It's buttery smooth.
Exactly. When I used to sell laptops and computers over at Best Buy, this is how I used to convince people that computer was good. I used to just move the mouse back and forth. So one computer, I moved the mouse slower, and look, this one's not great. And then one of them, the mouse, I moved faster. Like, look how fast it is. Look, it's so good. Buy this one.
So the moral of the story is don't trust people at Best Buy. That's what you're telling me.
Never trust anybody at Best Buy. Go in knowing what you want. Never listen to a single person.
Yes.
I promise you.
Just know more than the people working at Best Buy.
Exactly. We don't know very much.
You're just there to move product.
That's why I moved the mouse.
There you go. At different speeds.
And then I would just say words like, oh yeah. This one has a lot of RAM or whatever.
You can download that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You just download more RAM. Yeah, just do it.
Okay, let's pull this back into the match as
Sure.
we're still getting this technical pause sorted out because honestly, we know that this is the map that Sonics picked. We did have Ghost Gaming choose the defense to start out, but so far Ghost Gaming are looking pretty dominant on this defense. It was 6-6 in the half, but Ghost Gaming haven't really dropped around yet, and they look very comfortable with how they're playing their attack. Obviously, there's been a couple of dicey moments. Things have gotten a little bit chaotic, maybe a little bit of creative plays happening.
For sure.
But at the end of the day, as long as Ghost Gaming continue to win these rounds, they're looking at securing themselves, once again, another map on their opponent's pick.
And remember, Haven was where, like you're saying, we did see them pop off, too. We'll see if they can have the exact same sort of result. But Sonics is putting up a real big fight.
Oh, yeah.
They're making sure that you make them work for it right now. With how close it's been so far. As going back to us for a little bit. Hey, hi, how you doing? Just chilling around here. By the way, I want to point this out before, but on my shirt, we got flamingos here. Little pig to walk around on like that, right? And then on your thing, you got cactuses.
Yes,
I am kind of like a cactus.
Yeah, well, how do cacti? I know the Final Fantasy cactuars. They're like...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the move.
That's it. I was fully expecting you to T-pose.
Just T-pose? I mean, no, it's a little bit more fun to do the arm and leg. Hang on, let me just stand over here.
This is weird. This is weird. I don't like this. I don't like that at all.
I don't like this either, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah. Did you know the reason why flamingos are pink only because they eat shrimp?
Yeah, I know. Wait. I thought it was because they ate fish in general, not because they ate shrimp.
Oh, I thought it was the shrimp. It colors them.
Where are
pink.
flamingos getting shrimp? They eat fish.
I don't know where flamingos are eaten.
I can't find shrimp here in Philly. You think flamingos just have shrimp?
I mean, probably where they live, yeah.
Nah, man, I don't believe it. Because you gotta remember, look, flamingos are like all tall. They'll walk around like.
Yep. Yep.
Right?
Flamingos
They'll
do
walk
that.
around like that. And shrimps are crustaceans, so they're at the bottom of the floor. You flamingos are just like diving down like.
Are you aware of how long a flamingo's neck is?
No.
Look at your shirt. You can see it.
It's like, so if I look at my shirt, it's this long.
No, but it's all scrunched up like a spring. It can expand, you know?
It can extend? You can extend your neck?
Yeah, no. Oh my goodness me. We're not doing geometry on this right now.
Bro, I'm just trying to figure. Look
Get
at
the measuring tape out.
It's not. It's
you
not
can
that big.
very clearly see that if they were to extend
That's
their
it.
neck, they could very easily match their feet.
It's so tiny, and nothing is happening.
Oh, thanks for putting me
Marks
on the
is
background.
counted by the
Appreciate that.
flamingos, yeah. Floating around in your mind. I eat shrimp. I eat shrimp.
Hey, I haven't turned pink yet, so I haven't eaten that much shrimp.
I extend my neck. It's a spring. Oh wow, that was impressive.
Yeah, listen, I slouch every now and then. I can keep it nice and straight. Why am I superimposed over myself is actually the real
It's just like, it's because you're haunted by your own. That's your demon inside you trying to get you.
I thought I dealt with those last night.
Those are your impulsive thoughts, like, jump right now.
I'm not gonna jump. Tanner Metro actually was around the floor. Oh, yeah, you're getting a little cacti here.
Cacti,
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Let's see your cactus impression.
That's it.
You're moving a little bit. There we go. I was gonna say cactus is not known for moving too much. If I'm being
Did you
completely
know the
honest.
water inside of cacti is actually bad for you? You actually shouldn't drink that.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Why?
It actually dehydrates you more.
How?
It's just because it's not actual water. That's why.
What?
Yeah.
We're learning a lot today.
Yeah, guys, if you know the myth of people being like, yeah, just drink one side of cactus? No, don't do that.
Yeah, holy
It's
crap.
bad for you.
Interesting. I mean, I guess the other alternative would probably be like coconuts if you can find them up in the palm trees or something.
Yeah. Let me just find coconuts in this tropical, like, getaway where we have cactus and coconuts.
We're talking about cactuses and flamingos, okay? Like,
Okay, you know what? That's
What?
fair. You're right. Talking about cacti and flamingos. That's it. That works out fine. All right, cool. That's the overall description as well.
You know,
man, I think like if it were to be also like trapped on an island, as well. In fact, people say that they want a book like that, like a fire starter. No, I want duct tape.
Why would you pick duct tape out of all of the survival tools that could keep you alive?
Duct tape is so clutch. Like it does everything you need it to.
I
Haven't you
guess
watched
so.
the Mythbusters episode about duct tape?
I mean,
on
that
an
is
island?
true. I have seen
You
that
can
one,
build a raft with duct tape. You can make food with duct tape.
Well, duct tape is pretty clutch. But you know who else is pretty clutch?
No,
John
I don't.
QT right
Educate
now. Because we are going back into the games. It's 10-7. Tech pause has been resolved, and Enjoy already getting pressured down a long. Doesn't matter. Going to be swinging out and taking out John QT right off the bat. Right now, Sonics have 3 ultimates online as well. You're in a pretty solid position to be able to nag this round.
No shot they peeked this. No shot you peeked this. No shot.
Oh, man.
Okay. He decided he actually didn't want to take that smoke head on, so he moves away instead. But through this, here it comes. They want to make it. At least if 5v4 retake, the wall goes up. The Ghost, watch their positioning as to when they try to move over. Most of them are on the site, if not all of them. They're tucked away into the corners, and now everybody got to face their fears. They're all tracked. They're all put down. Nobody can hear anything. There are hearing aids in Valorant as they all die, and they scream silently as they fall. But Pure R does it more. 3 for him. Clutches the round.
17 HP left for Pure R to close that round out. Such an explosive push in from Ghost. found all the picks that they needed, got a little bit of lucky timing with Enjoy just immediately backing out of there, allowed them to go in, but I really like that Cosmic Divide that came in.
Yeah.
It cut the site in half and gave Sonics enough time to get themselves set up and ready to go. Of course, they had to deal with the remaining members from Ghost Gaming onto site, but yeah, Pure R just comes alive, finds a nice little 3K to close out that round, and that was a good one from Sonics. The Ghost Gaming economy isn't broken yet, but if Sonics pick up another, then things are going to start looking a little bit dicey for Ghost.
But remember, dices are 6-sided. So
Okay.
you gotta find out what the chances are going to be. We're playing D&D, they're 20-sided.
Well, it's either 1 out of 6 or 1 out of 20.
Exactly. We'll see if they roll a nat 1 or a nat 20. But there we go. They put down the Rolling Thunder to try to move to the B side. We've seen this play before, though. It's usually a fake. That's the biggest thing. There's no commitment. It's just the pulley rotations. But Ghost have not moved.
No. The thing is, though, that it does make some of the smokes expire, which makes it a little bit harder for them to move in onto B. And we actually see that Sonics have read this B-side hit, so they're going to be stacking members on there, while Pure R is in a great position to potentially catch someone. Oh, no, the information is not given. They still don't realize Pure R is just on the other side of those doors.
They don't know. They don't know. Move in. That's 1. He gets 2 here. He comes up big. That's 3 for him. Oh, Pure R doing it by himself. Crunchy tries to chomp down on him like moon cheese. Crunchy does it another. Look at that frosted flake on top.
And you know what? Okay. They set up, the positions that they were set up in Garage right there was actually that Crunchy was going to be able to try and get a couple, but probably going to die. That's going to pull all the attention from Ghost Gaming. They're going to continue to walk through, and then Pure R can just kind of spray them down. But turns out, Pure R was looking for some kills, but Crunchy just said, oh, never mind, I'm going to snag this, I'm going to snag that, and actually just stayed alive and found all of their heads. As a matter of fact, use Pure R as a distraction to find that final kill on the round. So we are going to be getting a timeout from Ghost Gaming. Going to be taking a look at themselves, try and figure out what's not working and how they are going to deal with Crunchy. Because Crunchy is doing a really good job at just shutting them down left, right, and center.
And also considering that he did get, they were actually, you know, right in front of the door too, but with that being taken away and they got put down, you know, kind of just dry peeking in as well. So that's the kind of biggest thing you're looking at, like, oh man, you knew he was there. It should have only been 1.
Yeah.
But it's it is really tough situation for Ghost right now, as after the technical timeout, they have taken a tactical timeout. You know what? Sure.
Tech, you know.
Tactical.
Yeah. Potato, potato. I'm kidding.
Potato, tomato. Yeah,
oh, no. Oh, okay. All right. Ghost Gaming, like I said, their economy is not in the best situation. They're going to be forced onto a save round while Sonics are going to be sitting nice and comfortable on top of their stacks of cash. Enjoy even able to bring in an operator here, but the overdrive online for John QT, who's already going in onto A.
Yeah, the fast lane here as well, but I think through this, Sonics realize there's no need for them to try to orb extend. Just play it safe. Cool collected. They do have the showstopper to come in for the re-entry, but just get util dump right now for Ghost to hold them off for as long as possible. Oh. And now, with them being divided too, Ghost at least have a lot more room to play with. They find one up by Heaven. He managed to stay alive.
Stopper.
Huge so far. Stopper is in. These moves gone. Now one after the next. They all have been caught. They're probably gonna see information. Stocks popping once again, and Ghost just cannot fend them off. And Shonk gets the chonk.
That was actually incredibly impressive. Despite the fact that it was a save round and Ghost Gaming did lose it, I was very impressed with how they played that. Use the Nightfall, use the Cosmic Divide to really just cut things off, but then it was able to play off of the Fade utility. Given the fact that they only had Sheriffs in there, basically what they did, they smoked themselves off and then just played off the information that was given, got the locations, and tried to frag out just using that alone. It only worked out so much, but it was looking pretty dicey for a second. And honestly, if things had just gone a little bit different, that easily could have been a Ghost Gaming round. Now, though, they will have rifles back. It's all tied up at 10-10 on map number 1 between Ghost and Sonics. We're seeing Ghost Gaming go for another aggressive hit onto A. They've had a lot of success just getting in there and getting the spike down.
Oh, and Enjoy actually not being able to find that fast hit was clutch too, but they waited it out. You get one more. Nice flash actually. John QT and managing to grab 2 more there.
Massive picks as well. Enjoy down, that's the operator, and now they're gonna have a hard time to retake.
But the Sage retakes too have definitely been what set them apart so far for the competition. And considering they're so far down, they know they don't have a ton of room to play with, but it's still just barely enough to try to.
Oh
no shot that actually worked out. And with that being a 3v4, they have a decent amount of time to try to retake this, but they've already moved so far away.
Yeah,
that there's no need.
It was the hubris of Sonics that actually is just going to gift the round to Ghost. Of course, you don't really expect to actually catch somebody with those paint shells.
No, you don't.
Inside of, getting Asterisk sucked into the middle there, and then just boom, you explode. Which would have made it possible to play that 3v4 retake. But like you said, fortunately they had backed off a little bit too much, and the rest was history. But once again, we got to highlight John QT getting so much room for Ghost to play with. Make their strategies around, make sure that entry is going to be absolutely clean. Like, look at this. John just slides in, picks up one, walks around the boxes, Enjoy, see you never. And just like that, A-site was theirs. They are so clean on this A-side hit, and I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see Ghost try to push their efforts onto A. Is a good response from Sonics, though. They're moving Pure R over there to use some utility, honestly, just to slow the push down. And it looks like they were successful in doing so, as the Ghost Gaming are going to be backing off. Koala Noob, though, falling down incredibly early.
Good initial start for Sonics. As every round, every pick right now counts towards simply their chances to stay alive and not to go into Fracture with a disadvantage. You know how good Fracture has been so far.
Crunchy?
Nice revision for Crunchy as he manages to get 3, but this should be the round. This is for Ghost. They could try to save this too, but they want to try to get as many guns out of Sonics' hand as they can, but they know where Proto is. So there's no shot of him escaping. He can try to run away if anything, but Spike's not in his hand. He just wants to try to get one if anything. No stars either, and Enjoy.
Yeah, it was a good try, but given the fact that they had information on where the spike was, it was really just forcing the last member to just kind of push out there.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, good response coming out from Sonics. It looked like initially Ghost Gaming were like, all right, we're going back onto A. Let's do exactly what we just did. And that little rotation of having Pure R there, you toss out the paint shells early, separate John QT from the rest of the squad. That A-site hit just completely falls apart. And then you leave Ghost Gaming kind of scratching their heads saying, all right, well, if we can't go away, what do we do next? Well, you play right into Sonic's hands.
Right into it. And with being 11-11, looking at potential of overtime. Ghost right now. Gotta change up the strat as they do a 5-man push. There goes the fade out too. The Nightfall not catching at least one person with the sight just given over. The Prowler. These catches Enjoy too. They're investing a lot in the round. They traded! They actually traded with the shots going out at the exact same time. That is actually pretty solid for Sonics too, considering they managed to get that, but Ghost right now is hurting.
Yep, 4v4 onto the site. Right now we can see Sonics getting themselves set up. A Cosmic Divide is going to be coming in. Classic wall here, split off the back of site. Don't allow them to move in. Get yourself in positioning, but Ghost are reading this like a book. They've kept all their members on site and are ready to frag out.
And as look to move in, one after the next, they move! So into Ghost's arms as you hear the cries of victory, and with 3 still staying alive. Sonics. Now, watch their buys here, Marks. This is also pretty decent, but like, as 1 light shield and 2 light shields. Yeah, it's not the best.
It's not the best scenario, but it is still definitely a winnable scenario with how we've seen these two teams playing. And I just really want to highlight one of the plays that I saw from Ghost Gaming there. They are familiar with how Sonics like to use that Cosmic Divide in order to cut off the back of site, and then that way they can set themselves up. Ghost Gaming saying, not today. They move all their members in on site. You could just tell Sonics was not prepared for that at all, and they just steal that round away, but Crunchy, hanging out on to C, is able to escape thanks to a couple of really good smokes.
And as the smoke you see, watch them go in towards the other side. Ghost gets two right away. This could be the round. After being so close for so long, Sonics had the advantage. The first half was completely in their favor. And now 2 rounds in a row, they might be able to do it as them not being able to find a single lead for just so long. Now that we're looking at it. Oh no, Sonics might be taken down, but Sonics to make it that much more closer. No ult, but both initiators there. And Rooney trying to make sure they stay alive a little bit longer. Spectacle taken. It's up against Brock. He's concussed. He's gonna find him. And look at that with the double. It is just a Proto in a 1v1. But then no, he's Cubby. It's gonna peek out against him. The question has to be, but the spike is still taken down. He pops out. There's one more. Rooney wants to get overtime. And the eye is out.
Honestly, Rudy,
clutch it!
Rudy, that was the right play. Knew that A Proto was just kind of hopping around the side, not really just playing for time, right? So you get that haunt out there and then try and force him to shoot it, which will allow you to move in. He's looking the wrong way. You can just take him out like that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that just happened to be the time where A Proto said, you know what? I'm feeling this. Just hop around the corner and spray him down. Caught him with the utility out in hand, but still, really close match coming up between Ghost Gaming and Sonics. 13-11 with a potential of overtime down to a 1v1. So close between these two teams.
And just the fact they actually managed to take it all the way from a 3v5 to the 1v1 is the best part about it too. Sonics, you can see, is such a formidable opponent. This is why these guys were the favorites in the tournament. And the fact they did it time and time again is truly something to behold. They pushed Ghost to the edge, but that second half was just a little bit better on Ghost's side, man. That was wild.
Yeah, and honestly, big shout out to Crunchy coming in from Sonics. You know, we talked about how, as a person, you know, he's pretty cool, but also too was just absolutely fragging out with a Marshall in hand, not even with necessarily a Vandal, was able to find so much value for the team.
Yeah.
And, oh yeah, this is the Mismo 4K just with a Sheriff there. What a great eco round coming out from Ghost. And actually, that's something I'm really impressed about, is how Ghosts play their ecos. It seems like they have an individual strategy just for the ecos, and every single time they're able to get so much value out of these eco rounds.
Yeah. And they do it once again here, man. This right here is why I watch games like these. This right here is why the Energy Summer Champs continues to be some of the best so far right here in Tier 2. These teams are so wild. And I think with games like this, y'all got to make sure to lock. And considering we don't have just this game, we have like 5 games going on.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, so much good competition happening. Obviously, we're only casting the Ghost Gaming and Sonics game on here, but you know what? These teams have really leveled up their game. And you know what the thing is? Gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. Get trained by the best pro players in the world, and make sure to book a live session right now. And you know what, while you're there, use promo code STREET20 for a solid 20% off so you can start to get better at any game. Could be Valorant, could be some others, and maybe we'll see you next time at the Nerd Street Champs.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, honestly, I would expect it if y'all end up leveling up your game. Remember, there's only map 1 and it's BO3, which has got map 2 of Fracture for Ghost, so we'll see how that turns out. See you back in a bit.
Hey, Metafy here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at metafy.gg. Oh, you were waiting for the video to end. That's very polite.
My name is Matthew Johnson, and I'm the art director for Nerd Street. My role in designing the rings was taking the brands that we created for each unique series and trying to translate them in this unique and stylized piece. Trying to figure out how we apply the logo, the color palette, and how we determine which elements we want to incorporate on the various sizes. As a team, we decided to go with a ring as opposed to a trophy because we wanted to make sure that every member of that team had something that they can take home and show off, and not only put on their mantle at home, but something that they could bring to future events as well. The designs for the rings go through several iterations, and it actually is dependent on which series it's a part of. So we have winter and summer series, and we try to make sure that the ring matches the style of the logo and the brand for that particular series. The key visuals that we want to include in the rings pull directly from the logos themselves. So for the winter series, you'll find cooler color palette. Sometimes the logos include elements of snow or snowflakes. And for our summer series, obviously there's a more warmer color palette. You may even find some palm trees and some other visual elements trying to pull from that. So on the top, we have the tournament logo along with bright, colorful, flashy diamonds. On one side of the ring, we have the nerd block, which obviously represents Nerd Street, and then we have the year that the tournament took place. On the other side, we wanted to dedicate that towards the team that won, so we have their logo as well as the name of the player. As a Nerd Street champion, these rings signify that you're the best of the best, similar to traditional sports because it allows you to walk around with the hardware. Similar to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan, kind of showing off all the hardware you have, and if you're lucky enough to have multiple ones and multiple iterations, you're able to showcase them all at once. The Nerd Street Champs rings symbolize victory and accomplishment for competitors. At the end of the day, we're looking to have our rings visually represent that very specific series itself. There are some unifying elements like the Nerd Street Trophy, but we want the rings as a whole to represent that series that they won in that particular year.
Welcome on back, amigos. That was a close one yet again between Ghost and Sonics. And I don't know about you, Marcus. I am sweating. There is water dripping from my forehead that I produced.
Oh, your sweat. Okay, gotcha. I was like, water from your forehead that you produced. You could have just said, you know.
It's look how.
Oh, we get that nice zoom in angle. Ah, there you go.
Look how shiny I am.
It's because, you know what, Rav?
What's
you
up?
shine. You shine on broadcast. But yeah, like you said, right now we've got Ghost Gaming up against Sonics. And things are honestly really close between these two teams. Yeah. We just finished up Haven, which was 13-11. And of course, that was Sonics' map pick. So once again, Ghost Gaming coming on top of that. And map number 2, Well, guess what? Ghost Gaming are bringing us right back to Fracture. It's
Yeah.
like deja vu from our first set of the day, huh?
Exactly that. And considering, but although the score's a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
But I think as of right now, Fracture is going to be really interesting because even high rollers, managed to make, Ghosts like have to take a really unorthodox start of the rounds too. So I think the way we're looking at it, Ghost yet again starting on the attack too. Now previously it was a little bit different, but I think as of right now, the way we're looking at it, I mean, Sonic still know that although it was a tough loss to be, they got to go ahead, shake that off, move back in right away. There's no time to rest because Pearl needs to be seen.
Well, actually, Pearl was seen on our B stream.
But I need to see it with my eyes.
okay.
I want it to be seen with me.
Object permanence.
Exactly.
Ah.
If I don't see it, it doesn't exist. So if I don't see your tweets with the hashtag #NerdStreetChamps, they don't exist.
It's true. Once again, if you want to get in on the social fun, then make sure you use hashtag #NerdStreetChamps. Hang out in the facility, watching from home. You want to take a couple of cringe photos of us posing like cactuses?
Yeah.
Well, that's the place to share it on Twitter with hashtag
Talk about my forehead,
NerdStreetChamps.
talk about Marcus and I yelling,
Yeah.
#NerdStreetChamps, do all that.
There we go.
Yeah.
But of course, also too, we want to shout out that we do have other games being broadcasted as well. We are on the main stream right now covering Ghost up against Sonics, but Roy's Kitten Shelter up against Nearest Airport, kind of a spicy matchup, is over on Nerd Street 2, being casted by Time to Light and Gompers. And then we've got our 2 observer streams set up. It's QR against Native Black on Nerd Street 8, and DNA Diff up against Virtuoso Nerd Street B. And also, Josie's a little bit of a dark horse for the tournament. So, a lot of action going on, and of course, if you do want to check out what's going on some of these other teams, you want to follow a couple of storylines, then we're trying to broadcast and get as many games to you as possible.
Yes, we will. Because we want to make sure that you stay locked in with all the action. Locked in. As with Kaplan as well. Look at him, just chilling over to his side. I'm sure got a lot of strats.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to get that together. And with all you
I like
homies
his
around,
keyboard, actually.
NFC land. Yeah, look at that. Look at all the hair on his head. What that's like.
You just said you weren't bald, dude.
It's fine.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, you
it's
are.
one of the choice. As we move in,
there we go.
Keyboard.
Thank you, production. That's actually really nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool little key capsule like those. Yeah, I think.
Look at the space bar. It's
custom.
3 individual buttons.
Wait, I didn't even notice that. You're right.
Yeah, dude.
Whoa.
Left, right, and
That's
center.
pretty cool. You think he?
Dude, you
has
could be
those
like
all
triple
back
jumping.
row? He could triple jump. He's Mario IRL.
Whoa. Wait, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Mario 64, though.
Yeah. Like,
There it is. Oh yeah, here we go. We're running it back.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3. 3 space bars. An Alt key, and then a Windows key. Windows user, I like that.
Yep.
Now move your hand so you can see the final one. It's
That's
the
okay.
control.
That's good.
We'll
Maybe
never
this
know
is
what
why
it is.
Ghost Gaming are doing so well.
Yeah,
'Cause they're
it's
just like they've got the
space
buttons.
bars.
They've just got
It's
the buttons.
because of the spacing they have between them and the teams.
Whoa.
Because they're just different.
Slow down, sir. You have just broken. You have changed the game with that statement. Everybody, go get a 3 spacebar keyboard right now if you want to get better at Valorant.
Exactly. You want to make sure that you're jumping, sliding, and ducking at the same time. Do space bars. Press them at the same time. See what happens.
Does that mean you have to bind all of those individual actions just to your spacebar?
I bet you could. Why not?
Oh my goodness! I imagine you would hit your spacebar and then your game would just close. You can't do all those things at the same time.
That's fine. But hey, game's just getting set up right now too. Not too far away from being able to do and get all that done. But we'll see. As Ghost, with all the faces on your screen, I think they're feeling pretty good about that win at least. And now Sonics, a bit of uphill battle against them.
Yep.
Not too sure about how experienced they are on Fracture.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Stall. Let me get some stats.
Yeah, and speaking of Ghost Gaming, we saw them on Fracture last time, and one of the things I noticed about their composition is that they play it extremely similar to how they wanted to run things on Haven. The setup with their agents and kind of their play style actually really mirrors what we saw on Haven. The thing is, though, Sonics was really putting them into a bit of an uncomfortable position on that last map. And so this might result in them having to maybe change things up a little bit more, get a little bit more creative, see what they can kind of crack out of this, and play a little bit more adaptable. That's one thing that I really do like about Ghost and what we saw on that last map when it seemed like Sonics were in the driver's seat, really just driving things forwards. Well, you know what? Ghosts were doing a really good job at adapting to those plays, counter-stratting them, and being flexible on their feet. And just like that, the headset was plugged in backwards. So we're getting that resolved first, but Mr. Ravish, the stats man, has arrived. He's got the numbers on his phone. Let's see what he's got.
Damn. So Songs are pretty good on Fracture, by the way. I don't know if you guys did this. They have a 76.5% map win rate on this. That's kind of nuts. Like, they're actually disgustingly good on Fracture. So I'm thinking that maybe they should be fine going into this game. I don't know. Like, although not exactly with this roster that they have the same win rate, of course, too, because, of course, they had a couple of subs. You know, they're coming back as well. But Crunchy's good. Crunchy's good at Fracture. So that's the main point about this.
You're just gonna keep on hyping up Crunchy today, aren't you?
Well, I also talked about Pure as well too. Come on,
true,
now.
that's true,
Shock
that's true.
did good. Look, Shock came in with that chonk, right? I said that.
You did. You definitely did say that.
Yeah. Look at that. See, I'm doing that. That's Crunchy yet again too. Yeah. How you know?
There you go. Oh man, yeah, he's good apparently. I mean, according to you, he
It's
is.
from what I've said the entire day. But here's the thing: almost all of Sonics are really good, and let's remember, they are better than I will ever be in my entire life.
I mean, you know what? I'm right up there with you, buddy. They're doing a pretty darn good job. And the thing that might be a little bit more concerning about that as well is compared to Haven, once again, just purely based off of the last set, we did see Ghost Gaming get a little bit of resistance from High Rollers compared to Haven.
Yeah.
Haven did not look like it was just going to be a Ghost Gaming win completely,
Nope.
right? So this could be a really interesting match, really interesting map. Could, I don't want to jinx anything, potentially force out that Pearl. And once again, what you see is real, and we want to make sure we make that Pearl real.
Exactly. We want to make that Pearl. So anytime I open up an oyster, I make that Pearl real.
Well, if there's no, oh yeah, I guess that counts.
You know what? That's
clams, not oysters.
Whatever. Shut up.
All right.
Well, actually, that's a kind of banger line. I make that Pearl real because I know the way you stand. I want to know how you feel.
Oh dang.
Exactly.
Yo, when the mixtape dropped though.
Exactly. So let me put out the cards and find out what's your deal.
Oh boy. Damn. All right. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm not that
Let
creative.
me go whip it up and try to make you a meal.
Oh boy.
Stop this.
Can
It's so
he
good.
be stopped? I think the answer is actually no. All right, well, let's talk about some agents now. Yes, 100%. Once again, coming out of Ghost Gaming, we're seeing something very familiar. Nismo coming in on the Rays once again. So important on the last composition, but take a look at Sonics. They're actually going for the Sage pick. And honestly, that Barrier Orb does a really good job at zoning people out, as well as just shutting down some of the avenues that you can push in on Fracture. This is going to be an interesting one with, especially to bringing in that Raze. You would imagine that that's going to get you a lot of space. You're going to want to play a little bit more faster. But Ghost Gaming, you know, they're all about the speed based on how their agents are being coming in here. You're going to have a lot of smokes just on the point. Get the flashes out there. Neon's going to be running in. You're going to have Nismo flying into that crazy spot and just clipping a couple of heads. And the rest is going to be history. So let's see how these two teams clash. I honestly can't predict which way this is going to go.
Rolling around at the speed of sound.
Got places to go.
Gotta follow my run. Yeah, exactly.
Dude, like nobody gets that song. It was so long ago. Oh, I played Sonic Adventure 2 on my Dreamcast.
On my well, to be fair, I never actually had a Dreamcast, but I just know that song from a very old League of Legends video I remember.
I'm not going to question.
It was back when Talia came out, too. So that way that everybody, you know what? It doesn't matter. What you got to focus about is this Fractured game. You got to focus on Valorant here. It's the wrong title. But what matters is that if we take a look at what's happened in front of us, right? We know that there's going to be a lot of fast hits. I've learned from coaches that's called a pop.
Oh, it's called a pop.
Is when they just go ahead, throw out the util, and manage to find their way into the site. They're not exactly execs, right? Because by the time the util drops, they have to be onto the site, and they take the gun duels on the most common angles. So we'll see probably a lot of pops come in from Ghost.
Ghost, yeah, no. Wow. Did not know that. That's actually a really...
Yeah.
We are so educational today. It's blowing my mind.
Shout out to Getty for telling me that, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Getty's observing this event alongside Pressy and Impulse and many more talented people.
And they're both doing such a good job today. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're doing phenomenal. Yeah, also, just big shout out to production at NSG in general, too. Like Pine, Ida, everybody else at the back end. Like, making us look good, man. Thank you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we're seeing the Boombot come out for a little bit of a fake, put a little bit more pressure onto A, which actually does draw the rotation. So this is going to allow Ghosts to be able to just kind of mosey their way in onto B.
Yeah.
They do have to deal with a Sage. It looks like a Brimstone just in the back there, but they're more than happy to just smoke that out.
They managed to find their way in pretty decently. And like I already said, the same pop we're expecting, right? Fast plays, fast pushes in, so imagine with this, we'll be in for a lot of 5v5s. And with Fracture, that's just far too common, especially on the attacking side. If they can control all the way towards Arcade. And notice this too. Notice the way they're already moving all the way around. They'll probably go towards the underpass and try to find one more as all of Sonic look to move in. And look at that. They find them towards the corner. That's the first initial shot, the second taken away, but it's just enough. But now, as the firing eventually does start, it comes down 2v2 though. Sonic do a fantastic job of bringing it back. That's a nice nade. The second, the classic, is shots. It goes away on teammates for Ghost.
Hey. You know what just happened?
What's that?
Ghost Gaming won yet another pistol round.
Shocker.
We haven't seen them lose a pistol round yet.
I think in the game so far, they are 5 for 5 with what we've seen.
Yeah, they are.
And
it's unbelievable.
They've also only lost one bonus as well.
Yeah, that's true. On the Nico. Yeah. So Ghost Gaming looking extremely good on the pistol rounds there.
Yeah.
It was a really good idea coming out from Shank in order to put up that barrier orb, just completely block out tower, force that 1v1 opportunity onto the site.
Yeah.
But unfortunately just ran out of bullets inside the classic, couldn't get another right click off.
Yeah.
That could have been the round though, so really down to the wire between these two teams. And look at this, it's gonna be an A-side hit, but Noob already got Crunchy down.
Crunchy couldn't even get his shot off before he got dropped. The next though. Alongside Pure Team go down. Wait. And just find them all outside of A. They weren't even looking at him. They're trying to get away. Never turn your back to the opponent. Rule number 1 of UFC. But we're back down to a 2v2 some way, somehow. I don't know how Sonic keeps on doing it, but
good crossfire.
These stats and the way these rounds are so close is far too much for me. Marcus, I'm gonna give you my phone. If I drop, call help.
It's 911 here too, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's okay. I got you, buddy. But still, amazing things coming out of Enjoy there. Just with that headhunter in hand, despite the fact that they were on a Nico, able to find 3 heads. Immediately just shut down Ghost Gaming, and as a result, they're going to be hurting coming into this next round. We actually see them on a... They're not sure whether or not they want a bonus. They are going to be going for it, but that one hurt. Only 1 member alive at the end of that round. Now we're seeing it's going to be another explosive hit there. John QT is going in, and he's going hard.
They do manage to slow them down at least. Push him you tell, but through this though, John QT has made his way firmly inside of the site. Now the spike could look to be planted through him. He managed to make the space, at least find it, but we were expecting this. His 5v5 is what we're likely about to see more of. As Brock manages to catch at least spike inside of the override corner. And now the entry comes in, at least from Stonix. With one already going down, John QT has to be big on this. One drops, he's not gone yet. The reload, no!
He did a Call of Duty
He couldn't
style.
get it before he dropped. Now Sonics is in prime position to take it back, and they get it. 2-1.
You can't Call of Duty reload. I do that all the time, and that's why I'm only silver. You know what? All things considered, though, given the fact that it was a little bit of a gun diff, Sonics, they were poised to win that round. Ghost Gaming could have done a little bit more economical damage, give them a little bit more space. But one thing I am noticing about the Ghost strategy is that John QT is getting split up from the team every single round.
Yeah.
And I think that leaves just a little bit of an opening, allowing Sonics to potentially capitalize on it. They haven't done it yet. They started to do it a little bit on Haven, but if they really just shut that down, things could go a completely different direction. Ghost Gaming, without that Neon, would face a little bit more trouble in just ferrying the spike onto site. We're going to be going again onto A. If it ain't broke, why fix it? Let's see how they go this time, but it's going to be Pure with a lot of utility, and John QT split up, but finds Pure.
Easy start. He also has that Reaver offense.
No
He gets
shot.
away again, but it doesn't matter because Knees has his back. He taps in. Don't worry, my brother. I got you. Let me get on in on this too. I want to get my eco up as well. My man wants to pad his wallet. We're punching right now. Looking mad poor. No, that's 300 credits. He looks a little bit better.
Oh my goodness me. You know, I talked about, John QT gets split up. Uh-oh, might not be a good time.
Yeah.
Ghost Gaming saying, nah, man, we got your back. Yeah. They just went right through it. The barrier orb goes up, immediately gets shut down. But the thing is John comes back to join the rest of his squad, and then they move in like sharks and just find the rest of the kills there.
Exactly.
Sonics didn't even know what happened. They were not expecting them to just turn around and continue to press into them. And just like that, they all just fell down.
No, yes, sir. And that's the thing as well. Considering the actually managed to move, we talked a lot about the trade angles that Ghost managed to set up all the time. And with this, they're so good on it, but Sonics already does have a bit of tape on how to play the fracture. They are setting up the exact same way. What a gorgeous initial fray.
Yeah.
And with both of them being set up right now, Ghost, I don't know what they're going to do. This will come into this, Marks.
There's the Rolling Thunder coming in. They're going to be able to not find anybody, but at least get the information that they have cleared out the site. PR still being a little bit of a menace, but gets shot through a box. No, it's just Kolonu getting in so deep, but immediately just falls down. Spray him down. A pro looking for
How do they keep
and
on
just like
doing
that, it is
this?
a slaughter coming in from a Link. Nobody is going to make their way on site today.
3v5. Wall bangs, almost all of them. You would think they were literally shooting through drywall, and with the peepholes right there, too. It's bang, bang, pachow. That's it. They all drop immediately, and that right there is what we're talking about. Ghosts, you can't count them out, but Sonics have the same thing to them.
But those were such good headshots to start out that round coming in from Sonics. It, like you said, it looked like Ghosts were going to be on the back foot, pushing in a couple of people down. Still able to win out that round. Now they're going to be trying things a little bit differently. Going to be pushing in from Dish a little bit, apply a little bit more pressure there, and hopefully bait out a little bit of utility from Sonics to make that assault just a little bit easier for their squad.
You got to change it up though. Bastion goes out right through Dish. He wasn't even looking at him. John QT somehow makes the way in. They don't know where he is. They don't see him. It's as though he's out of the peripheral. And they're not owls. They're just ants looking through 90-degree vision. Everything in the 270 goes away.
And actually, I think that was a really interesting play. Like you said, wasn't even looking at him. The reason why, heard the showstopper as well as the satchel explosion.
Yeah.
Immediately, as soon as you hear that, your initial reaction is going to be flick up into the air, look for that race, flying across, take him out before that rocket goes out. Uh-oh, what's this? Neon sliding right in front of you and just going to gun you down. So a great job using that showstopper almost as a distraction to enable John QT to just move in and sweep the rest of them under the carpet.
So it comes down to 4v2 though. Sonics go for the save, get their Vandals up, and they should be fine from here, but that would Ghost again taking a pretty substantial lead. I think Sonics know that might be time for a timeout. I think pretty soon, personally, in my opinion. I guess not. Never mind, they should be fine, but they're actually looking tougher and tougher. Remember those stats that I gave you? I might be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, once again, though, that was with a previous iteration of Sonics for most of those statistics there. And on top of that, too, a couple of changes have happened to the game of Valorant since a lot of those stats are recorded.
You're right.
So you know what? This is just kind of a little bit of a different game, different squad, and they're struggling a lot. And you know what? Once again, Ghost Gaming are looking very comfortable on Fracture, which they didn't look in the first set. This time around, though, we're going to be getting dueling tour de forces coming in. That's going to allow for a lot of long sight line pressure as Ghost Gaming are interested in B, and the Sonics are nowhere to be found.
And this is nice as well, too, because with them clearing out all of Arcade again, they managed to make sure that Sonic's not holding any sort of close angles because they've been punished by those far too often, especially up against High Roller and with the judges and Bucky plays that we saw already. So, instead now, on the side of Sonics, they're now looking towards trying to make the way in. The flash goes out. That's a nice smoke as well, too. So that way they cannot watch them try to entry into the site. Showstopper from Pure. The man's to find anybody yet, and no shot. There's no splash damage. As we look towards all util and the ultimates. He dumped it onto the site. A Proto is walking through the fire. He does not get played.
They just stuck
They
it.
stick.
One more time for the people in the back.
They stick. They just. So, I don't. But why?
You know, that's the thing. That's something that I noticed when Sonics were moving in there. They were looking around just like, all right, where the homies at? Oh, okay, I guess we can just kind of walk in and make this our own. So they just set up, put the smokes down, dropped the mollies, and suddenly entering into the site was so much more difficult for that Ghost post-plant positioning.
Yeah.
And sure, they had the orbital strike to work off of, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. They could just kind of stick the spike, and no lineups were going to be able to take him out of it. So just an easy round for Sonics to just kind of pick up for pretty cheap, but Nismo, midair, gets taken out by Shock.
Oh, Shock, no. And I think we only managed to see one, though. But it's still a nice entry nonetheless. Running Thunder gets him onto the site. Barely manages to bounce away into Arcade. Koala trying to find it. Smoke goes down. No, he white swings him. He was ready for that, too. Oh, my man got fast feet. He's sliding across as though. But the thing is now Brock got cha-cha to the left.
What?
Now still he's taking down through the smoke as well. That could be taken away. That's a big pick off to get, but it's still getting at 3v4. That's a lot of concussion, and they're just delaying the possible inevitable. Our Sonics
So good.
to win the round. That's true, but they get one back. It's a 1v1 again. He has no health, and he has no time. Your watch is faulty. You tried, but you just about died.
Yeah, there's no time for that. They're both hightailing out of it, of course. Wow. Down to the wire. I honestly, Ghost's post-plant positioning isn't necessarily the best in my opinion.
Yeah.
However, I do like that they're able to just kind of swing out. They are still playing together, which is extremely good because then they make sure that even if one of them does fall down, someone is able to take that trade. A Proto came up absolutely massive there. If a Proto did not find those two shots, I don't think that would have been a Ghost Gaming round. But now, Ghost up 6-2. The overdrive is online for John QT. Sonics, they have a resurrection in the cards.
Yeah.
But I don't think that this is going to be the round that res does come online. John QT already going in so deep. The chamber up top doesn't see anybody with the headhunter.
He managed to make his way in again. Oh!
There it is.
Enjoy on the off angle as well. Now him managed to get that too was quite nice. The normal space being made as well.
Oh boy.
This. Sonics get the read on what Ghost wanted to exec on. So now suddenly, especially with the overdrive play, that'll get shut down. There's only two of them there. And I think that Sonics most definitely has his round in the bag. A much needed comeback after what were some very, very close calls.
Yeah, and enjoy. Such a nice little position there at the beginning of the round to just shut that down. He's climbing that corporate ladder, and no one was really expecting him to rise that high up.
Yeah.
Able to just catch them off guard, find easy picks, and really enable that. Only had that headhunter as well. So the economy for Sonics was hurting a little bit, but the fact that that first pick onto John QT, first of all, shuts down the overdrive, and then the momentum is killed because nobody has died yet. Excellent stuff coming out from the squad. There you go.
Okay. All right. Hey, you know what? That's fine. That's fair. I'm flawless.
Yep.
Right? And Sonic's not going to feel really good about that. Probably a little bit of pat on the back, a little attaboy for that.
Yeah. Hey, if you did that, I'd give you a pat on the back.
Yeah.
But now,
there's smack my back. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to smack your back, dude. I'm not that violent. Relax. Okay, but there are still 3 rounds left in this half. I think that Sonics are making a case for themselves to be able to get that 6-6 scoreline just like we saw on Haven. Right now, it looks like they're feeling a little bit better about it, where they're forcing the change up from Ghost Gaming. This is a new execution we haven't seen from them just yet. And Sonics, I'm wondering whether or not they're going to be expecting this. Already, the barrier orb comes out in response to the smoke. Previously, Ghost Gaming have moved together as a squad, regardless on which side that they were going to push on. This is really the first time that they are spreading out, prodding for information, bait some utility out before they move in.
Oh. Same thing. They get the read on John QT, though. Good trade away from Brock, and they get 2 more. At least not with this Ghost. Trade angles being set up quite well. Brock goes down. Spike still planted, though, but he gets punished for it. At least not with this Ghost. Now looking to hold. Still on site, using smoke to their advantage. And they get the res back as well. Nice job for themselves, but the main advantage is slowly dwindling away. Good double peek there as well, but Onto a Proto. Full health. He's fine. Has a stimmy. He's trying to delay. He sees 2 there. But shot gets in his way.
Great job. And that res was actually massive.
Yeah,
Bringing
yeah.
Joy back in. And Joy has been hitting all the shots that he needs to be hitting, and it's gone fantastically. But I want to call out Ghost because I think that they did a really good job on that last round. They were still able to bait out an early rotation from Sonics. Like I said, Sonics, they're expecting Ghost to be moving together. They're expecting them to do that. And as soon as those smokes went down, we started to see some of the members of Sonics lean more towards B. A bit more utility got dropped in. They were ready for that, which allowed it to be a little bit easier for Ghost Gaming to just enter in onto that ace site. Now, of course, if John QT was able to find that first pick onto Pure R, I think that round would have ended incredibly differently. It wouldn't have been as close. But Pure R doing just a really good job at anchoring things down, playing in different positions every single time, which is very important because they don't know where to check, and just capitalizing on some of those mistakes. Like you said, like in UFC, catching them looking the wrong way.
Keeps on happening. I mean, I don't know if you're looking the wrong way in UFC, but like, you know, it's just, I guess you are looking.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't watch UFC, okay? I was just following your lead.
That's fine. I like doing the little bam bams in UFC. It's a little bit of boom pow, punches that they're called.
Boom pow, is that what you just called it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Just hit him with a 1-2.
Yeah, the good old 1-2. I've heard of that one. I know what's up.
Ghost on attack timeout, looking to regroup, reposition after a couple of tough rounds, especially with them losing a lot to start things off. So, with that being there, I think we'll see how probably see a different look from themselves and how they try to find Sonics off guard, if anything, or at least not lose too much in the first half.
Yeah, and this is a little bit different. They are using some of their utility to just sell both of these sites, but honestly, Sonics have really just kind of planted their flag onto that B. And so this is once again just going to be the keys to the castle of A site.
It's the exact same pop.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen this about 4, 5, 6 different times at least. But the fact that Sonic isn't falling for it is the most clutch part.
Oh, no.
And this is interesting. A side is open, by the way.
Yeah.
But they don't know this. They don't know. They haven't seen anybody there just yet. They're still holding off, trying to draw them there. There's only one person to the side of Ghost Gaming who's actually looking around, but they're still chilling over by B. Look good for Yalto over here as well. And they don't go win. They do have the Lung Thunder. There we go. And now they can see they're trying to at least commit to this. Side is giving up immediately as they make their way in.
Ooh. Rooney can't do a darn thing, gets taken out from above. Nismo able to find that frag, and now the spike is going to be able to go down. A little bit of a drawn out round, but Ghost once again just easily able to get that spike down so efficiently. Now the retake comes in a lot on door.
So 3 there, the double fast back in, and Josh gets to come up big so far. That's 1, the Pure R catches him. That's 2 for him with a transfer, and 3 from Ghost go down suddenly. Oh, but Koala Noob's making it a bit more even. He's no Koala. He's fast. He's grungy. He wants the leaves. Koala's eating leaves, right?
Don't they eat eucalyptus?
Leaves.
Oh, I guess those are leaves, yeah. Okay. Damn, we're learning a lot about nature today. But yeah, that was wow. Wow. The round was so confusing. Pure R comes in with a 2, Crunchy following him up, and then Koala Noob just says, actually, I do want to win the game today. Has Brock to help him out for a couple picks as well, but yeah, just good stuff coming out from Ghost Gaming, even when it seems like the Castle of Cards are about to just fold in on themselves. They're able to pull themselves together and continue to frag out, which is important. Now it's the last round in the half. Will they be able to get to that 8-4 half? A very early Rolling Thunder coming out from Sonics. They gambled on this, and actually, it might have been the right call. There are lots of members out on A. Ooh. But nope, Rooney is down. The Tour de Force is out, and that's going to be the site for Ghost Gaming yet again.
Wanted to catch them as they're outside of the spawn. But if you remember, Marcus,
yes,
this was the exact same positioning and play that we saw in the previous end of the half from Ghost. When they came in 3-2 Drish, 2 towards the other side, and now they plant the spike again to get the first pick off too, but never count out Sonics in these retakes.
No. And right now they're starting to get themselves set up. Time is ticking down, so they are going to drop the stimmy, give themselves a little bit more speed. But will they be able to execute that tour de force? Is looking so deadly. It actually catches one, but the trade is good from Crunchy.
Crunchy was so quick with the flick there as well, but they get, they get a second down. Enjoy looking now towards the entrances.
Nismo
stops it. He's faster than the Yaw.
And a great round coming out from Ghost. Once again, it's so interesting to me that Sonics continue to just leave agents on that B site, despite the fact that it was so clear that Ghost were very much favoring that A side hit. Ghost tried to sell it a little bit differently towards the end there, where they're like, oh yeah, we're potentially looking at this B site, but every single time they went for A, and they had no trouble getting that spike down. There we go. 8-4 in the half. Ghost Gaming up. Let's see whether or not they can get yet another pistol round. Is this going to be it? What do you think, Ravish?
I'm not going to say anything because the power of words is indefinite.
Yeah.
And I think that I will hold off on doing so.
Why do you sound like a robot, dude?
We can't catch you doing that right now. Yo, you know, I was on like customer service call the other day.
Yeah.
And I got, when I was reading out the numbers to like my phone, I got told that I sound like a robot. I was like, 1, 3, 5. It's like.
I'm going to assume that's a compliment.
The person laughed at me. But hey, look at the Sonics.
Yeah, Sonics have already made their way on site. Thanks to that barrier orb, it's going to be pretty easy to just be able to get that spike down. They're playing someone really forwards here. Koala Noob just completely caught off guard as Rooney sweeps that one up with the classic in hand. Let's see how Ghosts want to replay this, but already Sonics are looking pretty good.
Yeah, especially with the shorty too. There's not a ton of range, and I think you can't do come there either. But Sonics angle so far on this wall, just holding them all on the outside. And Rooney has a complete firing range. All those jump peaks galore, but Sonics
finally take it.
Get more. That is the first pistol loss. Sonics has given them their first bonus loss and their first loss of the pistol.
Good stuff coming out from Sonics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good in that pistol round. Make that score line just a little bit more closer, because if that was a Ghost Gaming round, that would have gotten them even closer to double digits.
Exactly.
Honestly, this is why I wanted to see Sonics play on that defense on A site, because look at this. They looked so good when they got their post plants set up. Fortunately, they flipped the coin, landed on the wrong side, kept on going onto the wrong site, which allowed Ghost Gaming to get ahead by that score line. Now, we're going to be seeing Sonics. We're going to be looking at Dish. They do have SMGs here, and so Ghost Gaming are going to be putting all their eggs in the same basket, and that basket starts with B.
Because B for basket, I guess.
Yeah, see? I do good every now.
Not like that. Yeah, B also for Bentry.
Brock.
Yeah. Either way, Sonics making their way in, though it's going to be easy spike plant. And now let's see how Ghost does in these retakes. Considering they know they're down economically extremely heavily. Ouch. I think that's got to be a little bit of a hit towards just the confidence that Ghost has trying to retake. And this wall, man. This wall is just doing them in, especially in the early rounds. Easy transfer. That was triple headshot from Crunchy. Should be able to get a second. Oh! Quick swing and even faster reaction from Koala Noob. And all they want to do is hurt the Rico. And that works out. That's the biggest loss of the round. But I think, yeah, even they know that. They don't want to get caught up in that.
No.
Have as much guns as possible going into the next round.
Yeah. And if you were Ghost Gaming, you were hoping to find maybe another pick, make it a little bit more difficult for them to bonus coming into this next one.
Yeah.
But the fact that Enjoy stayed alive while being able to buy up that Phantom is going to be massive for this incoming round. And look at this, actually. Team members of Sonics, they're going to be bringing in Vandals, the ones who died, so they're not going to even bother with the bonus. They want to catch up, and they want to catch up right now. Ghost Gaming are going to have all the weapons they need to potentially win this round out. But things are going to be a little bit more difficult, because I wonder if they're expecting the firepower that Sonics are going to be bringing into this round.
So far, we've seen their exits off the ults have been something that Ghost Gaming have not been able to deal with at all. But I don't know if this is the exact same situation. And the wall so far, too, not been able to see a ton by blocks them off on A instead. Has looked to all go towards the B site. One after next, double blast pack in, enjoy, and Koala Noob keep on battling back and forth. He finds the better of him once again as the spike goes down.
Here we go. The rotators might be caught off guard. Rooney good for one, but Brock does trade that one back. Still not the most ideal scenario for Ghost Gaming. It is 3v3 here, make it 3v2. Okay, now Ghost might be able to just sneak their way in and find these last two agents. They have the information. They know where they are, 2v2.
Oh no, he actually tries to go through the smoke. He's trying to catch him off guard. It doesn't work out. Pure. That was so sick from him. Shuts down any possibility of Ghosts going up to 9.
And that's the thing. I don't think that if Sonics bought those Vandals, I think we would have had a different story there, because a lot of those longer range sightlines, you could tell Ghost Gaming were trying to take advantage of them. They thought these guys only have Spectres, they might have a Sheriff at most, especially the ones who died. So let's try and play these longer sightlines, take them out with the Vandals, it's gonna be a good time. But nope, turns out Sonics, they got Vandals of their own, and the rest just kind of falls apart. So a good job coming in from Sonics. They're able to continue to get closer to evening out the scoreline, but this time around, a Rolling Thunder is online for Ghost Gaming. And honestly, it could get a lot of value here as Sonics are getting themselves set up for a B-side hit. The Sky Smoke is already down, and Proto got the info.
There's no shot of that happening. He actually gets one out of this too, but now they know where he is. He gets punished immediately. And all those Sky Smokes, they come down, they cover the battlefield with complete lack of information. It's just 2 left from Ghost. I don't know.
That's 2v4. I'm not even sure if Ghosts want to try and retake this. They might just try to look for a couple of exit picks here. Obviously, if they can potentially take somebody out, steal their gun, then that's what you want to move forwards, but Koala Noob's not going to be able to do so. Nismo does have this Sheriff, but is blocked off by the barrier orb. So not too much that can happen from Ghost this time. Oh, spot someone out, but gets stunned up. Yeah, this is going to be a done round.
He could try to at least get one. So we know it's not a flawless.
They're pushing.
You know, I always say that on your antes, if you've gotten 2, you've done your job, but here, unfortunately, Ghost losing out. And now finally, we're all even yet again.
Yeah, Sonic's able to pull that scoreline back. At Ghost Gaming, they're going to be able to buy up as much as they can. We're probably going to be seeing, a Light Shield coming in for a Proto. That means that they're probably not going to have all their utility either, but they do have 2 ultimates online. That Rolling Thunder, that Orbital Strike could really help them defend a site, or at least push people out and stall for time. Meanwhile, a Rolling Thunder coming in from Sonics as well could make them have such an easier time. Quality of an early swing, gets punished for it. Who else but Pure Art to find that punish?
Oh, no. It's not enjoyed this time, but it's still just enough of a fearsome opponent.
Nismo.
Ooh, no. He put the no in Nismo instead. But still, though, Ghost, the 2 being down this late, have to stop the entry, but not much more going on past that. They regroup, and I think it's going to be a save. Yeah, there's just no shot.
Ghosts are out of that one. They say, never mind, GG go next.
My bad.
We'll keep our guns alive. Their economy hasn't been doing great. They haven't won a single round in this half just quite yet. So they're going to be backing off. Potentially keeping themselves alive. Don't allow Sonics to get any more of their ultimates online. This ult economy could start scaling and start rolling in Sonic's favor if they're not careful here. Rooney, though, might get picked off. Doesn't quite realize John QT is just around the corner as Aproto finds one. Okay, suddenly, a couple of picks and it's 3v3, but still. Ghosts have completely abandoned the site, so another solid round as Sonics are going to be able to take the lead for the first time in this map.
Finally with their way back in. And if you remember, it was a moment like this where Ghost, previously on their points map pick, Haven, were down pretty far. They managed to make it even. And suddenly, they took it home. So, I'm not going to say this is deja vu, but hey, you know me and I know you. The real question is, what you trying to do?
So are you Post Malone or am I Justin Bieber? Is that how this works?
If I was Posty, dude, I would be way more dripped out than I am right now.
You know I share the exact same birthday as him?
Really?
Yeah, same day, same year.
Probably all you share with him.
Pardon?
It's probably the only thing they share with him. But anyway, speaking of things that are similarities.
No shot of Proto.
Well, that was so sick. They bounced them back into the microwave. It's like when your chicken is alive and doesn't want to die, so don't get back in there. I want French fries.
I don't think chicken is not in fries, dude. Those are potatoes.
Shut up. Doesn't matter. It was cool.
Okay, all good. F&S.
All good F&S.
Ghost Gaming, really good use of their ultimates there. We talked about that Rolling Thunder. We talked about the Orbital Strike. And just like you said, the combo of ults was so good. You stun them up and then immediately just microwave them from above. And of course, an excellent swing coming out from John QT as well to just punish it. Ghost Gaming right back into this. They've tied it up yet again. Feeling nice and confident after that round. Only one ultimate online for both of these squads. The Resurrection for Sonics and the Overdrive online. But Enjoy already takes that one, and the Steamroll is going to go right back the other way.
Whoa. They thought they'd catch them over by Spawn again. No ultimates and no Overdrive being used either. Sonics all bunched up, actually winning the duels is something to really acclaim because we've praised Ghost on how good they are in these 2v2s and 1v1s. But Sonics, yet again, no chumps. And yeah, this should be just 10-9 for them.
Unless an act of divine intervention were to happen. But based on the position.
Like them getting DDoS or something?
Oh, well, I mean, hey, listen. I don't really know what divine intervention can potentially look like, but
I'm pretty sure DDoS stands. I'm pretty sure DDoS stands for divine intervention on something.
Yeah.
Yeah, DDoS, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Divine intervention.
Okay, well, Sonics are going to have quite a few ultimates to bring into this next round. Meanwhile, Ghosts are going to be stuck only with that Overdrive, and their economy is going to be not looking as solid as they would want it. As Sonics, yeah, like you said, 10-9 now. We'll have that through to force. I imagine they save that.
Yeah.
But the Orbital Strike, I think, could be massive. Especially, too, you know, you get that spike down, you can just play in the back, keep Brimmy alive so he can use it from literally anywhere on the map. And it just stalls out for days. It more or less could guarantee you another round as long as you just don't lose all of your members in between. Enjoy. Busting out the Operator once again. We're going to be seeing Koala Noob match him with an Operator. But yeah, look at that. The Ghost economy is looking a little bit shabby. This time, we're going to be seeing Sonics do a hard push on Arcade. Does have Koala Noob there, though, with an Operator. Could catch a couple of them off guard.
You're just set up on the angle, but remember this. There's 3 there. And I think they definitely saw him. He's supposed to reposition. Suddenly they get all that space back now, too. And now who's he gonna be?
No way.
It's him! He catches his arm. He sees the shoulder and say, yo, my brother, I see you've been working out. That's too bad. I found you because of it. Woo! He's pretty dodging that shot, too. And there's the res back, so it doesn't necessarily matter, but they get the molly, too, to force him off the site. They cannot necessarily just look to try to defuse off of it, but it's still a decent regroup. That's the biggest thing. Nobody's currently on the site right now, as now all of Ghost Gaming look to find a way and move in at least. And 2 taken away, that is big from Sonics. And now they're trying to find more. They're not getting anything. They're gonna hold it. They're just holding it. It's at half. And now Pure R shoots it. No, it goes into the stairs. We're not doing remodeling. We're killing people. And they get it again. Ghost do it again.
Wow. Ghost down to the wire yet again. So much utility just to make sure that the entrance for Sonics was clean. You can just tell Sonics are so good at entering into this site, so good at putting that spike down. But unfortunately, Ghost Gaming that time, they just kind of stuck to their guns. Like you said, such a good opening shot. I think if Enjoy stayed alive, could have been a different story. But wow, great stuff coming out from Ghost. They tie it up once again. Oh, Pure R could have came up massive and found a couple of fixes, but unfortunately not able to do that. The fast lane just completely blocking off the sight lines. 10-10. This one is going down to the wire yet again, Ravish.
And I would not have it any other way. That's what makes it exciting. Considering just how good these 2 teams are, man. It's crazy. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. He's fine. He jumped. He's like, boom, bing. It's fine. Does take a lot of damage, though. It's fine for Ronaldo. But, hey, we'll look over to the other side. Sonics are moving their way towards one end from the other. The rotations and fracture are sometimes the undoing for many teams. But they haven't committed to a site just yet. Pay attention to this, though.
And this is interesting from Ghost Gaming. They play so far forwards, but only with the agents that have good mobility to be able to make it out easy. And that's actually really good information. Like you can see, the information on Dish is giving them the inclination that it might be a B-side hit after all. And of course, Kuala opens it up onto Pure R, able to just rendezvous away. And now I imagine rotations are happening. Never mind, Kuala takes Enjoy out. Oh boy, lost the sight, but that's okay. You take those kills any day of the week.
That's what we're talking about. Through the smoke, the blind monk gets 2 more. I am one with the force is with me. Doesn't need sightlines to see. Oh, but now we gotta think, who is his next target going to be? It could be you or it could be me. Oh, no. And it's nobody. It's absolutely nobody. But this still managed to do this. The pick up to the wall. It denies so much. It's not a 1v1. Yet again, it's Chonk. And it's him! The chonky boy stomps down Ghost.
Somewhere Zed just got chills. He's like, wait a second, my classic was just used, and it actually won a pretty impressive point. Right? Wow, it's so chaotic when we do see Ghost Gaming kind of just come in onto it. Really good opening shots coming in from Kuala Noob. Did have to back up, like you said, just so lucky to be able to find that pick through the smoke. But yeah, like, you know, it just turned into a little bit of a brawl. I would have liked to see Ghost use their utility a little bit differently. We didn't see any like flashes or anything coming. They just kind of ran through the barrier orb. And as a result, well, it was pretty much just a deathmatch at that point, with both teams just kind of trying to see who they could point the rifles at first. So it is going to be a tactical timeout coming in now. This is really close. Once again, Sonics looking to tie things up, looking to force out map number 3, which is going to be Pearl. But Ghost Gaming just want to shut them down here. And this one is going to be potentially going to overtime.
I mean, last time we said that, I didn't. But keynote to take away from this, too, is that Sonics as well, the fact that them on the entry, yet again, they're down by 2, and they make it so insanely close. I have to give a big shout out to the Sage for their walls. Have been so clutch as well on denying a Ghost information alongside just any sort of possibility of making sure that Sonics has no way of getting onto the site, or at least getting advantageous trades at all.
Here we go. A lot of ultimates popped here. John QT has that overdrive in hand. Two of forces being brought out as well. The attack is happening onto the A side, and Kuala Noob good for the pick onto Crunchy.
He's feeling himself with Slowbird is put down. Key thing to note, though, is that he did not TP away. But he's flashed out to go down instead. If you're looking over by A, Ghosts keep on losing more than they're actually gaining, and that, in math, is a bad equation.
Look at you, you mathematician. We are seeing a fast rotation come around from the defense, but look at this. Sonics were like, haha, never mind. It was all a clever ruse because now they're putting pressure back onto A, and that site is more or less going to be open. They still have a lot of utility in their pockets to potentially be able to do that. And the thing is Ghost Gaming don't really have it in order to properly retake that site.
But maybe this could be a changing factor. Our total has to find one.
No! Jinx.
Oh, I really thought he had the angle, but bullets go wide and Sean gets him. If that goes in his favor, then things go a lot better. No! He shuts him down, says, sit, son. Let me get you a chair.
No one shot that?
Yeah, he just tanks the boombot to his face. But, hey, we're still down to a 2v3 at least. Back is sticking down. Ghosts don't want this, but they have to find a possible way in, and look at all the angles that Sonics are at. They have complete control, and Ghosts have not been able to clear them all out either. They're hiding away, and they know as soon as they pop in on the entry, they will not be able to make a sound, as 3 people will immediately come out and draw them in. That's 4, but there's just simply no time.
Yeah, just like that, Sonics 12 to 10. Map 3 potential on the table. Wow. That was a crazy pop. Now that I know that this is called a pop, thank you for that piece of information. Thank you, Yeti. But still, Sonic's in a commanding position. Honestly, I think Ghost Gaming in these post-plant positions, they look like they haven't really decided on whether or not they do want to retake or potentially just back off immediately. And that timing is just putting them under this time crunch that they don't necessarily need to be. We're seeing them so slowly regroup themselves in order to move in potentially. But then at that point, a couple people fall down and then they decide to just save their guns instead. Look at this pop going in. Pure R is feeling himself, but Nismo's feeling it even more.
Oh,
He's looking for a second, able to find it, and the Proto gets enjoy.
The third, the angle, it's there. Woo! No, never mind. It's fire, but the round is over.
All right.
What happened? ¿Qué pasó, amigos?
See, what did I say? Ghost, they like playing forwards to get information in order to be able to read what is going on. They have the agents that can relocate themselves, pushing out, get that information, catch them off guard. And the thing was, Sonics haven't really gone for a dish hit before, so they weren't expecting Nismo to be there, and things just worked out excellently for that defense. Now Ghost, 1 round away from bringing this to an overtime scenario. Meanwhile, Sonics just 1 round away from forcing map number 3. They do have a showstopper, do have a res. Ghost Gaming, though, they have that Rolling Thunder, and that could be instrumental if they do want to retake or stall and slow things down.
That res right there has been game-saving, round-clutching, everything having, and absolutely close holding. With that, they have to make sure that my man stays alive, because that 1-for-1 could potentially be supremely dangerous. But hey, Pop goes in. Nice little across to slow them down. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right through the Rolling Thunder too. He catches one, and they're all stopped outside of the site. They're gonna have to rethink all the decisions and why they even came here today.
And honestly, that was such a good reaction from Brock. Able to take one out, drop the molly just in front of the Sky Smoke, making sure that Sonics does not want to enter in on it.
Yeah.
So it completely slowed their momentum down, and a lot was invested on that push as well. So now Sonics are going to be trying to move things forwards, but Koala Noob holding this with an op.
Noob. Okay. I was about to be like, yeah, there's no shots. Ready.
Oh,
boom, and that's the immediate
right away.
So that got used for an op shot. And let's see if you can get the re-return.
Oh, timing.
He slides away just on time. He doesn't have the exit route. And the res, although he gets used, now he goes down from it. It is still a man advantage for Ghost Gaming. They have to delay, though. It is 4 more seconds, and they cannot do so. It's not outside of the site. The spike gets planted. It is just enough seconds to maybe try to get more.
Joy, no way.
He thought he was fine. He's going to die 2v2, Crunchy. Watch them get more out of this. This could be game saving for themselves. It's 1v2. Try to get more. Oh! Sonic, save it. We're going to map 3.
Jeez. 13-11 yet again, this time favoring Sonics. Maybe the car buff is coming through. Down to the wire. Yeah, we got the camera just on the car. Sonics looking so good, so clean. And just like that, they're going to be forcing out map number 3. We're going to Pearl, baby.
All right. Let me go look up what the map is on Pearl.
No, but that was excellent stuff coming out from Sonics. Things were a little bit more even. Well, honestly, things were pretty even between both of these two squads. But honestly, it just came down to a lot of these chaotic attacks or retakes that were going on. And once again, John QT was just doing such a good job on the offense, being able to take space. But unfortunately, that performance did not follow through when it came to the defense. They just didn't seem like they were in the right position at the right time. And so then it was just so much more easier for Sonics to just kind of run them right over. So yeah, like look at that. John QT just consistently was swinging in, not able to get as much value. And just like that, an easy win for Sonic. Okay, not an easy win. It was actually extremely close. So many 1v1s.
Way too close, like you said. 1v1s galore. Koala Noob's filling it with the op too, but
oh yeah.
Sonics on the retake. That Sage Wall, the slow orbs too, doing amazing stuff for another site. Because you saw as well, it was almost a consistent guarantee that the spike went down, and then after that, who went up? Because look, remember, because you gotta remember, they say it's down bad season, but right now nobody going down bad. I'm actually rich up right now. I'm rich up.
Okay, well. Sage definitely did make a difference. So you know what? Like you said, the barrier orb, the slow orbs, it all just kind of worked out, and those reses were absolutely clutch. So good stuff coming out from Sonics, and we will have map number 3, Pearl, ready for you just after this break. So don't go anywhere. We're going to see the grand conclusion to Ghost up against Sonics.
Before we go to the thing, sponsoring, my friend, we should try to talk about what's going on.
We're good on this one. Don't worry.
Metafy is good?
Yeah, we're okay.
Okay, Metafy. Guys, thank you.
All right, we'll see you in a bit.
I need some advice too, gentlemen. Look, I'm doo-doo caca. I am below the floor. So I need to know, how do I, and maybe for the people out there too, who are also doo-doo, how do you avoid getting tilted, especially in solo queue?
Just stop thinking. Just stop thinking. If you think about anything in ranked, you're just gonna lose.
The best way to not get tilted is to not care about winning or losing. If you're going into the game like expecting to win, then you're doing it wrong. What you should be expecting to do in ranked is to improve. You know, getting tilted, you're not improving.
I just listen to music. That's kind of all I do.
You can't think about what your teammates are doing. They just do the most random stuff. You can't account for your teammates. You just gotta work on yourself.
You hear that, homies? Work on yourself. Focus on you. Make sure you doing right by yourself. That's how she gonna DM you back, bro. All right. Off the book a little bit. I can't say that I'm radiant and just walk up to shorty like that. How do I make her DM me back? What do I gotta say to her?
If you don't talk, they'll DM you back.
I don't even, what does that mean? What does that mean?
You gotta act like you don't care. I don't know.
That's fair. That's
don't
not
ask
bad.
me these questions.
Yeah, I don't think me being radiant and should be giving you this advice.
It doesn't help.
I usually just wear my radiant triangle on my shirt. So if you can't do that, it's probably not gonna work out.
You might actually get like negative attraction. I think it's worse. Like they just, you're on the game 24/7. Like you'll never talk to them. It's just not gonna happen. It's actually something. It's worse.
I mean, that's kind of, yeah, you got to work on your game. You got game? You don't got any game? You have a fire fit on. Yeah, there's a lot of cameras out here. You can take a nice profile picture.
I need all of you to follow me on Twitter right now. I need impressions, so she DMs me back, bro. Map 3, series number 2, Sonics versus Ghost Gaming. Ravage doing it again by Marcus Wong.
Ghost Gaming?
I just wanted to over enunciate it for some. Okay, so for example, I could say Sonics game and Sonics and a co-host.
I'm taking this off. I didn't need to hear that in my ears.
I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
No. That's not it. That's not it for you. All right, that's okay.
That just ain't it, man.
Whenever the camera's on me, I'm always like, I gotta do something.
You gotta move. You're just dominating the physical presence. Making use of the stage while we're here.
All I am is physical.
Just
this is why I want to talk about what you. Okay.
Oh, they turn. You know. Hey, there you go. There you go.
That's why I want to talk about what you hear today. We got map number 3. That's kind of 1, 2, 3, right? And now it's Ghost. That's G with Ghost, and then we got Sonic. There's like a woo, and then woo. That's it.
Sure. Yeah. Let's go with that. the woo 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 woo. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the logo of Sonic's.
Bro, why haven't Ghost made their like person like Danny Phantom as their mascot? You ever think about that? He literally says "Going Ghost." Like he says, "I'm going Ghost," and the hashtag is going.
You know, I've got a reason for that.
What's that?
Copyright. Big Daddy Nickelodeon gonna be knocking on their door.
Phantom.
Yeah, they'll have who would it be? Johnny Phantom.
No, you call him like Kevin Ghost Guy. I don't know.
Yeah, Kevin Ghost Man.
Yeah, Stephen Boo. Ghost Universe songs coming up, as well as we got all 5 of the players almost all ready to go. They're all just setting up, making sure that their mouses are warm, the keyboards are nice and steady, and they all have 3 space bars on them.
Yeah, and once again, we're going to map number 3. We're going to be getting our map picks and bans on the screen for you right now. Both of the teams' map picks, they just fall a little bit short to their opponent, 13-11. Wow, it's even. They're on opposite sides of the exact same coin, but this coin is going underwater, finding its way into the fountain, down into Pearl.
Now, this is the first time that I've actually casted Pearl.
Same.
I've played Pearl a fair bit.
Okay.
I'm decently familiar with the overlay and like what is kind of essential on it. Because remember, there's one site, that's A, the other site has B, and there's mid. And mid is pretty big.
Mid is pretty big.
Mid is pretty big. And the sight line on B is like, it's all big one hallway. It's like, that's all.
Unfortunately, the camera cut away from you just as you did that, but
That's
we got
okay.
it based
That's
off
fine.
the noise
We
alone.
We can't have me doing all this.
We are going to be loading in to map number 3, which is going to be Pearl. I'm very curious to see what these teams are going to be bringing out. Right off the bat, we're seeing Shank be on Viper. And personally, I really like Viper onto Pearl. You cut off a lot of the sight lines, make things a lot more difficult for one of the teams to either move in on the retake or move in on the defense. So let's see how that one plays out. Meanwhile, on the side of Ghost Gaming, Brock is going to be locking in the fade. A Proto is also going to be on Astra. So those Astra smokes, those stars could be back onto the field. But I'm curious to see how the Neon is going to react. One thing I've learned about Pearl and just being able to watch some of these teams play it is taking mid control tends to be really important for these teams. It just opens up the map completely, and you can stop rotations from either side pretty effectively.
Exactly that, right? Because if you're looking at the entry on both these sides, if you're looking over at A first specifically, you have a very tight corner and bend that you have to try to maneuver around and somehow take a chance of not dying. That on its own is tough as it is, especially with just how close it can be. Those trades can heavily favor the defenders if they double or triple up. I mean, then for B, already mentioned it, giant long sight.
Yes.
Right? Massive hallway with not much cover at all. It is an operator's dream, which is why we're seeing a chamber on both sides. So that mid control too makes it so that they have at least a couple moments or at least a couple all different options to not die on entry.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the big things that we do see happen onto that B site is actually that mid control being so key for these teams to just seize. Because the thing is if they are able to push in through mid, then they can crunch in and actually take out those long sight lines. Put pressure on both sides. Whoever is peeking out there, they're going to be caught off guard, and it's going to be an easy way to just take that down, get their team in, and get that spike down. This is why that mid control is so important, and that way you're able to also confuse your opponents as to which side you might be going.
Exactly. It's as though you use the art of confusion. Like, the spike you're looking for is not here.
Oh man, I'm getting dizzy just looking at that right now.
You actually don't want to plant the spike at all.
Is that what the Sonics logo looks like?
Yeah, this is it. Take a,
yeah, just a little.
Yeah, I feel like I'm like Ravish and Gravish. You're watching Disney Channel.
10 years. Can't wait to see you on Disney, buddy. All right, let's see how this goes now. Ghost Gaming are going to be starting us out on our defense. Sonics is going to be on the offense. I'm so curious to see how they're going to be setting things up. Right off the bat, I'm seeing a Neon get towards B long. Might try to be going for that little corner just off of the side there. But of course, we're going to be seeing Chamber go over there because, like you said, that long corridor is basically Chamber's playground.
If it was a playground, it would have a swing in it, a monkey bar, and death.
Well, it has a little bit of a slide, especially if Neon's there. It's got an electric one.
Hey, nice. I like that.
Thanks, man.
So far, you were 2 for 15. It's not a bad score. But which is the 5-man stack all the way down towards A. But now we were actually just expecting, but look to force their way into. Now still being dropped to the bottom. Catch the initial. They're trading for a 2-for-1. A nice proud release from the fade. And they'll catch them all entering towards the side. One after the next towards the concuss. A nice shot by Rooney. At least that frenzy goes kind of crazy. But that's 2v2 again. How? How is it always even?
These games have been so close. That's why. And I'm going to be honest here. I think that we should have seen that Viper's wall come down with that A side hit. It is just the pistol round, but that would have just cut off a lot of the sight lines there, just like the fast lane did, which allowed them to get so deep on site, but the wall would have survived just a little bit longer. Now, thanks to some heroics, Sonics isn't out of this pistol round just yet. As we know, Ghost Gaming kind of elite when it comes to the pistols. However, there goes the hunt. The wall is now down. It's time to regress onto A.
As a look towards Montreal, see what they can get. It's just through the smoke. Kowalanu does it again. He's actually able to surmise the positioning of his opponents through the sheer intuition. Maybe a bit of luck, but still. Toss up nonetheless. With 12 seconds to go, they get the plant money at least. So a nice W for Sonics, but it might just be it as they both cross pads. Oh, John QT and Sean just trade away for silence.
Missed connections on Pearl. That's what we're witnessing right now. Shank just below Finally, we're going to be seeing Koala Noob. The drop happens here. Shock able to find one, but Koala Noob ready to trade that one back. And hey, guess what? Another Ghost Gaming pistol round in the bag.
But remember, it only matters if it's been flawless for themselves. They've already lost one. I don't care about it anymore.
Wow, okay. Mr. Perfection over here, huh?
Of course, I'm a perfectionist. Can't you tell?
Yes.
Everything I do is top notch, top tier, A+.
Especially the way that you do the Sonics logo. I'm not letting that go, by the way. just so we're on the same page.
Man.
Yeah, you got to be careful, man. All right, now Ghost Gaming, because they won that, they're going to be buying up here. But interestingly enough, right now, Sonics are kind of teasing us with quite a few Marshals coming in. And based on that alone, I'm expecting a B-side hit. Like you said, such long sight lines. You know what? The Marshal does have, in fact, a scope on it. It's going to make things a little bit easier. John QT, unfortunately, just missed the relay bolts. Not going to get too much of there. Re-aggresses with them, but fortunately at this point, the ground has been gained for Ghost Gaming. Sonics are now going to have to regress this with their Marshals in hand.
So far, but that on its own was an extremely close call. They do get a little bit of damage down, but not much else. No pick being given away. Quality that was alongside, we were talking about it before. And Crunchy on that Marshal is a duel you do not want to take because Ghosts so far have faced the wrath of that.
Yeah, that was the only time that that second round eco round came through for Sonics was Crunchy.
Yeah.
Having a Marshal, finding some heads, and the rest was history. We are actually seeing now Sonics are starting to aggress their way in. They've varied out that spike, but have to deal with the remaining members of Ghost just hanging out at the back.
Not much more there goes so far. You know, they've been pretty good on these bonuses, but again, it was Sonics who handed them their first loss on that. Quality finally gets his. That's 2 given over. With, oh my God, that's ruining this time with the Marshal instead, but might be enough. Shunk! Because again, we've seen Shunk do that before a bunch of times, but finally manages to get his. And there should be just, I think, no more giving away.
There it is.
There we go. The Bulldog continues to bite.
And see, that's why mid control is important right there. Shunk should not have been able to get that pick.
Yeah.
You know, just hanging out in mid, you're able to catch people rotating around, just makes it so much easier for you to get something cheap and easy. Still though, Ghost able to come out on top of that round. 3 of their members survive. Not the best scenario. Would have preferred a flawless to make sure that they could properly bonus this round, but they're still going to take that. Now the thing is though, Sonics did invest into Marshals last round. So, okay, yeah, their economy is going to be fine in order to pad that a little bit, but I imagine that they can't buy up all of their full utility. We are seeing a couple of light shields being brought in, and to me that just says that they haven't been able to fully do that. Just because they did invest in those Marshals and only found 2 members of Ghost, not the eco round that they were necessarily looking for. But this time around, it is going to be Sonics looking at this A site. A bit of a different defense as John QT takes advanced positioning, but Pure is ready for that punish. A Proto trades it back for 2 though.
That was really nice from a Proto as well. A flash catches them all, and I think
he
decides probably not worth it. They don't see him. Oh, he's put it down, gonna get the Molly as well. Now look at this. Let's see who shall be the judge. Pop down. That's one. Just
all
one,
you need.
though.
That's all you
More
need.
than enough. Nice move. Closes it out. A 3-0 start on Pearl.
Oh yeah, it's looking good from Ghost right now. Able to also pick up some of the enemy's guns, make their economy even better. They're thinking about the future. They aren't just stuck in the present.
That's true.
So things are looking really good for Ghost. Sonics, they're not too sure what they want to do. That fragment was, the timing on that one. It's got to be so painful there. But yeah, Nismo able to win that one out. I'm noticing that Ghost like to invest into Bulldogs on that second round, specifically so they make that bonus easier. And Sonics are going to be forced into a save. They're bringing the Wild West down into the ocean. They've all got sheriffs in their hands, looking for some of those headshots. But I don't really think that Pearl is going to be a great map for that. Regardless, though, they are taking mid control. This is what I wanted to see from the squad.
This is it. We were talking about how important it was before, too. And with all different options that you can have when trying to enter onto the site. So, things start to go down as they look towards Art, but it's just a pelting of shots. Instead, Brock does it again, but he's a bit too far. And now with just a sheriff, I should say, to take it away. Our Proto has the angle, he moves towards the other side, shoots one away, but instead he is caught between a rock and a dead place. 2v2, down the wire at least, but the concussion will not land. And John QT, look at the entry in. It's the fake so far as he waits for reinforcements. We try to allow the trade angles to be possible, and it's just 1-for-1. It's John, and John is all they need.
That's good. John with the 3K, able to close that round out. It was looking like Sonics were going to be able to just move in there and kind of just set up shop, make it nice and easy, despite the fact that they only had sheriffs going into that round. That is unbelievable. Just that mid-push through Art, able to catch a couple people off guard, find a couple of picks. You know, the judge, unfortunately, was not going to be judging anyone today. And then just were able to sweep up those guns and then make it work. But unfortunately, Ghosts were just a little bit more on point. Specifically, the man right here, John QT, going for the swings, able to isolate the 1v1s and just finds the heads left and right.
Yeah.
A very good round from him. And just like that, it's going to be 4-0 for Ghost Gaming. A lot of ultimates online for them as well, but this is going to be the round that Sonics, once again, will have money in their pockets. We are going to be seeing Enjoy bring in that operator. Let's see how they want to play it this time. Emphasis being placed a little bit onto mid, but this looks more like an information type spread.
Speaking of information though, the Knife managed to catch 4 there. So, well, actually, about 3 there at least. So, through that, able to slow down the push once again on the side of Sonics. But not much more to do though. 2 ultimates available, especially specifically that Barber's Pit. Is what could it be? Where we look to allow them to at least hit on the site. Probably just at least a shallow control if anything. But there's a Nightfall. Our Proto not caught out though. Puts out a smoke, pops out, gets 1, and then they make that 2. That's 1+1 for math, but it managed to trade it back evenly again. Sonics keeps on doing it. I do not know how they consistently manage to just take away and make these rounds so even, Marks.
And this is the cool thing. It is so even here. A lot of utility being tossed in. Rooney still hanging out in the back, looking for the head, is able to find John QT's. Gonna go for the re-swing as well. Takes down Nismo, and now it's a 1v3 here. Qualadoob ain't going down without a fight, though. Able to take Rooney out with that operator. Is just gonna opt to save it. As that's going to be the first round on the board for Sonics. And they're starting to get a lot of their ultimates online for the next round.
And they just keep on doing it, man. I do not know how consistently on every single entry, if Ghost is playing a bit too far up, if Ghost is just not having any exit routes, or that's not what his gun duels, on just how Sonics keeps on taking them away. I was on 3v3s, 2v2s, when they're the ones who get the initial. It's astounding to me.
And you know what? That makes me wonder, because as we know, Pearl, brand new map. Teams are still trying to figure out how they want to approach it, right?
Sure.
And so as a result, maybe these executions aren't as clean as we're used to seeing on previous maps like Haven, you know, like Fracture. That people know how they want to approach this. This is a little bit more in that experimental category. And honestly, this is why Pearl is such an interesting map to me. We're in that discovery phase right now. We haven't seen what these tier 1 teams want to bust out and how their strategies work. And so it allows for a lot of interpretation to come in. And I think that's why we're seeing these trades happen left and right. It's not consistent, but it makes it a damn fun match.
And fun is what we are here for. Look towards Qualadoob. Initial shot, nicely well done.
You want to find it?
And out of the op in his hand too. I'm sure we can see more of that. He can't reduce it from here though.
Man.
The second he actually gets it, has the exit route, and pops towards the backside. No shot right here. Okay, here, look. Is it here? Shorty down. He's right there. He pops out in front of him. Says, yo, what's good, G? Dap me real quick. You weren't planning on to plant, were you? I didn't think so.
Sean tried to reorganize himself, but actually just walked into a firing squad. Now, Rudy, last person alive, fights 2. 1v2 scenario here.
There's no shot he managed to get 2 more, though, but like you said, it's the 1v2. It's not completely over. Let's start on the trades yet again, and they pop out of the angle like, peekaboo, what's good with you?
The fact that you're able to make this rhyme, it's blowing my mind.
I know, every time.
It's so good, dude. It's so good.
I am a lyricist.
A real literary scholar you are.
Indeed, I'm Shakespeare, bro. I'm Dr. Seuss in this.
Dr. Shakespeare? Nothing. But Qualadoob is something. So consistent with this operator. Such good angles. The Cosmic Divide came in there to in anticipation that the rendezvous was actually going to be on the back of site. Nope, Kuala Noob actually set up that rendezvous to be able to just move a little bit more forwards and be able to drop down easy as soon as you get that shot. Now we are seeing a bit of a different strategy. Sonics, this time, pistols in their hands, have a couple of sheriffs, they're putting on that middle pressure. Once again, I think this might be a little bit easier for them as they move in onto the A site.
If it's detained, they go down. It's not even through the overdrive. He gets it with a frenzy instead. I'm thinking Neon's ult might need a buff so far if you resort to a frenzy.
Headshots, you know?
Yeah, that's it. But hey, still making it a trade nonetheless. And I think it's a trade that Sonics are more than willing to take for now.
Yeah, Sonics now, Joy spotting somebody in the back of sight is just going to get smoked off instead. They haven't quite cracked the egg yet, and yeah, they're going to be calling for a rotation, but that's going to be tough. Kuala Noob is actually watching this and has that rendezvous set up, ready to leave. The Nasher smoke is going to make it easier. Nismo now in a great position.
For now, but still by Nismo. You said, has the spike down here as well. Kuala Noob should know where they are. Pop down. No. The quick scope, unfortunately, is going to miss. He should be able to catch Kuala Noob from here, though, but he's watching the off angle.
Found the arm.
Like, he finds his elbow. He saw it was ashy. You need lotion, brother. Let me give you some.
All right, easy quick cleanup for the rest of Ghost Gaming. I think that was actually a really good call for Sonics to instead to abandon that A site as soon as they were running into some difficulties. And honestly, really good read from Ghost to be able to just kind of set themselves up, anticipate that they were going to be rotating over there. Yeah. Obviously, we saw Nismo, we saw Kuala Noob get in position to punish that mid push, and they caught everybody in B-Link. We're able to, even though the spike did get down, still a great round coming out from Ghost. That is now 6-1. 4 out of 5 members of Ghost Gaming have their ultimates online, but Sonics will have rifles going into this. Not as many ultimates, 2 to force 4 Enjoy, but I imagine they're going to save that for more of an eco round in the future.
Maybe not. Honestly, use it right now. Go ahead. just decide.
You have the approval of Ravish.
Yeah. Forget saving. Just decide to use and invest everything and see what happens, if anything. Although a bad call, but that's not why I'm not as good as they are. Shots to the wall, and instead it'll be still a 1 for 2, but he got that. He actually got that.
Wow.
Tell me how. Tell me who. Tell me where.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a shorty.
Tell me why.
Why did he get that his way?
Oh, I don't mean to cut that one short, but we do actually have to talk about what just happened there because they pushed into A-Art, you know, and it was an absolute brawl that happened in there. So many smokes were set up, allowing them to be able to move through, but they just got kind of caught up in the traps. And honestly, if you are on the defense from Ghost, you know, you realize they're all walking through that. Okay, let me just hold my left mouse button down, shake my mouse around. Chances are I'm going to find somebody in the middle of that. And so they just kind of got completely taken out. I would just like to see a little bit more pressure from A main, but Kuala Noob, he's reading them. He knows that they're coming on B. And like you said, long sight lines, Chambers Playground, could be able to find a pick.
Might be able to do it again, though. Now, crucial thing is they still have the Viper, so they have a bit of cover, but to try to enter in with just the Viper is that much tougher. Crunchy being gone will mean that the Stars, well, if they want to use secure the post plan, makes it rough. And know that Tire de Versa, it seems as they enjoy it, as decided to have a field day with them.
Spike is now going to go down. Cosmic Divide coming in for the defending team. But Pure just frenzy again, able to take John QT down.
He slide tackles him. But for now, the Ghost, not out of it just yet. As we'll see, there's still a bandit behind the wall. Pretty much, he's one. Yeah. Okay. I was like, there's no shot Pure actually gets this one though, right? But instead, let's see them all pop in. The Ashes Smoke working in their favor. They get it to half. Want to get them all. And Ghost doesn't even need to try to stay alive for this. They will just desecrate their own health bars to ensure the post plant is there.
And this is the thing, I don't think that the Sonics have a solid strategy for how they want to play their post plants. They're kind of setting things up in order to allow for some of these plants, but they aren't necessarily watching all of the different angles, just allowing Ghost Gaming to kind of go in. Obviously, you know, you can just talk about frag diff and stuff like that, but some of the fundamentals just don't seem to be fully clicking for Sonics just yet, which is how we've gotten to this 8-1 scoreline.
Yeah.
Ghost Gaming, they've got those fundamentals down. They're always swinging together. They're playing together, and they're able to use each other to take over a site properly. Especially on that retake. It's looked so clean from Ghost Gaming every single time. And Sonics, they're going back on an A-side hit. They will have guns yet again. They're going to be trying to make this one work. No ultimates online for Sonics. 2 for Ghost. 2 to Force, as well as that overdrive. Don't imagine we're going to be seeing it this round, though.
5-man push all the way through down to A. But
good info.
Wall goes in, like you said. They catch them on to 3. Nismu does it again. They're all locked down right by the ball, and that's it. Ghost will catch them all. It's not even close.
Yeah, and take a look at Nismo's position there. Just hanging out from A-Link. Not smoked off at all.
No.
Has complete free reign of the site for them to walk in, and you can tell that when Sonics were entering onto the site, they immediately swung left, wanted to look into that little corner there, had the fast lane to give a little bit of info, but still, Nismo just had free range to just spray things down. It was so easy, especially with a couple of tethers coming in too. That is going to decay you, make you a little bit weaker, and then the rest is just going to be easy bullets from the Vandal. Sonics, they have to tighten that up. They got to be able to use their utility effectively. This is why you bring a Viper in, to try and cut off some of these sight lines in order to make sure that you can isolate them and be able to find some of those frags.
Speaking of frags, the Qualinoob actually did get caught while he was trying to at least use the true defense down by mid at least, but they do not know where Nismu is. He has all util, of course.
Not the
He
box.
hasn't used it just yet, but he's inside the box. The
Not
question
the
is
box.
what's behind the box?
They don't know he's behind the
Check
box.
behind the box.
Oh, they're going B.
They're moving away from the box.
Imagine. Imagine if they went
That
for
would've
it.
been
Nismo
so
comes
fun.
up with a 3K, like,
It
oh
would've
my
been
god.
so funny. What are we going to do with him? But now, we look at a Proto too, who has the opportunity to at least get a nasty spray transfer.
Not
so
quite.
Enjoy is really good.
All right, now we're going to be able to see how Sonics want to set things up. They've got plenty of time to get themselves into position. See if they can pull this one together.
Oh.
Nismo, though, goes so good. Finds the headshot onto Crunchy. And look at that, they're already falling down.
And Enjoy again gets 3 more, though. He's stopping up possibilities on them to get this back. But the
1v2.
op gets punished down to 2v1. And we got to go look at Brock. Yes, Nightfall.
Nightfall.
They are completely silent. He's inside of the smoke, but they know where both of them are at least. They must have heard the drop. He gets 1. Look at the clutch. It's 10-1 so far.
Oh,
but
Shorty.
He has to peek him. He has to move against him. He's doing
Oh.
so. That Shorty is not going to work out. He needs the Shorty for a Shorty.
Yeah, the Shorty just falling a little bit short there. I guess putting short and Shorty. But the thing is that, yeah, you want, there's a smart idea, you know, play around the box, wait until they get close, but the timing was just a little bit off.
Yeah.
If they did get a little bit closer, I think that there would have been a chance that Shorty was able to make an impact, but unfortunately that was not the case. Now, they're going to get a timeout coming in from Ghost Gaming. They're up 9-2, looking to take that 9-3. Or sorry, no, looking to take it 10-2. If they hit double digits in this half, I think that's going to be it.
Yeah, I mean, like 10-2 is a pretty substantial round differential. I mean,
yeah, I'd agree.
It's tough. I've seen people come back from it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there was the infamous game that I recall between 100 Thieves and TSM.
Yes.
On Split.
Yes.
Where 100 Thieves came back from a 10-2 half.
Yes. Kind of hard.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. You know, not as hard as I hit the gritty on stage.
I'm sure you hit the gritty hard on stage. Dude.
I do, my
100%.
This absolutely goes nutty with this too. If you see, bro, if you see the way that I just tear this up, man, it's wild. It's tough.
I'm almost like shaking from anticipation now.
Y'all gonna see.
Oh, okay.
Not just yet. Not just yet. Not just
Can't
yet.
wait to see it.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, now you just teased me. That's cool.
I'm sorry.
All right. Well, regardless, it is still one more around in this half. Will Ghost Gaming get it to 10-2, or is Sonic's going to be able to force it 3-9? Still not an ideal scenario if you are Sonics, but if you want to make that happen, you got to start somewhere, and this is going to be the round to potentially swing things a little bit back in your favor.
You are divided.
We'll see how it all shapes up currently. So looking at personally, slow start to the round, and consider they all haven't decided to commit for now.
Ooh.
John QT catches Pure, not looking at him, but just gives him enough space as you try to plant.
Viper
But
spit.
Kwanu,
Oh, he's out.
Oh, he TP's away,
no.
and they go right into shock. They thought about it, able to catch him. Good stuff at the least. And now, the 3v4 though. We've seen Ghost do this before. The Viper's pitch will be more than enough. And they're not able to catch anybody here.
Viper spit
It's
down.
that much stuff. Ooh, Viper spits down. There's the Nightfall. These will go down as well though. It's 2v3 for now for Sonics. Now pay attention to where Sonics is. They're all towards the offside. They have clear angles. And Ghost cannot do a gosh darn thing
No
against
way.
them. Unless
No way.
Proto decides to find them all.
Oh,
The Phantom
no.
is him because nobody found him.
A Proto can't hear a thing. Sees one, sprays it through with that Phantom, finds two, flicks to the right, boom. Nice little 3K, close out the round, 10-2. Your Sonics start turning on the Miley Cyrus because this is going to be the climb if you want to even get it close. Thank you for the pity laughs.
You know what? I like that song a lot.
It's really good, actually.
Yeah.
Low-key banger.
But, you know, they always say that there's always going to be another mountain. And
Sometimes you're going to want to make it move.
Exactly. There's always going to be another battle.
It's true.
And
Oh,
someone's
no, I
gonna
forgot
have
the
to lose.
lyrics. Ah.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassing myself right now,
It's
honestly.
okay, but you know what?
I'll take
because,
that out.
Because the thing is that some of them are going to have to lose.
Wow. Damn.
That's the line.
That's really powerful. Miley Cyrus, damn. All right, 10-2. Sonics Esports starting out on the defense. Let's see how Ghosts want to move through. And look at this Ghost going right through mid. They've got 4 of their members there. Looks like it might be favoring that B side based on their Chamber's position there. But that wall from that Viper is going to make it a lot more difficult for the Chamber to make any distance. It's going to be up to John QT to put the pressure on and is able to do so, but gets shot.
Oh, but instead, even through the concuss to get more out of this too as they walk into Enjoy. But maybe at least they have a couple seconds of breathing room to plant the spike. I think that's all they might get here, though. It's 2v4 here, Marks. Yeah, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Prowler getting a little bit of information. Pure from above finds Brock. That was just all up to a Proto. Can a Proto do it again? Probably not. The Frenzy just shooting a little bit too many bullets too fast.
Yeah.
And a Proto falls down as Sonics get another pistol round.
Man, oh man. A couple seconds of solace is all they will get for now as Ghost. Now, they're going up against a bonus too, so I don't think this will necessarily go their way, if I'm being perfectly honest, but you know, at least give Sonics a couple seconds to breathe. But okay, we're not out of it yet.
Nope.
So it's fine, because if they lost that pistol, I don't know.
Ooh, yeah, it would have been a little bit dicey. Would have been able to get Ghost Gaming a lot closer to that 12-2 scoreline. Never want to find yourself in a position in. All right, Bears going down here. A different Viper wall coming out from the defense. However, this time around, it is going to be Ghost Gaming starting to move in onto B instead. They've given up that mid control, though. A lot of the members of Sonics are hanging out on that A side. Not going to find anything. This might just be a full retake coming in from Sonics on this defense.
Look at the way they're trying to come in as well. That Haunt gets all the way towards the back of the side and is even able to find a place by Cubby instead. That should not have happened. But no. Even the investment from the Guardian, with that not paying off, I think Sonics are trying to take more, and they don't find joy out of this either. Yeah, that should be it, pretty much. Yet again, Sonics doing a lot better in this half.
You know, I'm starting to think Pearl might just be a defensive-sided map based off of how these rounds have been going.
Maybe.
But to be fair, there's only the first 2 in this half.
Yep.
Sonics, a flawless round. It's going to enable them to go for the full bonus. Still have a little bit of wiggle room to work with. Ghosts only have 10. If they were at 11 or 12, it'd be a different story. I think they really have to just commit to it and try to see what they can do. But Sonics going to take the bonus. As we are going to be seeing Ghost Gaming, they're going to be ready to shoot him down. A lot of Vandals there. Proto is going to only have a Sheriff, though. And that was because last round, there was a Guardian that was bought.
There was a Guardian. He's 15-9, and so is Neasel, by the way. They're all matching up.
Yeah.
So just the fact that no one's necessarily popping off, just like consistently shows that all their side has so equally contributed to so many of these trade angles that we mentioned that play on. But they're just gonna 4-man it all the way towards B. There is Enjoy there looking to hold them off, but he TPs away all the way down towards tunnel. Actually, at least he get the sight. We finally got a 5v5.
Yeah, that was such a quick take moving in from Ghost. They just kind of went in, used their utility smart, and were able to get that spike down pretty much no problems.
Yeah.
Crunchy, though, finds the first pick on a Proto.
Nice shot from Crunchy. Qualinoob also spotted by the little Prowler. So instead, now all they gotta look to do is clear out these sight lines. No more information given over. They have to hold this down
cross.
and anchor the site one after the next. It's just kill after kill, but Ghost still in a pretty even position, and Songs has a chance to do this. Considering the way they're entering, and Brock, though, better on the hit.
Yo, Ghosts just have each other's backs.
Every time?
Yeah.
Every time. It's back to back, baby.
Like, it's like you saw what happened there when John QT was looking one way. Neon runs right in front. Doesn't matter. The Chamber's there to get your back. Qualinoob able to take him out as well. And now Ghost Gaming on 11-4. They do have that Nightfall online. You're going to be seeing the Tour de Force come out from Enjoy. Both these teams still have rifles in all of their hands, so this is going to be hotly contested. But if there is a round for Sonics to really swing things back in their favor, this is going to be it. They have to shut this down, and it's all going to happen onto potentially the A side. They're putting a lot of pressure onto B, but actually that is just a fake, and it's done its job. Sonics have started to rotate over, allowing for the Ghost Gaming to start to make their way onto the A side.
John QT and Nizmu were poking around to see where the Tour de Force might potentially be. It does not give it over that it was over by a B. So right now, we shall wait with patient arms and awaiting eyes on what is about to be executed towards the A side.
Yeah, now Sonics, they're so pushed up on B. They know that this is happening on A, and that's not going to work out in Ghost Gaming's favor. Look at this. They're swarming around them like ants. Ready for this attack, ready to capitalize. The Nightfall goes in first. Only catches one, though, and now the engagement goes.
They are smoked off at least, so that's pretty big, but Enjoy peeks in, and that's 2 down right away from Ghost. I think they know they can't commit to this. They're getting out, but look at this, Mux. They're getting flanked. Crunchy's ready, watching them walk all the way back, and he should be able to find one right away. And with the Proto having the spike in itself, I don't think he knows. He has no shot. He's waiting. Look at the discipline from Crunchy.
Oh, no.
No, he falls. That's so big for Ghost.
Time on the clock, though. Running out.
Yeah, there's no way they can actually commit to any one of these sites either. And Ghost knows they're just going to have to save.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a dicey round coming in from Ghost. They did a decent job of starting to smoke off some of those sight lines, but once again, the knowledge that they were going to be hitting that A site was given to Sonics so early on thanks to such forward positioning coming out from Crunchy. Made it all the way up to B Club, didn't see a single person. This is such an easy, this is 100% going to be an A side hit. Move everybody over there right now. Get set up because they're going to be moving in. And just like that, Ghost are going to just completely crumble. Now, they still have enough money in the bank to make sure that they can buy up this round. Looks like they are going to be favoring a B-sided hit. Put a little pressure on mid. That's what I like to see. Crunch the man who is hanging out on B-side, and you're going to have a much better time. But Enjoy has been really fragging out, and they're taking a lot of space, but that's all still within Enjoy's sightlines.
Interesting there, too. The Prowler goes out. Doesn't actually catch him. Not enough range.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's open.
They diverted their attention away. He didn't actually see John QT coming either. That is a really big punish. The null command not used to take over the site. Now they have all this control, even Crunchy going down. Then a 5v3. I think Sonics know. There's no shot of the potentially taking this as Spike takes away. They could try to take the engagement at least. They have enough eco to at least buy out for the next pretty much full. So they want to make those hurt as much as possible, but here it is gone. Ooh, there it is going in their favor. Ghost are 1 away from winning the series against Sonics.
Listen, those last 2 maps were really close. This time around, Ghost Gaming are asserting their dominance, 12-5. And look at this, Sonics, not enough money to make sure that they can go out swinging.
Yeah.
I really like the Ghost play there. Once again, every single time they get that spike down, it feels like their post-plant positioning is just a little bit better than what Sonics were showing us. Those 2 rounds that they were able to plant onto B, it was easy cleanups for the Ghost crew. Sonics have to make something happen here. Tour de Force going to be online for Koala Noob. This time a different position from Enjoy in the back there. Doesn't get spotted out though.
Without the haunt, doesn't manage to catch anybody, but yet again to clear up the side enough with his pop. So now, as the ult to move in, the walls are up. The spike not down just yet, but they clear out every single corner. And after quite some time and after a fair amount of rounds, we're seeing a 5v5 retake.
And there we go. Let's see it. The spike is now going to be down. So good. Nismo finding the first pick onto Pure R. John QT in the same position again, is able to find one as Brock has another. It's 2v3 right now. Crunchy trying to even this one out. Cosmic Divide going to be online. Split that site in half, but doesn't matter. Koala Noob finds one.
Oh, it is just on to shot, my brother. I gotta see what you got when you're up against 3, that wall not there. Nobody actually catches him. But the pre-fire on the angle, they're gonna know exactly where he's coming out from. And he probably does not expect the person playing so mad close. Ooh. And close is something that this game was not for now. Ghost Gaming take over. Sonics on this half. They get the 2-1. But man, oh man, Sonics, what a showing from them.
Absolutely, and you could just tell the level of rehearsal that we first saw in Haven and on Fracture was on another level. Sonics playing so well, but when it came to Pearl, brand new map, looking a little bit shaky on it. And Ghost Gaming, they've still got another map in their pocket, making that one look easy. We haven't seen that 13-5 scoreline basically since at any time that Ghost Gaming has been playing since yesterday, not even yesterday in the LCQ.
In the LCQ, yeah. I think you said they've been playing the fragging out since yesterday. And also, not to be fair, yesterday, they had all 2-0, so Sonics also broke the streak of getting 2-0s as well.
Yeah. Absolutely, but great stuff coming out from Ghost. Once again, big shout out to Sonics as well.
Yeah.
The energy from the car over here, unfortunately, was just not enough to carry them home. But boy, they were the first team thus far to be able to take a map off of Ghost Gaming, and that in itself is definitely an accomplishment.
And considering how close they were of getting either one of those maps, truly does show that, Sonics, they are not a team to be taken lightly.
No.
And I think Ghosts themselves also did realize that too as we headed over to Pearl. But, man, Ghosts right now continue making their run. And Sonics got to play a couple more games though. But y'all homies, remember, it's Summer Champs. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Oh, okay, just to talk about Pearl for a second. It's such an interesting map. And really, it was just showing that the defense might be a little bit more easier for some of these people to play. We saw a little bit more pressure happening onto that mid control, but ultimately, it just kind of, using the utility smart, making sure to smoke off the appropriate sight lines, and then use those flashes to be able to get yourself onto site. It seemed like Ghost Gaming were so clean when they were able to get that spike down. It was just get in, clear out your corners, everything is going to be fine. A different story from Sonics when they were on the attack. They were caught off guard consistently, not looking in the right direction, not looking in the right corner, and immediately just gifting Ghost Gaming quite a few multi-kills.
And I find that also happened on the adverse end for Ghost as well too, who just gifted away 2 to 3 on so many of these entries as well. So with trades galore going on, I think with the way we're looking at it, Ghosts and Sonics, man, these guys made things a lot of fun for us too. And I know personally I had a great time, and we're going to continue to do so as we do got the coach of Ghost, Kaplan, ready on stage with Channel Metro.
Here on the main stage again with Ghost Gaming. Again, this time we've got Coach Cap, No Cap, coming in after, a 3-map series. I want to kind of talk to you. Let's take it a step back. Map number 1, 13-11 on Haven. Down to the wire. What are the thoughts when you're kind of getting into a game like that against some competitors that you might quite possibly see again in the next couple of days?
Yeah, feeling good about it. I mean, it's definitely scary when a game goes that close, and I think they're a really good team. Hope to play them in grand finals. But it was one of those maps where I feel like we lost to an eco. Really nice shots from Crunchy. They had a retake. I can recognize when a situation's favorable to us, and they just hit some really good shots. And it felt like we had the game in our control. Just the small stuff didn't go our way. So it felt good even after a 13-11.
And Fracture, same storyline, relatively close, but what I want to talk to you about is what you guys are bringing to the table, right? You're bringing in that Neon, you're bringing in that Raze. A Proto said, we like to go fast. Maybe I thought I could pick your brain about it and see, is there anything more than just wanting to go fast for the team?
A change of pace, a lot of, Fracture's getting pretty stale with comps. Even the FPX comp was kind of a breath of fresh air, and people saw it a lot. So we liked the idea of grabbing this double duelist comp. It's easy to run. It doesn't take a lot of work. It's a fast comp. You just make the strats. You play them when you play the match. But can't say I love running it against the Sage. That was a little tricky. But
Yeah, I was saying, the Sage is giving you guys some issues. You guys obviously running the Sage in the past. You kind of understand how to play against that one. Now, I think the big question that everybody watching back at home or even here in the crowd, right? We see series number 1, you let Pearl go through vetoes. Obviously, we got to take a look at why you're letting Pearl go through. But what is that? Is that a map that you guys have been working on for an event like this?
Yeah, we definitely scrimmed it. I mean, we there's a certain other map we veto a lot and hadn't played much. So when Pearl came out and, we played Split, you lose Split, we wanted to pick up a Pearl. Kind of hard to tell what other people have been doing with it, so it's hard to want to just pick it because you don't know what you're up against. You don't feel like you know the meta comps yet, but, we worked really hard to understand the map. My analysts, my IGL, myself, and the whole team just trying to study the map, figure out how does the map work, not going right into our comp, but how do we break the map open, and I think we're pretty happy with how our Pearl's going.
Right now, the meta really seems, I think you guys are playing just about the same thing on Haven as you are on Pearl. Do you feel that Neon really is becoming a mainstay, especially as these new maps are coming out? It's the Neon, the Fade, the KO, right? It's very similar to what we've seen. Are you feeling like that's kind of the at-home comp?
I think it's flexible. I think, you don't have to run her on Haven. You don't have to run her on Fracture. You don't have to run her on Ascent, but we saw Cloud9 try it. I thought it looked pretty sweet. She's good to throw people off if you want to switch up comps. We played a lot of Raze comps because of Nismo, so if you want to bring in a new look, Neon was kind of a no-brainer. You don't see a lot of Jet lately. I do think she's a mainstay on Pearl, though. I think that's what's up.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of people have been running the Raze. Neon, there it is. You hear it. Maybe a mainstay on Pearl. Now, looking forward. You guys qualify to tomorrow. You're hanging out for just a second. I think you guys are looking at Teal Seam. Have you been able to take a peek at what they've got going on, or is that what you're about to do right now?
We'll get to it. I definitely am glad we are done early tonight. I'll stay in and watch VODs, but I also got to give a shout-out to our analyst, Gunter, at Gunter's Penguin would be his Twitter handle.
Okay.
He's out there in England. He's grinding way late into the night.
Oh, let's go.
Watching, we found out our bracket. We found out we were probably going to play Sonics at 5 a.m. his time, and we had a whole set of counter-strat notes from him, so... shout-outs to that guy.
Shout-outs to that guy.
Yeah.
So can imagine that Gunter is going to be doing it again, moving in throughout the weekend. Now, I just want to give you a second. You no longer have to look at me. You can look into the camera.
Okay.
Shout out anybody. Where can people find Kaplan, and who do you got to give love to?
Yeah, you can find my Twitter at It's Kaplan, same youtube.com/It's Kaplan. Put a little content up there, but not for a while. But I don't know, shout-outs to the players. I'm really proud of all of them. They've done a good job. We had a long break. We fell out of VCT. We could have been scared of Tier 2 news. We could have been lazy, but we got back to work, and we're showing up to a tournament and looking like we usually do. I'm thrilled.
Well, Kaplan, thank you, my man. I appreciate you coming in for it. Good luck throughout the rest of the weekend. And as for us here, we're not done just yet. We've got more action coming your way. It's going to be a lower decider to see. One more team to qualify and one more team to unfortunately go home, so stay tuned.
When you're treated like the pros, you'll celebrate like the pros. Rothman Orthopedics gets you and your favorite athletes back in the game.
My name's Apex. I play for Wolfwood. My name is Mark. I'm Nismo. I play for Ghost Gaming Valorant.
Hi, I'm Anderson, and I play for Nearest Airport.
My name's Killer Miller, and I'm playing for Wolfwood.
I am Kaplan, and I am the coach of Ghost Gaming.
What's your favorite Valorant moment as a player?
You know what? It'd have to be watching Ye play. Sentinels was watching him play on Icebox against a team, and he was just abusing Chamber like crazy. And they were like, what do you do against that? And the answer is nothing, because it's Ye start and it's Chamber.
What is it about LAN that really gets you going?
I think it's everyone screaming, all the hype with everyone, and just being with my teammates and playing together on LAN.
Definitely just the energy with your own teammates, being able to get the fist bumps going, you know, the eye contact, look at them in the eye when I call the timeout. Let them know I'm pissed.
Just kind of like the energy of everybody being here. It's a phenomenal environment, and just happy to finally put a face to a name with all these people that I'm meeting.
What gets you, I guess, hyped for LAN? Like, kind of get you in the zone? Is there anything different when you come to events like this that you change specifically?
Kind of the energy. Being able to talk at LAN finally. Because online doesn't really matter, but in LAN, the best way to talk, in my opinion, is let them run their mouth, and then when you beat them, just give them the handshake and then just go, that was easy.
You're filling in for Wolfwood, right? So how was that yesterday? You got some main stage time. How was that?
Yeah, it was great. It's my first LAN, so it was really cool to actually have my first stage time be a win, so that was sick. So it's been really fun. I'm excited for today, and we have some good players to play, so.
With this being your first LAN, what's your warm-up ritual? Was there anything different coming into the studio yesterday and kind of warming up and getting ready for it?
Not really. The biggest thing was trying to get in the zone, because obviously this is the first time traveling to a big city like this, and for a LAN specifically, and so it was a lot of just things going on. We had to wake up way earlier than usual, so the biggest thing was really just getting in and getting comfortable. Obviously it was really new with the white noise, super loud. I don't know if you put the headsets on. It's really loud. That was new to me too, and I also didn't bring in-ears, so I had to have these they had pandas on them. They were $10 at CVS, but they worked and we won, so. Maybe that's the secret.
Hey, that's the secret right there. Get some janky in-ears. It works every single time, says Killer Miller. Well, I'm going to let you be. I'm going to let you enjoy your strawberry acai refresher with lemonade, right? Hey, that's my drink, too. That is my go-to drink.
The swing around, the information's there as to Screwface's position, but Roy taking down Pancakes through that box, turning it back the other way, 2 versus 2, but Neon playing close, needs to try and dash across, will avoid that shock dart and dash across, get on top of the stairs, but drop just as quickly. Roy gets refragged though. 1 versus 1, Coburg up against Zachary, and Zachary hits the shot, long range no less, around P1, and will be able to get the defuse. City Boys deny the bonus round, but Roy's Kitten Shelter will be able to buy more than enough into this 4th round of play, while City Boys only saving over 1 rifle and spending all their money in that previous round means their buy is going to be less than ideal.
Ooh. It
was close, though. RKS actually had a really good run, in my opinion. I don't think that this was something that, you know, we can't give them kudos for because they took a lot of these players out in that bonus. And, I mean, even then, they're still going to be able to buy. So, coming into this, RKS looking good economy-wise. City Boys struggling just a little bit here. Having some Vandals, maybe, but you're going to have to heavily rely on Gucci and Zachary for those main frags, right? So trying to create that opening to get those Vandals.
Gucci drops away, gets suppressed, so doesn't want to take that fight. And actually, Null Command popped early on in this round here as RKS are sending themselves in quickly. So Screwface dinked straight through the smoke and through the pyramid, but is lucky to stay alive as it stands. They're looking to swing around yellow box and dropping Giovanni long range, but now just one shot from death. City Boys on to another retake, and this time without being able to see anything, they are looking to fall short. A 2 versus 5. Zachary, Poison Cloud available to try and retake. They will be able to drop Screwface, but an immediate refrag once more. It's RKS playing around one another and looking to really establish control.
Yeah, Gucci in a difficult position, a 1v4 scenario as well. Able to back out to avoid that suppression, but playing the exit frags here, which makes sense. It's totally not winnable in this situation. So,
easy W.
yeah, unless Gucci just like goes bonkers, but
Suppose not. I suppose not. No going bonkers, unfortunately. Clean round, that's exactly what RKS needed, keeping 4 players alive. And City Boys at this point are in an awkward position. While, yes, they almost broke the bank of RKS, they were so close yet so far, and now their own money is out the window.
Yeah.
Duck is going to be able to buy, and actually could probably be purchased up for by Screwface. That's exactly what happens. A Bulldog is all they really want at this point. And City Boys, a Vandal as a hero rifle, pistols elsewhere.
oh, nice flash out. Gathering information as to maybe where these angles are being held here for RKS. Screwface trying to get the dash in completely. I mean, denying the fact that Cypher Util is there. I mean, not Cypher Util, my apologies. At least the Soviet Util. Everybody from City Boys trying their best to stop this entry. And I mean, a lot of pressure created by City Boys because now RKS are deciding that the A site is the site that they want to move towards now.
Quickly so at that, holding W in that general direction, and City Boys really don't have any answer on this side. There's the only utility set up is that toxic screen, of which doesn't really help this defensive side. As soon as they get by it, it's really just a fallacy. They can play on the back side of it. Zachary going to throw in their Poison Cloud alongside that Snake Bite, neither of which really land onto Coburg, who can circumvent it relatively quickly and avoid that area of effect. Darkest on the backside of Pyramids, locking down their current avenue of attack. And RKS having to face up against yet another retake. Over aggression from Darkest, but an immediate refrag from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, but looking at the situation, it's a 3v2. Roy's getting shelter, having the upper hand, but Pancake's creating somewhat of an opening. Duck finding the timing, knowing that the positioning was there, knowing that they might have just been able to take the 1v1, but here it is. I mean, that's the mistake. Doc overextending, trying to take these fights, but Roy right behind. 3K down to their name. That 4-1 looking good for RKS.
City Boys once more are on to a purchase, but the question remains, what are they going to do around it? They have the Viper's Pit available on the defensive side. You'd almost certainly expect that to be either used towards Cave or around towards B main. I wouldn't expect to see it later on and around, especially on the defensive side. That's more noted for the attack. Other than that, I don't see much in their favor. They're 2 ult points away from both their Tour de Force and Hunter's Fury, 3 from Gucci's Cabbages, the Seekers, if you please, and the Bladestorm well off the mark because it's been used already this half. I don't like this current position for City Boys, but they have used the Viper Spit. Coburg apparently doesn't care. He's just going to push straight through it.
No, I think I've seen more players not care about that Viper Spit than I have care, but Zachary, you got to be careful. You can't just roam like that.
He has no idea.
No. Okay.
They know the Viper's still in. They haven't gotten the audio cue. Zachary, far side, the spray through. Zachary finally does die, but a single shot, all that was required on the Coburg because of that decay effect. An immediate trade, though, back the other way. Giovanni with a double inside of the tube, leaving Duck in a 1 versus 3. And with no Viper's Pit of their own available, they'll be scanned out by that recon bolt and forced off the angle, vertical position from all the way across towards elbow. Usually a post-plant position played by Jets, this time used to possibly deny the plant, as Duck has no option other than to try to take the fight in opposite directions. They'll play around the backside of their toxic screen and immediately fall. Well played around their own Viper's Pit on the City Boys side. They will start to build back, but with just half of the score of RKS, they still have a ways to go.
Yeah, nothing to do there. Shocked are thrown by Pancakes, limiting everything that Duck could do, peek, whatever. So it was definitely harder in that situation to win something out like that. Maybe playing a little bit more together there for RKS on that defense, because I feel like they're trying to isolate these fights, but that's more so for the attackers to do, considering that defense, you play together as a team, you keep and secure these sites. That's the main objective here for them. So maybe following into those footsteps. The Vipers wall comes up on that A site, or at least down, and now we're waiting for some type of initiation.
There's an all command available on the RKS side, and I think the one issue for City Boys in their agent selection is that they don't have a specific ultimate in order to shut down a defense. When they get to the attacking side, they don't have a null command. They really don't have that neural theft, which I believe is a give or take depending on the situation. But the Hunter's Fury is decent, the Viper's Pit's okay, and the Blade Storm, yeah, you can use it, but it's a lethal ultimate. So you're looking at these ults and saying, they could work, but they need to be played in almost perfect scenarios where it doesn't find nearly as much as it could. And that's the challenge that time after time, City Boys are going to run into, especially up against such a staunch attack and when it becomes defense for Roy's Kitten Shelter.
Yeah, the defense looking pretty solid for City Boys, at least in the last round. They just really have to follow through with it. But Gucci, not actually thinking that peeking through that wall was going to be any punishment whatsoever, but it seems like everybody's getting punished here for City Boys. Just as I say that they weren't doing too bad, now they're making these mistakes that they haven't, been on the last round. Pancakes might actually make this mistake as well, but able to secure the one. That's good enough.
Immediate trade, Coburg dropping the neural theft just to make sure they can guarantee the round. They're well aware of the positioning of Giovanni up in heaven, who actually does find the kill. Coburg dying early in this engagement. That means they could justify a retake, and they won't. No fun for us. Apparently they're compers. City Boys will indeed back away. And Roy's Kitten Shelter, a 3 versus 2 and a guaranteed round victory. They play off the back of their null command near perfection. Well, yes, the Blade Storm was used. It found a kill here and there, but really it was just based off of the distraction it created, and it allowed the City Boys to really push off the fact that, well, they didn't have an advantage.
And we're back in the pit, looking to get right back into the action. Of course, we have our liaison, Lil Josie.
Nice to see you, Tanner.
It's always great. Stop. We're about to have a moment right now.
The camera's on.
The camera's on. The camera's on.
What are we talking about?
Josie, we're talking about what's been going on off stream. Actually, at this point, I do want to remind you guys we have multiple streams, and some of the matchups that you might talk about are played on those streams, but go ahead and give us the numbers.
For sure. So we have Nearest Airport taking the Group A 1 seed, and we have those second seeds just starting now. So Roy's Kitten Shelter and City Boys just started. We'll see that in the pit in a second. Core actually won their group over Native Gaming, and they're actually in a map 2 right now in Lower Decider. So if you walk over here, we have Native Gaming versus Why Do We Suck? Great question. Still to be determined. It's 6-3. Native Gaming took the first one, so we're in map 2 right now. Looks like we're on a ascent. Looks like we're going to have a nade. Thrown mid. Doesn't hit anybody. Love to see it. And then if we keep moving, we have Group C, which we just saw on stream a second ago. We had Ghost Gaming take the lead over Sonics, and Sonics and ICUP, or iCup as they are lovingly referred to on Twitter. I'm just kidding. I don't know if they have a Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know.
But they're going to be starting in a second.
They should have a Twitter. I think we've got iCup. We're set up just around the corner there.
Correct.
Sonic still looking to get into theirs. Map 1 here between Native Gaming and Why Do We Suck? It was Pearl. It was not very close. It was, you know, there wasn't much to say about it, unfortunately. And then we got a run back, right? We got a little bit of a salty run back.
Correct.
I think City Boys.
Correct. Yeah, we have City Boys and Roy's Kitten Shelter right over here on this back row. So we can check out City Boys over here. 5-2 for Roy's Kitten Shelter, actually. So a nice start for Roy's Kitten Shelter. Those kittens are having a nice home.
Well, and you know what? The salty run back, it's tough, right? Because they've already got the data on them, and now we got some old heads over here, right?
Correct.
So we got some old heads.
They got great memory, even though they're old like elephants. You know, good memory, but they're old.
Good memory, but they're old. What else you got for us, Josie? That closes out for the pit update?
All right, yeah, that pretty much closes out for the pit update. The last match that we have going on is DNA Diff versus Nightblood Gaming, which is going to be on the stage. They're getting set up like you mentioned earlier, so we got some vetoes coming into you guys soon. We got casters coming up, so all that good stuff is right around the corner.
All that good stuff is right around the corner. Obviously, you know that matchup is coming, and who knows it better than our casters. It doesn't quite look like they're ready to get going here. Headsets are off. So with us, we're going to hop away for a short break. But just like Josie said, Nightblood and DNA Dip, they're fighting for their lives.
Video games were definitely a source of tension in my family. They weren't really happy that I'm like kind of starting to steer away from education and steer away from school.
I had a grind. I came here from nothing. I was never in the spotlight. In fact, it's something that's very new to me.
Esports isn't for now. Esports is for 100 years from now. Just like the NFL 100 years ago when the NFL was starting up, like what is this? People hitting each other for fun, and look at it now.
Anything worth doing in life is always going to be hard. So I knew that this was going to be difficult. I just didn't know to what extent.
I was dealing with all these things, and I had to keep a facade of everything is fine, and there came a point where the facade just cracked.
Quitting esports was the easiest option.
That year was probably like the worst year in like a very long time. There was like a huge falling out with like gaming in general.
Everything was going great, and one day I had gotten a call from my sister, and she was crying, and she was just saying, "Mom can't walk. Like, get over here. Like, Mom's not walking. Like, she can't walk." I'm sorry.
And then my dad asked me, he says, "So what are you gonna do about it? Why do you gotta tell me that? Why can't you just tell me to give up?" But he didn't, so I didn't.
Through all like the lows, it's knowing like this is something I've always wanted since I was young, and I've been a gamer my whole life. I've been in esports since I was like 15, and knowing that everything I do now is like culminating to like this person that I've kind of always wanted to become, it makes everything worth it.
Esports.
Esports is home. It's everything I've ever known.
I'm hooked in, baby. I'm hooked in.
Rav, you want to come in my car? I think we should get going. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, hey, what's going on, amigos? What we're gonna do right now is we're gonna see who got game, but who also got game. All right, we gotta know, you know, what's y'all's best pickup line, which is why we dropped us dressed like this, because I don't know, why are you dressed like that?
Remember when you told me to be myself?
Sure, yeah, bad advice, but yeah.
I decided to be myself. I'm letting go.
I'm so proud of you. I'm glad that this is the way you decided to really just show yourself to the world. So let's go find some homies to see what's up. All right, okay, look.
Hi, my name is Marks, and you can find me at Ravishing Casts.
Thank you, that's great. Appreciate that.
Let's find the victim. The victim. Who's the victim? Hello, what's your name? Sophia. Do you have a pickup line that you'll it's hard out here, man. Like, let's say you see a handsome man, all right, on the street, man or woman, whatever, and you see them and you're like, dang, I want to date them. What would you say? It's a tough one. Pretend I am that person. I'm your crush. I know, I'm really pretty. So pretty. I'm so jealous. Here, we're in my car. I feel like you're giving me so much pressure right now. I didn't mean to. If you were a pineapple, you'd be a pineapple. That's really cute. Yeah. Do you want to go out? Tonight? I lied. I have a boyfriend. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh!
That's Mark with an S?
Yeah, Mark with an S. Yeah, Mark's.
That's weird and wrong.
Is anybody here a Chad? An absolute Chad? If you were walking up to a shorty, what would you say?
Oh my God.
What's your best pickup lines?
You put me on the spot. I did not prepare for this.
That's crazy. Get used to it. You're a caster.
You would ask a girl out by saying something Valorant related?
It's been a long time since I had to do this, so I don't really have anything for that.
It's easier if you're a Discord mod. I understand.
You walking up to a shorty, she probably molded her about. Yeah, she's shorty right here. You see shorty walking down the street. She's immortal.
Down the street or walking down the street?
Just go with it.
Okay.
She's down the street. What are you saying to her? New.
Hey girl, can I honk your nose?
You're canceled.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Rosie.
Hi, Rosie. Nice to meet you.
I'm the manager for Native.
Why don't you go ahead and give me your best pickup line? If you're walking up to a good-looking, saves me.
It's like
I'm walking
relatively
by.
dirty.
It's okay. I like it dirty.
It's a Valorant-related pickup line.
Valorant pickup line's fine. That's a walking by you. How you stopping me? What's up?
Are you raised?
Oh, no.
Because you can fire.
I knew where that was going. I knew where that was going. You know what she's gonna say? She's gonna say, "Is my nose big?" Because you said that.
How
Mark.
dare you? I'm here with the homies, all right, from Roy's Kittens. Yeah, why don't y'all go ahead and introduce yourself, your name, your Twitter @ what you do, and what makes you different.
All right. So my name is Roy. This is the Roy's Kitten Shelter. This is Kitten 1, Kitten 2, Kitten 3, Kitten 4, and Kitten 5 over there.
Meow for me.
Now this sounds like there's undertones
Meow
here.
for me. Meow. Thank you. Christian?
Meow.
Meow. Meow.
I'll meow for you later, bro.
Yeah, what's up, homies? I'm Ravish. We're here to talk to some of the absolute best people at LAN here today. I'm talking about top fraggers. We're gonna talk to the dog too. Let's find out. I know this is usually a pretty hard person to try to track down. You know, he just came back from a match. He just lost as well. So we'll see what we can get out of him. He's right here. Little homie, what's up with you? Go ahead and play Twitter for us too, and just see where you're at. Okay, that's I believe that's that rough cast. My brother, what I need to know from you as well. Which player are you most afraid of facing at LAN? You know, I would have said Screwface, but like, that's fair. Yo, you think 5'4" is the new 6 feet? Just for my satisfaction. That's crazy. You just gonna say that to me? Bold front and center? Chat. If this man was not a dog, I promise you the amount of quit longers he would have on him right now. I need y'all to be ready. Who's your favorite caster here? Huh? Who? Tanner Metro is also my favorite caster as well. That's fine. That's okay. I completely understand. I can't compete. This was an unfun interview. I'm having a bad time, and I bet you are too, huh? Thank you. Grab a shout.
Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness, polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman, killed that. In the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bondsman. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise. She wants seed, told her nothing in a blossom. Badging me for info at the shipper to Wisconsin. Only good for the lozenge. My whole contact list said it, I don't even want it. Sing, show the jet love, but it never meant much. Never make decisions off a head rush. I've been down to $10. IRS kept track for 10 months. Had to switch how I went about it. Dues paid, collected all the loose change that I had left. Blew it on a new game. Set the high score, played it, the machine stops. King's Cross, had to reconnect the where the jeans start. And get the deed done. They expected me to switch when I receive love. Gotta let the marathon run its natural course. I can feel the force. Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness, polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman, killed that. In the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bonds me. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise. I should be ashamed, man, I've said it to a few birds. Made them think that they was mine, gave them new purrs. And attention, it got to their head quick. Will I ever learn? That's a good question. Damn, a lot of pressure, so I gotta pop. And I love it like I kinda pop. Sorry that y'all gotta watch. BKT's up on the truck. The boys are counting on me, need to make it out the mud. So for them, I get the deed done. When I receive love, you know the whole team up. That's why I let the marathon run its natural course. I can feel the force. Knocking, boots Bruno on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness. Polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman, killed that. In the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bonds me. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise.
Spacey shit.
Hey, hi, how you doing? I hope you guys are ready for what's what to come your way. Because at this point in time, it's the last beauty of the night.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't know how you're feeling. I'm feeling good, feeling great. We saw some fantastic games. We saw Ghost absolutely tear it up. And also Sonics making mad close. And now we got two brand new teams doing their thing.
Absolutely. It's going to be DNA Diff up against Nightblood Gaming. And you know what? We're nice and comfortable right now, don't you think?
We're great. My back is straight. My posture is popping. You can see right now. I'm going here straight as a feather. Let's see. Look at this.
And you know what? That right there, that's making your back so straight, is the Elemax competitive advantage you've been waiting on. Featuring cooling, heat, and massage, the Elemax will keep your gaming sessions going even longer with body temper regulation and increased focus. The future of gaming is here. Shop now at Mavix.com. And you know what? While you're there, use code NSG to save $55 off your Mavix gaming chair. Right now, we're chilling, we're feeling nice and comfortable, and we're getting these teams ready for the next match, Ravish.
That's 100% correct. As the teams that we have are DNA Diff versus Nightblood Gaming. Nightblood Gaming, in fact, did qualify towards the LCQ yesterday, and DNA Diff, I believe, has qualified. And quite a fair bit to go. Went into champs as well. There we go. Both these teams actually got a chance to sit down with Nightblood Gaming yesterday. And they said something interesting. They said that they're a very momentum-based team.
Oh.
They've only been playing for about 3 months together too. They talk about how, they consistently make sure they have each other's backs. And they're some fun guys to be around, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, like you said, DNA Diff actually qualified previously because, you know what, leading up to the Summer Champs finals, there were so many open qualifiers as well as LANs, and DNA Diff was a team name that we saw consistently throughout all of these different qualifiers. So that team has been playing. They've made their way up here and are now ready to make a wave at Summer Champs finals.
Exactly, because look at the squad. Think of Adder, Joba, Couché, Nick, and Ica going up against Nate, Tom, Poppy, Clamoran, and YOLO. So I think they themselves so far are definitely feeling it. And considering how the games have been going, I think these guys are definitely in for a fantastic time. I'm sure we're going to get a very highly competitive matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm so curious to see how this is actually going to work out for them, because obviously earlier today we were looking at Ghost Gaming, just kind of following their storyline throughout this entire tournament. And Ghost Gaming is a team that you want to watch out for, even if you're in just VCT, honestly. They do a really darn good job. And now we're going to be seeing some other young talent that's being grown just through the Champs system. So we do have our map picks and bans ready to go. Let's get that up on screen for you. Oh no, Pearl, it's already gone.
Pearl and Ascent are taken away.
Wait a
so
second.
we're up to Fracture and Haven. So surprising enough, it's just switching places. Bees and Icebox, of course, gone. And we're down to Bind.
We back, baby. We back.
It's, you know what, for like at 4 hours, I was like, man, we're going to change things up. This is about to be hype. Things are getting really, really cool around here. But no, instead, we get to experience the absolute pleasure that is maps like Haven and Fracture and Bind once again. Our Fracture, though, Fracture is new, is interesting, but it is, of course, very one-side heavy, I would say. But I think we might be able to see perhaps a run back between both these teams, because we did see that it just depends on who's more comfortable on this map at this point.
Yeah, and you know, we got a really interesting interview with Ghost Gaming Kaplan before the break, talking about Fracture specifically. And he actually said that things were starting to be materialized a little bit more. And Fracture, while still new-ish, people are starting to figure it out, and we see a lot more static-y type of compositions coming in on there, and that's why I'm starting to see a lot of these teams decide, hey, you know what, let's take a swing at Fracture. Before, everyone avoided it like the plague, but it's starting to come into some of these teams' rotations, and we're getting a lot more Fracture than we have at any other previous tournament.
Exactly, and I'm surprised by it too, because considering how long we actually were waiting for it, you know, because the consistent thing was Ascent, Bind, maybe Haven. Maybe Haven. That's the biggest thing. So, I think Fracture making his way in here does just prove that it's been long enough for these teams to necessarily get used to the map too, and have the meta for it. It's pretty well defined as well.
Oh, absolutely.
With the neon and all that.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing a Breach. You're going to be seeing a Brimstone.
Exactly.
Pretty classic things coming in there. But you know what? I'm still heartbroken over here. They took away my baby Split. I'm never going to see Split again for the time being.
Man, I do love me some Split.
Like banana splits or the map?
Yeah. Well, hey, ¿por qué no los dos, you know?
All right. Hey, we got the team lineup for DNA Diff. Take a look at our lovely players here. It's going to be Adder, Aiko, Avino, Kushe, and Nick for the DNA Diff squad. Like I said before, this team has been going through these open qualifiers, online ones as well, and kind of really just kind of wreck and shop. They were able to get themselves enough points to earn themselves a spot here. We didn't even see them in the LCQ at all on the previous day.
And on the other end, from Rapid Gaming, we got Nate, Glamrant, Poppy, Tom, and YOLO.
Woo!
These fantastic shots on all their jerseys. What's crazy is that Nate as well, you see with that headband, he wore the exact same headband yesterday as well.
Okay, hear me out here.
What's up?
What if he has multiple headbands of the exact same headband?
I doubt it.
Okay. I mean, hey, you know what? Things are going to be okay, because the headband diff might actually help you out here. But you know what? That's a good way to establish yourself, and look at that. We're actually getting the good player cams set up for you. This is what's so exciting about the Summer Champs LAN. You actually get to see these players go up head-to-head. The stage is set. They're right across from each other.
That's the crazy part. Yeah, that's what makes it so fun, because you can see these players locking in their agents right there, side by side. They're getting hyped up just to watch more of these games. As we look towards that, DNA Diff and Nightblood Gaming have a pretty interesting comps. Nothing too out of the ordinary, though, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a little bit of variation here. Most noticeably, there's 2 Razes coming in instead of 2 Neons. We have seen previously both Neon as well as Raze kind of coming in here. But interestingly enough, we are seeing Nightblood Gaming go with the Fade pick, while DNA Def are kind of sticking to their guns, bring in KO into the mix. KO is an agent we see over and over again on this map. You're able to shut people down left, right, and make it so much easier for you to just be able to enter in onto the sites. So we are going to be starting out DNA Diff on our attack. Nightblood Gaming, they're going to be defending first. And I'm so curious how these two teams are going to start to set up here. Like we said earlier, in Fracture, things are starting to firm up a little bit more. People have some ideas on what the quote-unquote meta is, And now I'm curious to see if these teams are going to be trying to stick to the script or maybe dupe their opponents with some creative strategies.
Biggest thing is here though is that there's no Sage on this. Now the Sage we saw coming out from Sonic specifically, and with that they did, you know, especially on the retakes, managed to somehow find consistent ways to shut off Ghost Gaming, doing anything against them, and those reses too were really clutch.
Oh yeah.
Considering how they managed to make the round consistently in their favor even after initial picks and force Ghost off the initial positioning for the first contacts that they managed to get. Ronaldo, MBG, DNA. Let's get to start things off. Remember, MBG did say that they're a momentum-heavy team. So if they start things off hot, I imagine they will end things hot as well.
I mean, hey, that kind of counts. I mean, tracks. Can be seeing an early 0 points. Just a quick reminder, wow, already first contact. Mizu gets 1, but it's Poppy from the back, actually able to take out 2. Even trades left, right. Now, 2v3 here. DNA diff. Aiko finding a nice little 2K. And just like that, you just got Chamber with a little bit of a sliver of health left. Poppy going to be coming through, but immediately gets taken out. That is an incredibly fast round coming out from DNA diff.
That is the fastest round that we have had all day. That was 4 seconds. I imagine you went 10 max. I was not anticipating for everybody to just die within just the beginning entries, but hey, you know, I respect it. On the other end now, you see the Bullseye yet again come out, but just specters across the board nonetheless. So we see Adder though, figuring out the Marshall, which is cool. Let's see where he's positioned. I imagine he should more than likely be looking towards a hall, and he is indeed there.
That's going to be an excellent 0 point from Tom, but gets destroyed. Has the info, though, that a lot of members are going over there, and we can already see Nightblood Gaming, they're starting their rotations. Tom has to try and stay alive, or at least take someone out, but Nick finds the first frag to start it out, and that's going to be an easy plant for DNA diff. Joba holding the back with a Vandal as well. Doesn't find anything, Ravish.
No, he couldn't get anyone at all. That's crazy, but instead we'll just see Adder get 3 with the Marshall.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Well, you know what? Hey, all things considered, great round from DNA Diff. Obviously, they did have a little bit of a gun advantage. Yeah. You'd expect something like that to come out from this team, but man, Adder with that Marshall, there's a reason why you want this guy on Chamber. Yeah. Not just finding body shots, but also able to just take off so many heads in that second round, winning DNA Diff back the round. It was looking a little bit dicey as soon as they dropped the Vandal.
At least for now, though, like you said, like it's in the Vandal didn't manage to find much, but I think even with the trademark that was given away from Chamber as well too, so they knew at least they were coming down the exact same route. So we'll see DNA Diff gets this their round in a row for themselves, or will Nightblood get around conversion with all their Vandals with them.
Yeah, and they actually extended themselves to the north part of the map to try and get something, but end up with nothing, just allowing that A site to get absolutely just stomped over. So Nightblood Gaming looking for something, able to find the pick onto Aiko.
Nice to move back at least here, though, so the flash has been taken out. Now, as from DNA Diff, they continue to get true trades back. Nightblood Gaming, finally with guns in their hands, are doing quite well here, though, but with one taken away, they should be able to kind of just firmly hold this. The question will be on how to come back to the entry. Joba winning that too, surprising, but at least YOLO is there for the return. And now one after the next, Radder and Kick
way.
Get 2. They were down 2 more. The Reed's return was quite nice.
3-0. And okay, this is really interesting because we saw Nightblood Gaming at the beginning of that round. They sent 2 of their members up to A dish as well as to Beach just past Arcade. They wanted to catch some people off guard. They wanted to find something, but instead they just allowed for that spike to go down nice and easy. And then Adder was just on the side like a snake, just going for those picks. Nick had the alley-oop, and the rest was history. Such a good round coming out from DNA Diff, and now Adder actually has the Tour de Force online as well. It's going to be an impactful round. Actually, both of these chambers are going to have that, but look at that, Adder finds Poppy through the wall. I don't even know if he saw him there.
I don't think he did at all either. With that, catch the elbow once again, and now they move in with that steamy too. But it'll be once again one taken away from NBG.
Wow.
But I think why not DNA? They was typing GG instead. One more left is just Sheriff's, but I don't think for right now it's high noon for anybody.
No, and this is the thing that I'm noticing about DNA Diff's attacks.
Yep.
They're explosive. They're fast.
They are.
They just kind of run in there, overwhelm them. Obviously, this round we did see Nightblood Gaming. They were only on Sheriffs.
Yeah.
So, you know, things are going to be a little bit dicey, but you can just tell
Yeah.
they're swinging together. They're
Yeah.
playing that faster momentum, and Nightblood Gaming haven't really been given even an opportunity to use their utility to slow them down, because by the time those smokes land, doesn't matter. DNA Diff are already on the site. They've taken over, and that spike is going down. It's so fast, Ravish.
An interesting perspective that I wanted to put out there, based upon the patterns that I've seen. It seems as though with the side of Fracture, especially if you're on the attack, confirming the plant, right, usually does come for you the round. But I'm surprised by so many plant confirms that we get, because usually on a lot of these maps, it's just about keeping the attacking team outside.
Yeah.
Not even allowing them to get shallow control. But with Fracture, got these consistent retakes as a knife that's so big.
4. Suppresses 4. Gets that information more importantly. And you can see Nightblood Gaming are already starting to rotate their members around, put a little bit of emphasis out, but they're also pushing out of A Hall. That's really important because it could establish a flank, or at least gives the information to confirm.
But
The
as
tether!
the Brimstone ultimate goes down, yo, I didn't even notice the tether actually kept him there. I thought it was just a haunt instead.
Face your fear.
That's more than
Ball.
enough. Adder ready, no collapse, but one is all he needs. He decides to stay, but at least Aiko is there for the trade. Up again, 4v2. And his Fracture so far is looking very solid for DNA Diff, as they should push NBG down to the ping pong economy.
Are you good at ping pong?
I am horrible at ping pong.
Oh, man.
I can barely do 2 rallies. I am awful.
Oh, man, I was going to challenge you to a game of ping pong
I
after
do
this, but I
win
guess
so
not.
quick. No, not at all. That's not happening. But hey, MBG save. Good call.
Yeah, you know, what can you do at this point? 2v4. You know that DNA Diff already know where to look. Poppy's going to be able to find Misu.
Yeah.
A little bit of a consolation prize for losing that round, but Joba actually takes Nate out, so that's another rifle that gets dropped. Now, Nightblood Gaming, they do have the Rolling Thunder there, but wow, what a great combination. Use the orbital strike, use the tether, keep them locked in place. You can't run away from that, and boom, you're going to get shot by the giant sky laser. So great combo of utility as well as making that ultimate count. Now, we do see Nightblood Gaming. They're forced back onto a save again. Poppy, going to be the only person who survived that last round, has a Vandal. But right now, has 7 kills. The next highest on the team is a 2. And I think there's a reason why DNA Diff are running away with so many rounds in a row, and it's because they are executing together and finding the picks that they need in order to make those attacks so clean and so efficient.
As we'll get a technical pause from the side of Nightblood Gaming. Might just be like a small little earphone, headphone issue, just to ensure that everybody's hearing everything correctly. But for now, though, should be just, not too long before we get back into the game. So far, all the teams seem to want to, you know, really just consistently turn things up. But hey, DNA Diff looking real good, and hopefully NBG is able to, you know, just shake things off, as a pause should allow them a couple of seconds to breathe for a bit.
Absolutely. And you know what? I think I'm starting to understand why DNA Diff were going to pick Fracture.
Yeah.
This is the reason why.
They're pretty good at it.
Yeah, just a bit, huh? Just a bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. But yeah, Nightblood, they got to start pulling a couple of rounds in their favor if they want to make this map number 1 even close, because it's such a runaway from DNA Diff. Who knows, though, for the second map, which is going to be Haven, that is Nightblood's choice, things could go completely differently here. But still, a very big statement being made by DNA Diff without dropping a single round in this map yet.
Well, hey, you know, map isn't over just yet either.
You're right.
It is only 4-0 so far, so they do still have a lot of room to play with. And with score lines like these 4-0s, maybe 5-0, considering the anti-equal that they're currently in, is a lot of times where I suddenly see, okay, you know, teams starting to climb back up round by round, 1 by 1, and then before you know it, it's a 6-6 half.
Yep.
And we're
And we're
completely
gaming.
even, going to that, and we are indeed gaming because, surprise, we're gamers.
Yeah. We're talking about some video games.
Indeed.
All right,
let's
but-
continue to do so as we're back in the game.
Yes, we're right back into the game. 5-0. Already Adders found one. Nightblood Gaming. They need to stop pushing out, giving those opportunities away. Have to be a little bit more static with their spots. Make sure they're using the utility. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder coming in.
But entering onto the side, he's concussed.
No
He gets
way.
it. He gets it. He gets it. How did he get it? How did he
What?
get it? No. That's
illegal.
Run that back. Play it again. Rewind. Zorp. No.
2v2 scenario now. Spike still not down, but in a great position.
He's still stuck in the corner. They're gonna use to just bait him out. It's up to Adder. Oh, finds a shot.
1v1?
Maybe one more. Nobody's gonna peek him. He has a flash ready though. He's 7 health. Oh, he reloads. He actually
Rolling
insists
Thunder?
on reloading it. He pops up. He's not dead just yet. He could wall bang him, and the concussion she times out. Adder could do this. Peeks him, but no, it's not ready.
There we go. First round on the board for Nightblood Gaming. Off of some heroics that last round. Just pulling out that Sheriff, able to find a couple of heads, and then that just completely shut down DNA Diff completely. Look at this. The engagement goes in through here. Misu turns around at the wrong opportunity. Nate lines 2 up. YOLO has his back, and enough damage has been inflicted. Adder can't get his way out of this one. It's going to be a clean round coming in for Nightblood Gaming as they're looking to potentially start to pull things back in their favor. But still, they can't be just expecting to be in kind of fun positions and just get away with a couple of picks.
And just the fact that through the Sheriff shots, he saves the round while being concussed and gets 2 beautiful headshots that realistically shouldn't have happened. But hey, I think even Nizmu was mentioning it too when I asked him about how close the games were. He said, you know, man, it's Valorant. A Sheriff shots hit sometimes here and there, and suddenly before you know it, you lost the round.
All it takes is a few.
Yeah.
And those will make the difference. So we're seeing the engagement come through. The smokes are already down. Here comes the entry.
Let's move in. Obostrike not down just yet. But they're still waiting for them to go into one another. They're just using the util to bait them out. On top, but Nate's still there on top of the tower. He shoots in, and he managed to get at her. Gets punished for it though, but look at that. Because it's 2v2, it is a sandwich of colors across the board. The red and blue skyline, but there is no America here. It's just death and no freedom.
Yeah, now it's going to be 2v2 on this retake. I like the fact that the KO is still alive. Tom, with the knife, still has both of those flashes as well as the fragment. That could allow for some positioning, force them out, and allow the chamber to be able to find some of these picks. Never mind, just Dom now. Able to suppress 2 though, but they could double swing.
He is up top. The knife manages to find him at least, so they could swing off this, like you're saying. The double peek out, picture perfection, as though they stepped out at the exact same time. Well done, DNA Div, to get another back.
Yep. Look up, look down, not going to have a good time. You can't be shooting in both directions, no matter how well the sprays are going. DNA Diff now up 6-1. Showstopper and a null command online for Nightblood Gaming. That null command could be huge from Tom. However, the Showstoppers haven't seen the most wonderful Showstopper plays from this land just quite yet. I am willing to let myself be surprised. And especially too, as Nightblood Gaming are forced back onto a save round, this might be that opportunity to use something like a Showstopper to make the grounds a little bit more even and keep this round competitive.
Showstopper not used just yet, but there's also the null command as well available if NBG wanted to use that to shut them down. This is the first Showstopper that you were talking about.
Nobody's here.
Used for the entry, finds nobody. But at least through this, they secured the plant. We were talking about that. Those plant conversions are so high here on Fracture. Adder watching that. Look at him. Shouldn't be able to get found. The flash, though, is big, and they should have definitely seen him. They pop into him. He misses the shot.
Good stall.
Gets away. Good stall, like you said. Keeps him alive.
Here we go. Nick is looking for yet another one. Swings out, but the kills are all coming up big for DNA Diff. They're cashing out, and it's going to be a flawless round for them as they get now 7-1. And honestly, it was such an interesting defensive push out from Nightblood Gaming at the start there. They sent all of their members upwards to try and get to the attacker side bridge and got absolutely nothing because nobody, not a single soul was home.
Not one. Nobody's outside. Knock, knock, who there? Nothing. Or
I hate that for us, by the way.
That was great. That was great. I
much
liked
like
that a lot.
DNA diff, I'm reading my opponent so easily.
Oh,
Wait,
for
am I
sure.
your opponent? Oh, man.
Yeah,
That's
you
falling
are.
apart in front of my...
I hate you once.
I dropped the spaghetti. Adder, though, good for one, of
That's
course.
what I forget. Look for a second. Look at that. The op
No.
shot. No, in the end, man. He gets
misses.
He stays alive.
No way.
The second op shot connects. Adios, mío. Mujer mero.
Yeah.
Why?
Hey,
Why?
5v1 now. I don't think that this is going to be a good round from Poppy. Still has this operator, probably going to opt to save it, but look at this. They're going to just chase him down. DNA Diff knows. He's going to find the shoulder of Joba. This is going to be round number 8. Smoked out. Actually, just saw Mitsu through it to see if he can land the shot.
No shot, man. That's crazy. I can't believe he managed to live and still get the second op shot down.
Yeah. The showstopper just went a little bit wide.
Little bit too far, yeah.
And then it all just fell to pieces.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunately, Nightblood Gaming are not in a good position here. They're down
Shocker.
7 rounds. 7 rounds. 3 left in this half for them to potentially get that 8-4 score line. But they have to be so careful. They're going to be bringing out the tour de force. They are back onto a save yet again. Thankfully, though, don't have to worry about DNA Diff having a KO. No point to shut it down. But who cares when you've got Adder already finding the pick so good with it. Now going to take the duel against Poppy.
They put out the breach ultimate, the blowing thunder to at least clear out the site, but do this even Misu getting, he gets concussed for almost pretty much nothing. They peek out towards spawn, and they find 2. Spike already planted, and just finding the kneecaps of 1. What? At least you get 1 back with just the Sheriff's Adder keeps on doing it, man. Y'all gotta find a way to stop him, but hey, they do invest the tour de force, but it's only good for Uno.
Yeah, Adder's just adding to his kill count at this point.
Haha.
He's just running through. Wow, that was the biggest pity laugh I've heard all day from you, sir. But yeah, no, Adder is so good with it. Consistently finding the first blood of the round and not stopping there. Able to find a couple of more. Taking it. Poppy trying to do his best to try and keep it a little bit competitive between just these 2 chambers, but there's such a wide gap. Adder is everywhere, and right now Nightblood Gaming keep walking right into his crosshairs. They need to do something to start shutting this chamber down because chamber is, honestly, still a really good agent.
Yeah, still super solid. I think that's kind of what we expected out of chamber. But we'll see for now, though. As they continue to rack up their lead, DNA Diff. Whoa. Looking for the entry towards the A site. There we go.
Uh-oh.
That's a breach ultimate as they catch them all on the outside through spawn, but even through that, they even have a ultimate of their own as they all get cornered, and it's just trades galore. Bringing it down to a 2v2, the orbital strike really made it a lot more possible.
Oh, absolutely. Such a good use of that orbital strike. Just force them out, make them take the duel. They can't even, they don't even have time to use their utility, and they're just going to run into a melee of bullets where you know the numbers are just going to favor DNA Diff. So, 2v2 now. Spike making its way to this A side. This is going to be a good old mashup between these 2 teams.
The only mashups I like are the kinds of music ones that I see, or
Not
anime
potatoes.
AMVs. That's it. Oh, no. Bobby gets caught. And now is looking at Nate, perhaps. That was big. He was on 3 held. Can't get wall banged, but ooh, just barely can't clutch. Unfortunately, now 10-1 right now as the NBG are in the biggest toughie we've seen.
Yeah, this is a massive score gap. 10-1. Tour de force going to be coming out. Thankfully, NBG can mostly buy themselves weapons. Still not looking great. We're getting a lovely replay here. Look at that. Adder just completely goes behind Poppy and then just finds Nate as well. Nate has been really trying as well to make sure that the team is able to stay in this, but Nightblood Gaming are getting run over. be fair, this still is DNA Diff's map pick, and you can tell why. They're so rehearsed onto it. They're just going over, going to be looking to get Ico to get that ultimate online. The Nightfall just overwhelmed their senses by cutting a couple of them off, and you're going to have the site so easy.
They do still have the orbital strike alongside, command. And now Nate looking towards him. He wins the entry throughout. There's a Nightfall as he can all popping through. Oh no, Tom. Okay, that's big. And he also managed to pop the ultimate as well. Gets over to the other side and immediately taken down. He had a couple of seconds of glory before he tastes the defeat so early on.
Ico.
Ain't nobody fresh as me. Eyes just so fresh and clean.
Yeah. Fresh and clean indeed. They're washing their hands after that half. DNA Diff 11-1 against Nightblood Gaming. We talked about how difficult it could be to do it 10-2.
Yeah.
And now we're in an 11-1 situation. Nightblood Gaming have to be almost flawless in this round forwards. They only got one round, and it was a frag out round. They were able to catch DNA Diff off guard. DNA Diff feeling nice and comfortable, ready to close out map number 1 and start map number 2. They're almost speed running this right now, Ravish.
They have to get this pistol. They actually just have to do so.
Yeah.
If you are Nightblood Gaming right now. You don't have a choice in the matter. Nope. Because after the next, the eco diff will be far too much where you probably won't even get most of your util. As Adder just, how does he keep finding these entries? Tell me how.
Wish it could. Just in the right place, right time. Not afraid to take the duels. Gonna find a head. Now Nightblood Gaming starting to move things in, but Adder once again coming up, looking for another, finds it. That's more than enough work you want. It's only one person left, not looking good for NBG.
Yep. They're just all down, but maybe Poppy can get one, and okay. He got his at least up against,
nope.
I was gonna say 2 more. Hey, they at least made it expensive, but.
It's pistols.
Yeah. I mean,
like you said, Nightblood Gaming needed to win that round, but DNA Diff didn't even give them an option, specifically Adder. You have got to be kidding me. This guy is so clean with his headshots. Finds a 3K at the start. Ridiculous stuff.
Ridiculous indeed. It's with his chamber,
Yeah. So, is that your French accent?
A little bit.
Yeah, I got you.
You tell?
Yeah, a little bit.
But, all right. Yeah, NBG, man, they got classics, they got a stinger, and they have a sheriff. But at least 3 of them have full shields. So we'll see for now, as I believe we just have a small pause for a little bit of a tech issue. We'll be able to figure out what's going on real quick. Get you back in the game. Nightblood Gaming 1 away for potentially losing it all.
Yeah. Well, not all yet. This is just map number.
Yeah.
But you're making it so dramatic, dude.
In the first map. Yeah,
okay, there we go. But I just want to mention, Adder has 23 kills.
Yeah.
23 kills. When you compare it to how things are going on the Nightblood Gaming side, well, there's a reason why the scoreline is 11-1 right now. It's still not looking good for them.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, sorry, it's 12-1 because we just got to see actually DNA Diff win the pistols as well.
Yeah.
DNA Diff finding both pistol rounds in both halves, but more or less playing things flawlessly on their attack. Now looking to just shut Nightblood Gaming down exactly where they stand. They're going to be buying SMGs because they won the pistol rounds, and they're going to force Nightblood Gaming to have to buy into it with as much money as they have. Fortunately, that's not going to be nearly enough to try and match DNA Diff right now.
And we just try to figure out, hopefully all the players are moving around. They seem to be A-okay. As we should pop back into the game in a couple of seconds. There we go. NBG got to do their absolute damnedest to survive. But with about half the team not really having shields. And not really any guns either. We'll see what they can pull out of their hat. Okay, that is big. YOLO manages to read Adder. He takes him out. He's been such a detriment to this entire NBG squad, and him being gone will mean they finally might have a chance to take this away. But look at me, so here, looking,
oh, that's easy. A site's open.
Glamler getting a nasty flick there as well. Should be able to secure at least the plant. They're in the 3v4. They're definitely not out of it yet. I'm looking for a retake.
That's by going down. The Aftershock is going to get a little bit of damage in. Not enough to do it. 3v4 on this retake now.
Not much taking over either. They should be able to get at least a couple of guns for themselves, right? So now they have some chances to try to bring things back as they have the main angles covered over to a spawn by door. This is wall bangs galore though. As they find them all. Nice nade to hold them off.
Oh, it's so
YOLO and Tom. Really, really nice. They get one round, they stay alive.
Yeah, and honestly, that was just being able to take Adder out from the beginning.
Yeah.
Rest of it was just so easy. Like you said, they had more than enough utility to be able to stall things out, punish them for trying to walk in, get an easy damage, just allow for just a couple of bullets to be able to spray somebody down. So great stuff coming out from Nightblood Gaming, getting the read, but more importantly, finding the kills, opening the site wide open, allow yourself the time to go in there and get the win. Huge eco round coming in from them. DNA Diff going to be forced onto a save. Well, I imagine Nightblood Gaming are going to try and bonus here, but once again, they have to play this flawlessly. And this time around, the B side is right open. DNA Diff stacked themselves all onto A and are going to be moving as a 5 squad into potentially play this retake.
Really nice fast pop that they got all the way onto A, but look at this, all of NBG. They're bunched up as a 5-man. They, of course, will have the gun advantage too. We'll see what Poppy can do. As he looks for initial contact, he is concussed though, but managed to reposition as he makes his way back. The flash not gonna connect onto him. The second one does though, but he still managed to find the opening. Looking for the second, and it's just trays and shots between chambers, but Poppy, he gets 2 right away, and they're all stalled on the outside. Adder might not be able to do a ton. Maybe get one more out of this, forces a way out of position, but only 1 or 2 more bullets left in the chamber. Haha.
Yeah, 3 people alive as well.
Another round, round by round, round by round.
Honestly, it's one of those situations where, like, you know, if it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
We're seeing now Nightblood Gaming, they're feeling more confident after a couple of rounds of wins. And honestly, it makes sense to me because, you know, it was such a shutdown in that first half. Being able to get that victory and be like, okay, we can still do this.
Yeah.
That's the momentum that they're going to need in order to keep rolling things forwards. But still, this is more than a mountain they have to climb. They're more or less going to space if they want to do it. They still cannot afford a mistake. And someone who is going to force that mistake could potentially be Adder.
You see though, goes up, pushes into spawn, and through the smoke, they don't manage to see anybody. But they should know that they're all going all the way over to A. Pulling the resources, Adder takes down out again. It's get caught on an off angle, and unfortunately, just a little bit too close to comfort. 44 though.
Oh, good orbital strike. Going to force a little bit of positioning, give away a little bit. Utility starting to come in. 4v4, they're starting to rotate in.
Force them all off the side, and they just walk into the barrels of their guns. It's just not working out. NBG, things are starting off so well. They have the site, that's not the YOLO. It's 1v2, they know exactly where he is. That's no more flashes, but the fault line is up at least, and they know all the health is back, and that will be it. DNA Diff, take map 1 of Fracture.
Wow. And in such a dominant fashion as well. We started out with the Adder story. More or less, his back must be absolutely massive with how many rounds he was just carrying by finding 3 kills and then just kind of closing them out like that. And then finally in the second half there, we got to see Nightblood Gaming doing a little bit more, able to shut Adder down, but that also just allowed the rest of the squad to shine. Really good stuff coming out of DNA Diff. And once again, it makes complete sense why Fracture was going to be their map pick.
Yeah, they're extremely comfortable, clearly very practiced on this pick. And if you are, you know, NBG, you got to be thinking, that was rough. And we mentioned before, they're very much a momentum-based team. So hopefully they're able to reset mentally, and when it comes to their own map pick, come on back and at least be able to reconvene to hopefully take us to map 3.
Yeah, look at this. We're just going to basically see the montage of Adder probably popping off a little bit. As soon as that operator was a tool in his hands, just found so much value. Oh no, this is the whiff. This is the whiff, and then just, ouch. That should have been a win for Clamran, but yeah, just really enabling Adder to play so many crazy angles.
Yeah.
Just set up for success. That's what you want to do if you're DNA Diff. And once again, they made this map, this first map in the series, look so easy for them.
Zelda, Haven up next, right?
Yep.
Haven, I find, is recently even map. A lot of teams have really practiced on it. So we'll see if NBG just has that going for themselves, if they got the DNA to going up against the differentials of the people who make it up for that.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm really hoping that they could. Otherwise, this is just going to be a nice, easy, open the book, see what's up, and then close the book. And of course, we're going to be going to Haven next, which is Nightblood Gaming's pick. I'm expecting to see a little bit more rehearsed strategy. They look a little bit more scattered. We're kind of just getting picked off every now and then. And so hopefully on Haven, we get to see a little bit more of a put-together Nightblood crew, and they're able to just really push back and show DNA Diff that, you know what, even though DNA Diff is kind of in your name, you're not that big of a difference from us.
But you know one thing that can make one big difference?
What?
Metafy.
Oh yeah, gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. Get trained by the best pro players in the world. Book a live session right now, and make sure to use promo code STREET20 for a solid 20% off so you can start climbing that ranked ladder in whatever game you want. Once again, that's STREET20 for 20% off from Metafy.
Yeah, that was that though. Still one more map to go. Remember, this is the BO3 and the last BO3 of the night. So let's see how NBG climbed their way back after this break.
Metafy gives players the tools to improve on their own terms. Book live one-on-one coaching, replay reviews, multi-lesson training plans, and even group classes. Top experts, proven results, third thing. Book a session today at metafy.gg.
Video games were definitely a source of tension in my family. They weren't really happy that I'm kind of starting to steer away from education and steer away from school.
I had a grind. I came here from nothing. I was never in the spotlight. In fact, it's something that's very new to me.
Esports isn't for now. Esports is for 100 years from now. Just like
was DNA Diff's map pick, but Nightblood Gaming, they're walking into this map number 2, not looking too good, honestly.
So hopefully, as I said it already, it's got to be about like okay, now we're good to go again. Like you said, Haven is the next map that we are going to be going to, and I think with what we've seen so far out of both these teams, in terms of compositions, not much to change. And I think Haven again too is one of those heavy execute maps.
Yeah, and honestly, you said at the beginning there, Nightblood Gaming, a team that thrives off of momentum. You know, we got that map out of the way. Forget about Fracture. Let's get our heads in the game for Haven. Let's get some momentum. You can hear some momentum happening out in the audience there. And let's pull it in and start to make Haven our own. There's a reason why this is their map pick. You know they're going to be bringing stuff, good stuff in for it.
We'll see how things shape out for now, though. But, because with the Haven too, already mentioned, let's see how NBG put it together. We've seen Apple Gaming do this before yesterday in LCQ, where they actually had a pretty solid Haven round. But a lot of the Havens so far have been quite close as well.
Yes.
As we look at the aging composition for what was being picked.
Hey, look at that. We got a Jet back in Haven.
Yep.
It's been so long, my dude. Jet has not been in rotation just for a little bit, thanks to Neon being able to just walk around, get so much space for your team, and then just kind of take over the map. So I'm kind of excited. Look at this. It's actually a very standard composition from yesteryear, coming in from Nightblood Gaming. We're going to be seeing that Jet. We're going to be seeing that Sova, seeing that Killjoy on Haven. Now, this is a team that I haven't seen in a while.
Dude, I haven't seen Sova all day.
Well, that's kind of sad, actually, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I just realized, I just took that and like, yeah, not a single team has played Sova. Because if you're looking at single or double initiators, right, the meta in general has been to bring either Fade or Breach or KO.
Yeah.
So if it's initiator, it's okay because you get all the info you need based upon what you play with your chamber as well. And of course your KO too, or your Fade managing to find those lineups as well. So I think this could be a really fun and interesting change up too, as we load in the potential final map of the day between Nightblood and DNA Diff right here at NSG Summer Champs while we're at the block in Philly.
Yeah, like we said, this is the last match up on the main stream, but don't worry, we still have other streams going as well.
True.
If you head over to Nerd Street 2, you can catch Roy's Kitten Shelter going up against the City Boys. Native Black versus Why Do We Suck is on Nerd Street A, and iCup up against Sonics heading over on Nerd Street B. Nerd Street A and Nerd Street B, though, are only observer feeds. But, hey, you know what? You want to keep up with what's going on? We just saw Sonics. They were looking pretty darn good up against Ghost Gaming, and now they're taking on iCup. So if you want to follow that storyline, follow that team, then head on over to Nerd Street B.
Yep, exactly that. And also, if you want to stay updated with all the action, remember to use the hashtag, Nerd Street Champs to get your potential tweet on stream, of course. Talk to us a little bit. Say fun things about Marks. Say mean things about me.
Okay, come on. You're doing great, buddy.
Hey, thanks, pal.
That's why I'm here. I'm here to make you feel better about yourself.
Smack me out.
You smacked me first.
Yeah,
there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
All our dues paid. We're good. I'm going to be asleep tonight. You're just going to come up to me like,
can you imagine?
That's for earlier,
so
man.
funny. Just wake
like,
you
what
up.
the heck?
How mad would you be?
Please don't slap me.
But hey,
call Ravish Q. There you go.
Hashtag
Nerd Street Champs. We can showcase your tweet on the main stream. Use that hashtag. I call Ravish Q. Hey, Q.
Hey, thanks, man.
I got you.
Tweet about it.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay.
Shout out to
thank you.
Marks. Hey, shout out to one of our producers, Ito, as well. Doing a really good job.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job. Thank you for putting me in there as well.
Yeah.
Hey. They're having a blast in the production room.
Oh, I bet they are, yeah.
Yeah. All right, the lobby has been remade. Now, we're probably going to be loading in shortly. Oh, check out those hand warmers. You know what? We're out of land. It's Valorant. You got to bring hand warmers with you.
Wait, what I don't get is that he ripped off the hand warmer. That shouldn't, it's, so the hand warmers must be like back together, rub, and then you're fine, right? Oh, I remembered one thing.
What?
What did they also do in terms of pre-show rituals?
Okay.
Is that is that I can't remember the exact name of the player, but so the guy with the headband, what he does is that he starts doing chants and starts to summon. He says ethereal beings or pray to Hindu gods. He says.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, and he wants to summon them to give them power.
You know, I've been playing a lot of Cult of the Lamb lately, and this is getting dangerously close to that territory.
I really want to play the game. It looks really fun.
It actually is a blast. But you know what else is a blast? This round is just kicking off now, DNA Diff. Starting us out on our defense. Adder actually on the sky this time. This is a very fast B-side hit.
Big flash as well taken, but through this though, all the big util dump is there. Nice molly too alongside the smoke to just deny the complete entry onto the site. As we'll see how things shape up, but they're still stuck outside.
Yeah, Clamoran not in a fantastic position. The entire team is still all the way back. So though Nightblood Gaming are going to take that one-man advantage, couple bolts spray through, and now Adder gets taken out by Clamoran.
You already mentioned before, Clamoran though not the best of position, still able to capitalize on it as he was clearly not expected there either. Although taking a couple of hits, DNA Diff losing 2 off the rip, and now Nate looking at window. Nice shot set up with Poppy and a flawless to start things off. The energy boost, as you can hear NBG popping off on stage.
They're riding those waves of energy, Ravish.
Yeah.
This is how it all starts out. That's going to be the first pistol round that we are going to be seeing Nightblood Gaming pick up in this series. Of course, this is just the second map. But still, DNA Diff were very consistent on their pistol rounds. But also, too, the scoreline was 13-3. So it kind of makes sense why they'd be able to pick up those pistol rounds. Now, we're going to be going into the second round. Actually, DNA Diff, they're going to be bringing in a couple of stingers. Ooh. I'm not going to lie. I like this move. Not a lot of people are bringing stingers into the second round, even if they lost the first. But that can be an impact weapon if people are not expecting it.
I agree. I played against my friend Ash, who is disgustingly good at the stinger. So he's also a friendly caster as well. That's considered that's all she uses. But Bravo, no stinger in front of DNA Diff. As this is interesting. They just slow played instead. Instead of looking to poke and prod for info, they cut all noise and they walk all the way over to C. They clear out Cubby, but that's a 1-for-1. Nice shot from them.
Yeah, and that's a pretty classic Jet move. Move up onto A, and as we see this, Nightblood Gaming are going to start to take a look at potentially where else they could go. DNA Diff reading this, though, and immediately start their rotations early. Misu still holding A side down, but honestly, Nightblood Gaming might want to consider B again. They had a lot of success last time. They just have to be careful about a little bit of Killjoy utility. Aiko poking the head out there, but Clamoran going in, trying to finish that one off, and is able to find the pick.
I would have been shocked if he actually managed to win that, considering how much he's caught off guard. But you still have the C site on a pretty tight hold, and through this, but they managed to find 2 by the end of it. Nightblood Gaming had to take their efforts over to B, and just catching them all off one by one. DNA Diff, these stingers said he's not working out. They get the angle, and Clamoran having a hell of a round.
Oh yeah. Clamoran finds a nice little 4K off the paint shells to close things out there. Fortunately, DNA Diff, they did buy a little bit into that. Of course, it was just a stinger, not a Spectre. It's not the worst situation in the world, but their economy is not going to be as solid as you would want on a third round there. Clamoran finding Aiko. Hardly takes any damage as well. Clamoran just kind of coming up clutch. That's why you see a little bit more Rays being played on Haven. So painful. You just walk into those paint shells and the rest is history. Now, we're going to be seeing DNA Diff. They're going to be trying to hold this one back again. We're going to be seeing Misu push up yet again. Still just has a Marshall in hand. Was able to find a couple of heads last time. Let's see if he can do it again. Just misses the shot, but able to get that heck out of there.
Got the body shot there, unfortunately. Look a little bit too wide. Still nice with it when it comes to just the no scope instead. Be able to move back. That's not third. Nice opening. Ooh, but hey, they actually got punished. Hobby watching the flag. That's 2 down. And what was supposed to be their bonus, unfortunately, looks to be almost bust, but there's still 3v3.
Let's see how this re-engagement goes. 3v3, the spike is down. Nate watching Heaven like a hawk, able to take Misu out now.
Wow.
It's looking a lot more difficult for DNA Diff.
And the momentum right now is going absolutely schnutty for NBG, even up against the gun disadvantage. I know I could even know as well from here. You gotta just try to save this. Second win that they've currently caught right now. You can see why it's not just Haven, right? It's just his gun duels that are completely going in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, because the economy was a little bit broken from DNA Diff, this is pretty much how we expected this round to go. Nightblood Gaming able to continue to flex themselves a little bit more on Haven. This is their own playground. They know what they're doing, and they're making it known. So clean right now. Ico able to get one, keep a Vandal into this next round to try and stabilize the economy a little bit from DNA Diff. But quite frankly, DNA Diff on their defense have not been doing an adequate job of slowing Nightblood Gaming down. I need to see a little bit more rotations coming in here, and now we're getting to see a little bit of a shakeup. They're actually going to be moving Misu onto the B site. Looks like this might be 3 out on B, and then potentially trying to set up a flank. Rely on that Astra, rely on that Killjoy to lock down A and C, and then just kind of force out from the middle.
Yo, start. Something that we actually saw previously from DNA Diff on their own map pick. We'll see if any forces attempt to happen. Go through with the drone to catch Nate at least instead of being able to see Clamran. Force them all the way back towards their own spawn. As they've decided not to move anywhere just yet. He says completely open. The spike is moving towards garage instead. The dog being put out as well, but going towards them. And nice, Misu gets 2.
Oh. A little bit of timing. Able to keep YOLO alive. 3v4. So aggressive from DNA Diff onto B. We've seen that aggression come out from the A long and not get much, so they tried it on B, and this time they struck a little bit of gold. You'll take that 1-2 trade any day of the week. And now we see Nightblood Gaming, they're getting themselves set up to move into garage. You should be able to get that. Just depends on whether or not they decide to go B, maybe catch someone by surprise, or execute on C.
Oh, Ico with 2 down the entry. That was really nice with the control spray as well. And just think YOLO left alive. Finally, DNA Diff might have been able to get a round back after what was seeming to be a complete steal. Over from Nightblood Gaming. Spike's still in their hands, but they know that there's no shot to get that and should be able to save at least.
Oh, YOLO finds Adder's head too. A little bit of an extra one, just for them. But yeah, Nightblood Gaming, unfortunately they lose that round, so DNA Diff are now going to get their first round after 4. A little bit of a replay here. Misu, so aggressive in window. They didn't decide to check right behind them. Nobody from the team was looking through window, just allowing Misu to get that great positioning. And now Misu is going to be bringing out the Blade Storm for this round. The economy of DNA Diff hasn't fully recovered just quite yet.
Yeah.
But that last round was a good step in the right direction for them to be able to start to get a little bit more dominant in this half.
Put up. They just poke for early peaks as they can, but early picks I should say, but they're not going in their favor and getting caught as the Nick. Considering now to Joba as well, looking to spray inside of the smoke. Completely deafened, can't find anything at all. Now they do it again. The knives and both the shot go wide, but yeah, I think acupuncture versus bullets. I think the bullet wins.
Acupuncture is great, by the way.
I agree.
Fun side back.
I heard that.
Yeah, 2v5 now. Ico actually finds someone through it. Adder with another 2v3. Suddenly this is a winnable scenario.
They actually put the flash down as well, so now YOLO are looking to create contact again, but considering they have the op all the way on the outside, there's just no real advantageous angle for them to find their way in. No flashes, no nothing, no entry.
Yeah, it's just so difficult there. And you know what? Maybe this is why we don't see this classic composition coming from DNA Diff too often anymore.
Yeah.
They're struggling to be able to just play those retakes, and Nightblood Gaming, they've got themselves ready. Look at that. Stewart Force will take someone out in the back, take someone out in the front. And yeah, I would have liked to see Adder continuing to play on the chamber based on how the performance went on Fracture. But this time is on the Sky and hasn't found just quite that same impact on that specific agent. Still though, good for information, but that's about it.
Changes up. Those last pack in.
No.
No. Towards the other side. Nick at least not managing to dive without one being taken over, but having invested around so far. Joe Benefit caught towards the other end. Neutral.
shot.
1 and 1 is all he gets. Still does a ton of damage to YOLO though. But him staying alive should be more than enough. The shock dart hits!
Oh boy.
He predicts where he would be, and that's the spike down. They should be able to try to replant it, but they don't know where Poppy is. And now that they found him, he's done enough economical damage. He's gonna get out.
Oh.
Never mind. He's not gonna get out. He's gonna go back in. It's a 1v1 between these two. NBG having a 5-1 start would be amazing for themselves. But considering Spike yet again not in their hand is truly what is doing them in. That shock dart was so clutch. Or from DNA Diff. And all you gotta do is watch it. All you gotta do is wait. He's all the way down seat long. As soon as he pops over, it should be more than enough. 30 seconds left. Uh-oh. He has more than enough time. I should actually just plant somewhere else. There's really not enough timing. He should be aware of this and find some
Oh no!
He sees him. His gun wasn't out. I don't think he heard that. I think he heard that. He's running.
Yeah, he did.
He heard him.
Wow. Wow. What a round. What a round. That is unbelievable. Wow. Just down to the wire on that one, too.
Yeah.
Still, though, honestly, I thought that was such an easy take from Nightblood Gaming. They should have just been able to walk in, make that C site their own. But of course, Killjoy staying alive for as long as she did, didn't give up the room and just really shut down that push, made it so much more painful. They lost so many agents going in onto C, but thankfully Poppy comes through yet again. He's able to clutch it up for the team. Doesn't even plant the spike. Here's the information. A little bit of lucky timing, but Poppy coming out big. Poppy's feeling himself now.
Yes, he is. I think all of NBG are feeling themselves. Clutches around like that is what keeps Snowball rolling.
Oh.
And games like that is what keeps NBG continuing to YOLO thing. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're forgiven. It's a 1v4 situation right now. Nick is the last person alive. This is just going to be ultimate points for Nightblood Gaming. They're going to be able to get themselves even closer to having that tour de force. Meanwhile, Nick, honestly, looking to just die. That'll allow them to potentially get their ultimate online.
Ooh,
okay,
hey.
yeah.
Oh.
Okay. 1v2.
This is kind of doable now. I should know from that there's somebody over by Heaven at least, but doesn't know where the second person is. That's what's crucial part. He's going to commit to this. The wall gets put down and...
Not looking up.
Yep. I don't know, we don't look up. That's what he did.
Ah, gotcha. I've never actually seen that movie.
Neither have I.
Oh, okay. I assume that's what it's about, honestly.
Yeah. Just not looking to Heaven.
Yeah. And you're not going to have a good time. We're going to be getting now the tack timeout coming in from DNA Diff. Got to start to figure something out. They have that lockdown available. Could potentially use that. Thankfully, not too much to... Oh, never mind. I take it back. There is a lot to potentially counter that. And especially, too, on a map like Haven. You know, one Aftershock, one little paint shells in the right position, it can completely shut down the ultimate.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, that is why we've seen Killjoy start to come out of rotation. It's just the fact that you can get up this ultimate that does so much work.
Yeah.
And all it takes is just one ability, and then it's just gone forever.
Yeah.
It's so painful.
Like you're saying, and even now with the KO Molly too, that doesn't have to have a line of sight.
No.
To see through those, right? So that also then removes the possibility of doing anything at all. So it's just so tragic.
Yeah. It's not a bug, it's a feature.
You're right, my friend. But do this stack pause. We'll see if DNA Div have to find their way back in. You know what I'm thinking? I feel like both these teams are just they're just so attacking heavy. Like they're very aggressive on both the sides, but they're clearly both attacking heavy side teams.
I mean, just to comment on the attack for a second, Nightblood Gaming, every single time I've seen them walk on site, they're very coordinated with their utility. Sure, you know, every now and then someone will come up with a little bit of a cool headshot from DNA Diff, shutting them down, but it doesn't change the fact that I really like how they're placing their smokes, placing their flashes. It allows them an opportunity to get themselves onto the site. They just have to work on the timings just a little bit better, and then they'll work out. But, you know, when you get Valorant timing, how do you really work on that?
You hope and you pray you buy a watch. That's all. But this is actually really close here too, because now with them being able to move themselves back, they're not getting caught up by the dart too. They don't commit to garage, and instead they group up all as 5 once again as both sides slow down the pace of the game. As they decide where to try to move over. Nobody going down just yet, but DNA Diff still has a lot of resources focused towards the C and B side, but A is completely open.
Yeah, all they're going to have is some Killjoy utility to slow them down. But as soon as they get through that, then they're going to be able to get that spike down. And yeah, unfortunately, quite a bit of utility was dumped earlier because they thought they could get C.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, they're just going to have to kind of do this and hope for the best.
They do still have the Rolling Thunder as well on side of NBG, but the lockdown is going to be something that is going to be crucial. But they have to make the way into sewers, or they decide to just pop it all the way on the outside. Remember,
there it is.
Breach does still have his fault line if he wants to try to take it, and there we go.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
not fault line, I should say, but yeah, like Aftershock's more than enough. And now all that goes up must come down. Clamoran is clamoring all of DNA Diff as you get clobbered down. Like you said, there's a reason why Killjoy isn't used as reasons like that.
Yeah. And this is the thing, too, because I think that DNA Diff, they knew they had the lockdown available. They did not expect it to get taken out so early on. You could see that they were ready to move in because they expected to catch Nightblood Gaming running off of the site, running for cover, getting outside of that lockdown. Instead, they just ran right into their bullets. And then as soon as that lockdown got destroyed, the rest was history. So that ultimate just, poof, it's gone. Turns out, Nightblood Gaming, bit of magicians.
Yeah. They're doing quite well for themselves. And now 7-1, very reminiscent what we saw over on Fracture. Side of DNA Diff, and I think Haven just might not be to the map as you even look at the economy as well. It's rough pickings. It is a potluck of buys. And they can do nothing more past this. Dart catches nobody. They have to be put out. It's a prod early over by Spawn, and they don't catch anyone.
Yeah, and that's the second Hunter's Fury we've seen used just at the start of the round coming in from DNA Diff. And I'm going to be honest, there has to be a better way to get information than to burn that ultimate. In my opinion, that's one of the strongest ultimates in the game. You can deny plants, but Joba holding it down is able to find one, but does get taken out by Clamoran.
Clamoran so far, though, because they continue to have a monster of a game, but
could be it.
Him being taken down should be enough. But even with that, though, makes it that much harder. Spike still in their hand, and DNA Diff is waiting for that plant sound. Where the other is stuck towards the corner up at a connector. As somebody watching it, flash goes out. The pre-fire as well, but we see what they can do. Ooh! Still blinded and now Adam knows where they are as well. I don't know what he's going to be able to do past this. Might be able to go all the way towards C connector. Should hear them and back and forth. They keep on checking left and right, but not behind. And that's one looking to delay it. That's all they have to do. They should try to stop this. And now that he knows Spike is applied over by neutral. Oh, nice quick swing. Would have been a little bit too wide. I don't want to be one. The flash is there though, crucially. Peak Sound Guardian Gaming, not enough.
Wow. Down to the wire again. That would have been a huge round for DNA Diff to be able to pick up, get their second on the board. Wow. I'm going to be honest with you. Nightblood Gaming have pulled out the Uno reverse card on DNA Diff. We saw a very similar situation on the last map. That was Fracture. But this time around, it's all Nightblood Gaming. They've found their momentum, and they're riding that wave all the way home. Still, 3 rounds left in this half. DNA Diff forced onto a save yet again. No ultimates on line for them to potentially slow it down while a showstopper is available for Nightblood Gaming. They do choose to use it. Honestly, even if the showstopper doesn't find any picks, it's an excellent zoning tool. Push people out.
Exactly. Right, because then that way you're just clearing out the site for your entire team and ensuring that at least it comes down to a retake, which so far for DNA Diff have not worked out. Because even with them trying to come and take the site back, it's been a lot of just picks galore, or they've been usually down one person, so the 5v5 has barely been able to happen. Still though, a lot available right now for NBG. 2 recent ultimates, and now DNA Diff continue to fall one after the next.
Yeah, and they haven't really committed, but Adder's all the way in the back line as well. Does get spotted out. Okay, now the Showstopper going to be coming in.
Yeah.
See if it can find any value. I'm not too sure if that was intentional or not. Didn't seem like Nightblood Gaming were in a position to do it. Might have been a little preemptive. But now it's going to be that B-side hit. They've already taken back control. So it should be clean as Clamoran takes Adder down. And the spike is going to be down. It's going to be 4v5 on this retake, Ravish.
Adder on Sky versus Adder on Chamber is a very different look. Just not able to find these picks so far. Hey, really nice clean shot towards the backside of B, but we're down to 2v2. This is interesting. They already have it at half. Well, almost, but they want to try to see what more they can do. The drone peeks out as one over by window. Now to 1v1 again. It is Nate's versus the rest of the world, but the smoke is down. They know they actually can't hold it. It's time to see if they can peek it. It's up to half. It's not happening.
Yikes. Yikes. But at the same time, I got to give props to DNA Diff there. They were on a save that round.
Yeah.
They almost won that one. And I think that it just kind of worked out because Nightblood Gaming did decide to go for that B site. We've seen Nightblood go for B.
Yep.
I'm going to be honest with you. Most of their attacks have been pretty successful. But B in specific has been a site that they have favored. The thing is, though, in that B site, things are a lot closer quarters. And you could see the coordination coming in from DNA Diff as they walked in from both entry sides. And even though they did get into a little bit of a brawl, they're able to find enough picks to make that even competitive. Still would have been better if they did get the round, but that's all good because now we're into the next. DNA Diff able to buy up rifles. Nightblood Gaming, though, they're looking at C. Here comes the Nightfall, and engagement's coming clean.
They should be able to pop in passes. The flash slows them down, though, but they have all these tethers to everybody else, and they just don't check their corners.
What's the lesson of the day?
I mean, I'm not going to say just yet.
Okay, all right.
Probably getting last one left alive, but I've said it so many times, Max. I've said it so many times.
I know you have.
No matter what is happening, the arena could be burning down, your computer could be shutting off, your mom's crying at home. Check your corners.
Yes, sir.
Does not matter. Check your corners.
All right, now it's a 1v4 situation. DNA Diff poised to win this round. They just walked right through and got completely mowed down. It's not the most ideal scenario for them, but with 1 round and a half after this one, you know, oh, sorry. Yeah, no, 1 round after this one. I'm doing my math okay.
Yeah, you're
but
fine, you're fine.
They could get that 9-3 scoreline, which would be the most ideal scenario. If Nightblood Gaming do get themselves to 10, then what do you do? And Adder, able to clean it up. Not doing as well as he did on the last map. Important to mention, but still is good for it when he has a Vandal.
It is indeed. 9-2 at least. Let's see if they make it a 3-9 half.
Yes.
If possible.
Be great.
Yeah, it would be quite nice and ideal for them at least. With rounds like that. I can see why the C-set may not be the take so far, but for Nightblood Gaming though, it's been clutch after clutch, those 1v1s.
Yes.
After seriously be doing them such a favor when it comes to them just increase their momentum across the board. But hey, as we have a small technical pause as we look for the issue on what's going on.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that this is finally, we're seeing DNA Diff get a little bit more comfortable about their own defensive positioning. They've been trying different things out, trying to see what was going to stick, just throwing it all out there. And unfortunately, in that experimentation phase, that's resulted in Nightblood Gaming being able to get as much of a lead as they have. Now, we are seeing a little bit of changes on the defense. I know you guys can't see it right now. You're seeing some of these players get their tech nice and sorted. But I'm curious to see how this one is going to work out. Once again, I really like the way that Nightblood Gaming is playing these attacks. Their smokes are so coordinated. And on top of that, too, comboing it with the Fade utility in addition to Raze. Great combination. They're able to get just so much value out of the utility without even having to take a gun duel yet.
None at all, exactly like you said. So, I think with the way that's looking right now, this is going to get tougher and tougher. But, maybe one more round might be able to do it, but for NBG, this is such a serious comeback. I was saying how they need to just go back, pop, click, reset.
Yep.
And the reset coming nice and easy. They turn the power off and on again. And suddenly we're in business.
It's always a pretty good thing.
Yeah,
IT Tech number 1. Have you turned it off and turned it back on?
It's the easiest thing that you got to do. Not much more left to go though, but Op now finally in their hands. We'll see if Adder is able to make a difference with that as he has done so previously. But B site, yet again, like you were saying, Marks, they love this site. But I wonder if Nick can do the same thing that we saw him do before, as they're up to a 5v5. Concuss goes down, but they still managed to get out.
Spike not
Spike
down.
now plants it. Clamran is gone. The big first pick, and second taken away as well. Alongside with YOLO, they put out the Seekers, and all of NBG are forced off the site. The Spike is still with them, as they're all near grass.
And the true to force right now is out for Poppy, looking for something. Not finding too much. Jova goes for it, is able to take Tom out.
Still have the up in their hands though. That true to false should be a pretty solid force to reckon with. If you manage to find at least 2 or 3 with it. They're set up in terms of trade angle. For now though, DNA diff, I think, it's tough.
Yeah, and also too, right now, DNA Diff have that lockdown available. Doesn't matter, Hunter goes in. And now it's just all up to Poppy, 1v4. Does have the spike and a Guardian, swaps the gun, spots Nick out, and gets swarmed from every single direction, able to find Joba, but now only has 30 HP left.
One more might be able to do it, but as time is ticking down, I don't even think he has enough time to probably even pretend to plant the spike here. Marks, and 9-3 half. Kind of what we were predicting might happen between these two teams. And now I have to know if it truly does come down to who's on the attacking side. Because so far, that is where we have seen domination from both these teams.
You know, you're right. It could be the attacking diff. Still though, great stuff coming in. Nick just hanging out at the back. They started to read that this was a B-side hit consistently. Nightblood Gaming, they like to put a little pressure on here, put a little pressure on there, and then just go B. What's the solution? Put people in the back of B, make sure to lock that down, make it so much more difficult for them to be able to push in, and then you can just capitalize on that and shut it down, which is exactly what we saw DNA Diff do at the very end, unfortunately. Now, we are going to be swapping sides, 9-3. Will DNA be able to get this back? Well, they got 6 rounds to make it happen. It's all starting out with this one already. Trailblazer gets taken out, but does find information. Poppy playing with fire. Never mind, playing in Misu's head.
How, bro? There's no shot that should have happened considering they were all peeking into him. Or at least one comes back for DNA diff. And even with the way they are looking at it right now, it's that same sort of condition play that we saw previously. And I don't know if they want to go in on to B and hit that chance again. As there's going to be double garage push out though towards green. Find nobody there. There's smoke even put out too, but Joba's just stuck. But they have one person there for the trade. And although it'll be a 1 for 2, and right now NBG looking more worse for wear.
Absolutely. It is 3v2. Still looking to get that spike down. Turns out DNA Diff. Oh, never mind. Not a B team.
No.
Oh, nope. They are a B team. I thought they were going to go to A for a second, but should be able to securely plant this down. 3v2.
And as it comes out of this, it's about delaying at least. Oh, he's he's playing double dutch around him, but still not enough though. If you're looking, now it's a Clamran. My man has popped out previously. He's got a frenzy. There's nothing on the raise on Util though. And I do not know how he's going to be able to delay this. That is a sick smoke he's holding. Yeah, had to take the shot. There was no real options there either. So I respect it.
Okay, step in the right direction for DNA Diff. Obviously the pistol rounds, you know they're going to be good for them. Well, I guess besides the last one, Nightblood Gaming was able to get the very first pistol round on this map. And now DNA Diff are able to trade them one back. It's very interesting defense coming out from them, but still, this time around, Clamran might be bringing a shorty in here. All right, let's see how that one plays out. But Misu is going to be going for the hero rifle. The Vandal is going to be in play and has to come up big. And if Misu falls down, hopefully a team member is around to pick that one up because that could be a huge difference maker in this round. They're getting themselves set up to potentially hit B yet again. Maybe both of these teams just really like that B site.
I don't know why. I'll be perfectly honest, because I personally view B site as the one that kind of everybody turns to when they're all out of options. But hey, now Trailblazer at least they get the catch on who might be from NBG waiting outside for them. This will jump off from the fade, looking for the peek out. And just gets timing. That's a dash gone too as well. So Misu Gonna be lacking a crucial
That's a huge
piece
pick.
of exit potential.
Oh boy.
Doesn't really matter though. As the Fade out taken down, he just still manages to get one, and we're up to a 4v2. Same retake position that NBG was in before.
All right, we talked about Adder before, but I think we have to talk about Adder again because it's on these attacks. Adder just leading the path for his team. Making a lot more possible. Joba able to pick up YOLO. Suddenly it's 1v4. Not an ideal scenario for Nightblood Gaming. Hopefully they can at least get one more kill. Make it a little bit more harder to get that bonus, but I do believe that Clamran only has a shorty. And I think that DNA Diff understand that that is the case. And just like that, Joba takes Clamran down, and it's going to be history. DNA Diff picking up another round. Only 4 rounds separate these two teams.
With only 4 rounds to go, like you're saying, for DNA Diff. It's close calls across the board. And with a lot of these rounds, especially with the anti-ego as well that they've gotten, I think with what they're able to do so far, the attacking half, like we were surmising, might be exactly where they do manage to shine, but it's going to be the battle round. The bonus right now is where we have to see DNA Diff really step up if they want to cement the dominance. With Nahaven, it makes it a lot more closer, and perhaps the NBG behind, but I think NBG shows 0 signs of stopping.
As goes DNA Diff. They're taking their time. Use the Trailblazer, get a little bit of information here, but Clamran now has that information. Oh boy, the Recon Dart does give a little bit away here. Now they're going to be backing up. See how this one shakes out, but a lot of defenders have already made their way over. Nightblood Gaming are not ready to give this one up.
Does he manage to get the lead up against 2? He still gets 1 out of it. That's so big for Clamran, but it continues to 2v2 trades though, but NBG still coming on top of it. Oh man, and Nate as well. You're getting 2 for himself, up against 3. You would have thought that trade angles would have worked out, but no. That's just Psycho.
Yeah, this is going to be another round for Nightblood Gaming unless something happens, which would be absolutely massive for DNA Diff. Okay, trying to take the 1v1s, but Nate just going to seal that round away. And now Nightblood Gaming have hit double digits and are poised to force out that map number 3, which will be Bind if it does happen. Let's see how the buys are going to fall this time around. The Seekers available for DNA Diff. Meanwhile, Nightblood Gaming only have the From the Shadows. However, a couple of their agents kind of close to getting some ultimates online. If they do run Nick over, pick up another ultimate orb, they'll be able to get the Cosmic Divide into play as well. That's going to make DNA Diff's attack a lot easier for them. It's going to be rifles coming in. See how this one goes. They're going to be the Seekers to start this round off.
So far, they will only do them good. I'm just trying to find at least one from this one. Clamran with the Judge. I don't know what this man ate between halftime, but no, it was not what I ate, my friend. Because all he's been getting is frags consistently. This man has been such a menace for his entire team. And man, it's just pulled him out of the depths, round after round. But I think all of NBG right now, considering to feel it. 5 rounds down, more doesn't really mean anything at all. As they just keep on reading DNA Diff. Oh, okay, but maybe DNA Diff want to take things back.
Yeah, DNA Diff are not out of this just yet, and honestly, once again, we're seeing that aggression come through on their post plants.
Yeah.
You know, we saw this on map number 1. We're seeing it again. As soon as that spike gets down, you move out and catch the other team in uncomfortable positions, not expecting you, maybe with a little bit of utility out. And then it's just such an easy frag, especially if you two have a rifle. And finally, we are going to be seeing Nightblood Gaming forced onto an eco. I don't think we've seen this one yet in this map, so you know what? Times are changing. This might be when DNA Diff can start to pull things back in their favor.
But it would have to at least be 2 rounds in a row. If they manage to get the next 2 rounds, then I would definitely say and contend that we're in for definitely an even half. But oh my God, Adder does it again. But Nate, they don't see him. That's so big. Because he shuts down Adder too, and from the shadows away, he's out of there. Nobody's gonna find him again. But Spike slow in their hands, so it's fine. But that's the fact that it was still a 2v2 by the end of it is so sick for NBG.
Absolutely. Now Clamoran in such a good position with this judge, ready to execute anybody who goes in, lets them know. Almost using almost intimidation tactics there. Toss out the paint shells, and yeah, DNA Diff are just going to have to run their way onto C, but look at this, Nightblood Gaming already set up for it and ready for that attack.
Paranoia also ready as well, too. He could easily just go ahead and send it all the way down. But do they check the corner? No, they don't. The Paranoia
So good.
set was so crucial. And Nate with a 4K. I said they need the next two. They couldn't even get one.
No. Hey, once again, that was a little bit of a save coming in from Nightblood Gaming.
Yeah.
The fact that they're able to turn that one around is absolutely massive. Now 2 rounds away from map number 3. Oh, wow. Nate in such a good position to punish that. At first, it was looking a little dicey. Adder starts us off on the right foot. Apparently, places were tied on the other one, and they just fall down as Nate just completely trips up DNA Diff. So, DNA Diff, you're still able to buy rifles here, but things are looking a little bit more dicey for them. There's still 5 rounds separating these two teams. Clamoran pushed up with the Vandal, looking for a headshot to start us off.
A bit of a wider angle, gets flashed out. And we'll have to move away at least. Has all his util, but just gets peppered with shots. The fact that he managed to stay alive, though, is big. And we forced away, they give us the sight. And all of them was move away from A. I think, yeah, from here, this is a really solid retake position.
Honestly, this looks like an episode of Scooby-Doo with how DNA Diff are kind of stacking themselves up into A. Ready to just mosey on in one after another. But first, they want to get that Cosmic Divide online. They'll do just that. It's probably going to be a little bit of paint shells to try and slow it down as soon as the plant comes through, but they don't have sound about it. Regardless, though, Nick gets completely just stuck inside. Now it's a Hunter's Fury as well as Clamoran finds one.
He's just tethered to be ultimate for ultimate still. But I think that's just so good for NBG because now with this, they can now use the option to try to come back. And with that being even, they still have more of the crucial little experience online. But losing Clamoran is unfortunate. No double fastback entries, but still more than enough. Corner's not checked. Put on the 1-for-1, and Adder is doing what he does best. Is getting 3 just by himself and unchecked. YOLO 2 though, we'll know at this point there's no shot to get anything from this, and a much needed confidence boost for DNA Diff.
Absolutely. Who else but Adder, am I right?
Yeah.
He's good for it. He had a Vandal, didn't even need to play off of utility, just kind of took the duels, able to come out successful. This is the performance we need to see Adder continue to bring out if DNA Diff want to keep this map competitive. I think right now Nightblood Gaming have been doing such a good job. Look at this utility usage coming out from them. They know what they're doing. They have practiced strategies. And honestly, that's what they're going to have to rely on, especially too when they're going up against players like Adder who just can out-aim them. And honestly, just find ahead, left, right, and center. It's looking so good from that specific player. They've been doing a good job of shutting it down. But Bladestorm popped this time. DNA Diff, YOLO, finding one already.
And the fact they let YOLO stay alive with a Vandal is truly the retribution. That's an ace for YOLO!
I feel like there's a good joke in here. Back with YOLO, the ace, you know?
Yeah, you only live once, man. So does the rest of the team, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. A great just position, honestly. YOLO, not afraid to move up here. And this has been something that hasn't really been conventional from this Nightblood Gaming defense.
Yeah.
Honestly, what we do see is that they kind of hang back, wait for a little bit more information, and then it's very typical to see the fade push out a little bit, take a little bit more of a forward hold, play on a little bit of a trickier angle without fully extending out and potentially giving the feed kill over. So great stuff coming in now. Nightblood Gaming, 1 round away. Could be going to bind after this one. The Seekers popped early from Adder. Jova just hanging out in the back. Uh-oh, this might be an overextension from Clamoran. No way.
And I think with whiffs like that, I can confidently presume that we will be going to bind unless BC decides to pop things off. But I think, yeah, man, DNA Diff at this point needs to take a couple short breaths. With only, they have to play perfect Valorant from this point on.
Yeah, 3v4 right now. They're already getting the anti-flank set up based on how Nightblood Gaming have played this retakes. Still, here come the attacks.
Still moving in, though. No one down to commit just yet, but playing off of the little trade angle that we've seen consistently. He's able to get one. I think now Clamoran is yet again quite nice. We talked about how much of a difference maker he is. But he's got to commit towards defusing the site. Oh, as he pops in, out through the smoke. That'll be it. But by the end, an 8-12, DNA Diff staying alive. I called it too early.
You called it way too early.
Way too early.
You can never count DNA Diff out. They've honestly been really good on their post plants. The biggest struggle that they've had thus far is actually getting that spike down.
Yeah.
When they don't, that's when they give up a round. But look at that. It's been going back and forth between these two teams. If the trends are true, and of course, we don't know that they are going to be, but this could be Nightblood Gaming's round. We do see they are not exactly in the best economic situation. They're not going to have full weapons on the board, but DNA Diff do have a lockdown. Might be the difference maker. Might just get destroyed by an aftershock.
Yeah,
we're gonna have
I
to
don't think
see.
the lockdown's gonna be necessary. Just spend some beat for him, man. Honestly, that's about it. But maybe it could perhaps be a space maker, if anything. Most importantly, though, YOLO and Clamoran have two Vandals. YOLO has a Vandal. But might not be able to do much more than that, though. Window's actually not smoked off, and now that it finally is, we'll see. Poppy decides to jump through and try to maybe at least get one out of this.
That's so risky.
He does! At least just a pop shot is nice. And they know the NBG, this is their save. We've seen them do crazy things on a save before, but that was with at least some half-decent weapons.
Yeah, and DNA Diff are in such a good position right now. 4v2, they still have their Astra to be able to set up some smokes. In addition to Silva, get you that information. Top that too, it lasts just a little bit longer. They're really just taking their time right now, looking to potentially hit C, but they don't know that there's an Omen in the back. Nate has been pretty good with this Sheriff before, and that could be the difference maker. Does get scouted out. This could be huge for them.
Yeah, and with him being gone, like you said, Sheriff or no Sheriff, not much more will be happening there.
Spike down.
And Spike being planted will signal down on DNA Diff that this will be more than fine. Lockdown not having to be used is good. And Tom will just save his van.
I don't know. Looks kind of like Tom is moving in there to potentially punish the economy a little bit more.
No
Looking for a couple of picks here.
Oh,
1v2. Okay. All right. Mizu's good for it. Does that just for good measure. But honestly, from a 1v4 situation to just a 1v2, not bad stuff coming out of Tom there. DNA Diff, they squeak away with another round, only 3 separating them, but now they're going to be having more than enough money to be able to buy themselves proper weaponry. Nightblood Gaming, this could be the moment where they do come back. They still have that Rolling Thunder on line, but honestly, it's so hard because DNA Diff, they're going to have lockdown, more importantly, Cosmic Divide.
Yeah,
cut the sound, cut all the bullets, split the site in half, make it a clean execute. It's a very interesting strat from Nightblood Gaming as they push on Garage a bit.
Interesting that the wash goes up, but the dart doesn't manage to catch Poppy either. He's not inside of the smoke.
Oh, Clamoran.
And considering if they manage to get him, it would be good. Oh, the drone catch coming.
No!
Oh, as soon as it expires, he drops into him, but Poppy stays alive. It ends up being a 2-for-1. Now DNA Div has to look for more. Adder still staying alive too.
Oh, it's so good.
He's not out. He's the back of the site. And man, Nate keeps on doing it again, but it's just him, the 2v1. He has it from the shadows. I don't know if he's able to use it. No, that's it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the positioning was just not quite there, especially too with the spike being on the other side of the smokes. You have to make sure that the enemy team can't come in, grab the spike, and then run away with it, so you gotta force the issue. Such a chaotic round. I just want to say, the spike stopped being planted because a Prowler ended up in Nick's face, and Nick thought it was a person at first. So canceled the spike plant, which could have been a little bit of a difference maker as well. Regardless, DNA Diff, they're clawing their way back from that 9-3 half. 2 rounds separating them from forcing overtime on map number 2, Ravish.
Down to the save at this point. Yet again, DNA Diff. Round 22 they have in front of themselves, and I think right now, DNA Diff, if they get this one, then they just have to survive for the next and bring it to overtime if possible. and NBG have been so close to map 3 for just so long. They'll have one more chance to potentially stop that, but I don't even think having full guns matters for them, considering the rounds we've seen.
Yeah, and it's a full flank coming out from A. They're going to be moving in and completely moving in behind, but that's going to allow actually DNA Diff to just set themselves up on site. Never mind, they evacuate. This is going to be a massacre in courtyard.
Joe at least moved in 2, all by window. It's 1-for-1 still. Frost not working out though. As they're gonna try to find at least Clamoran and one more for this. Joba ready for this, and the knife is out. But it's Nate yet again. This does so much. There's alongside Yellow. It's 1v2. How are they winning this? NBG turn things back on their save after just so long. We're going to bind.
Yeah, it's gonna close out the map. Wow. That 4-person flank coming in from behind on an eco from Nightblood Gaming, able to just catch all of DNA Diff out. As soon as the spike went down, they're like, all right, we'll just play back, you know, hang it out, watch window, watch the doors, and then we can just play off our utility, just wait things out. Not going to be the case. Nightblood Gaming already ready there with their sheriffs in hands, ready to take them out. And just like that, it is going to force out map number 3, just like you said, which is going to be Bind.
Wild.
You're shaking your head right now.
Yeah, it's, considering how dominant it started, the second half, yet again, we already mentioned how just, I think both these sides are just attacking favored, man. They just love being aggressive because you're seeing the most amount of success on their attacking half. So I think the way it stands, whoever's attacking next will be pretty good to go. Like you're saying, 2 very different looks out of these 2 very different squads.
Yeah, you make an excellent point. Both of these teams' attacks, they were just able to get round after round after round after round.
Yeah.
It was looking a little bit dicey. Nightblood Gaming so close to that map number 3 for so long. 5 rounds in a row coming in from DNA Dev in order to make sure that map 3 was going to happen. Once again, though, this was Nightblood Gaming's map pick. So the fact that DNA Dev were able to take them this far into it shows that this team is ready to contest and fight against anybody, making it honestly look really darn good. Oh, such a good play from Yolo there.
And it's just, it was such close rounds like that that truly made this, I want to say, like really dominant half possible, but also made it so close because 1 or 2 of those rounds don't happen, a couple of share shots don't hit. The Guardian whiffs here and there. That's it.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen. I think potentially, you know, we go to 2-0, but want to bind, baby. First time we've seen bind all day.
Woohoo! We get a little bit of difference. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have map number 3 right after the break. We'll see you just after that.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Going home with y'all.
Going home with y'all. 赤いネオンが映るガラス越しに見える Your body 甘い言葉が誘う今夜も薄に溶けてゆく終電渋谷のビルは笑う気さらさらないわ書き消してミュージック画面の文字に落ちる雫が心にじませるきらりきらめく夜の
Follow map of the day. This right here is it. Nightblood Gaming going up against DNA Div. Going over to Bind, and it's been one stomp, one close kind of stomp, and now Bind.
Okay, hold on. You're going to have to explain what a close kind of stomp is. I'm not just
Well,
going to let you say that and get away with
Okay,
it.
because look, the first half was like, it was crazy. It was just like one person, like 10-2, 9-3, whatever, right? And the next half, it was still, the rounds looked dominant, but not dominant enough to win. That's the kind of stuff, right?
Ah, okay, gotcha. So it was like more of like an idea of a stomp coming in there, huh?
Exactly.
All right, well, we are now going into map number 3. Both of these teams winning their respective map choices. And last but not least, we get Bind. Variety, Spice of Life, first time we're seeing Bind today.
Yes, indeed. I despise Bind.
Why?
Just, we talked about Bind.
What got you in a bind? Haha.
I will leave. I'll walk off. You don't think...
Y'all can't see this. He's shaking his head at me right now.
No, yeah. Because look, I think it should have taken Bind over Split. That's my opinion. I think Bind is boring. Bind is standard.
Yeah.
Bind is 2-lane entry, 2-lane exit. You know what you're getting every single time. The comps have not changed since the beginning of the game. So I think it continues to be pretty standard with what we see out of Bind. And like, as one gimmick, the teleporters.
Yeah.
Split.
And okay, this is why I'm going to push back a little bit, and it's all off of some of the plays that I saw yesterday. Because guess who came out? The man himself. He teleports. He disappears. More importantly, he sends out decoys. Yoru actually got a little bit of playtime on Bind yesterday.
You're right.
And utilizing those teleporters, especially too when you have an agent like Yoru, what I learned from that specific map and from that specific series is there's a lot of confusion that can happen. And you know what? Confusion, really good in a tactical shooter. So there are some creative elements that could kind of come out from Bind, but generally speaking, just like you said, Ravish, a lot of teams tend to run very typical attacks, typical defenses, typical squads.
I mean, but if you want to play Bind or Yoru, you gotta like one-trick Yoru. You get a Yoru, right? And I don't know how many Yoru one-tricks there are on LAN personally, because I personally do not see ethos here. But I think that might have been just the one person who would actually would have played Yoru. And that one right there is Nate. Does Nate play Yoru? He's Omen. He'll be fine.
I'm pretty sure he's
yeah. Nate also the guy who got that 4K on the Omen with the Guardian. I did ask him too. I was like, yo, what was all that? He said he has played far too many death matches with just the Guardian.
Just the Guardian?
That's why he's just that nuts with it.
It's boot camping. All right, well, this is what it all comes down to. The last map of the night is going to be Bind. We'll be starting things out with DNA Diff starting us out on our defense, and it is going to be Nightblood Gaming on the attack. Already I'm seeing Nick lock in the Viper. Personally, I really like Viper on this map. So easy. Just put that wall down, back out, use the smoke to cover another entrance, and have your snake bites to slow the attack.
I think Viper is essential on this map, personally, as she just does provide so much control. And of course, with the smoke and the wall too, the way you can set up the loot side angles and pretty much cut off the entire sight line of either side that you were on. But especially the Viper's Pit as well, which truly does make the difference when it comes to control these rounds. On the other side though, from DNA Diff, I think pretty standard from what we've seen from both these sides. Hold on, wait, stop. That's an Astro.
That is an Astra.
What?
Poppy on the Astra.
What?
We've only seen Poppy play Chamber thus far. It's going to be interesting, to say the least.
I don't know about Astra on Bind. I think Astra's a bad. I haven't seen Astra on Bind since Astra Meta.
Yep.
Right? But I think there might be remnants of that going on between them. Nonetheless, we should be able to understand a little bit more on why he's picking this. But I know, look, the wall is cool. Gravity wall is nice. You know, just like the concuss can at least like stop a couple of options. But I'll wait. I'll wait to see what it does.
Yeah. And you know what else I want to just flag for you here?
What's that?
Adder back on the Chamber.
You're
Last
right.
map, we did see him on the Sky, but this time around, it's going to be Aiko on the Sky instead. Adder back on Chamber. Time to see whether or not, like you said, both these teams are very attacker-orientated. I'm curious to see. They've changed things up on each other. And you know what? They're still bringing duelists in. I was convinced that we weren't going to see a lot of duelists this tournament just because of the no duelist meta.
Yeah. But, you know, I think with here sometimes you go down to just comfort, right?
It's true.
And I think for comfort for these teams is what they've been playing for just so long. No duelist meta, and fine, it's still a little bit newer. You know, there's still a lot going on with it, but we'll see how it adapts.
Round starting out already, just prodding a little bit, get some information. Great Viper smoke there to at least close off some sight lines, which is exactly where Nightblood Gaming was planning on attacking initially. They're kept outside just for a little bit longer, but are setting themselves up for a hit.
Watch the match catch anybody, but we'll force them back. And, oh, Tom gets one to start off, and consider that's over by U-Haul. We'll see how Joe decides to respond at least. As Nate coming towards the backside, trying to pull off a flank, but will get caught off. But consider they actually did manage to U-Haul control. That's still a pop for Adder, who now only has 44 health, although surviving, but just barely. And I think as of right now, DNA Diff, though, still in a really tough spot. And they just get picked off after it's being peppered before the shots. So team member still alive. And right now for NBG, it's just about getting the spikes down. They have shallow control, and just 2 left.
Yeah, now the spike is potentially finally going to get down here. Such good paint shells. Nick can't escape. Never mind, just does. Escapes. But Nate now coming in from the back. YOLO going to have his number. Put out a couple of ghost shots there, but going to be backing up instead. The spike is down. 2v5 DNA Diff. Not in a great position to win this one out.
All right now, but I think the least they could do is maybe try to just get 1 or 2 picks, but not even that. A flawless to start off. NBG. I think the momentum from the previous map is keeping them going.
Yeah, and you know what? It was looking a little bit tough for them. Like you said, they were kind of stuck in the side. They're not able to do too much around lamps. Just felt a little bit boxed in, but instead started to make their way out off of a couple of key picks. They could tell DNA Diff weren't sure whether or not they had actually escaped or if they were stuck in that little box. Turns out they were stuck in the little box, and as a result, NBG able to take the advantage here. So they are going to get this pistol round. See if they can convert this further. Spectre's in hands. They're ready to move in, but it's an interesting defense from DNA Diff. They put 3 in showers.
I mean, when I was used to swimming, there used to be 10 dudes out there with the showers too. Try to get in and get out. Ooh, a 3 already. I think Nate sees the crowd and removes them efficiently. He gets all 3 people out of showers. Says it's my turn for the shower head with hot water.
Aiko able to pick up Poppy, but yeah, just the fact that it was a bit of an interesting defense coming in from DNA Diff. Really banking on keeping their units alive in showers, but Chamber had something different to say about that. They all decided to peek him and just found their heads taken off by the headhunter. And now it's going to be a 2v4 scenario. If you are DNA Diff with Adder on your squad, you want to at least find 2 more kills. That will make this round worth it and make the bonus so much harder for Nightblood Gaming in the next round.
And the bonus so far, like you're saying, it's just, I just don't think it's going to happen. This conversion, man, is just so tough. They're not even going to try to find a way to maybe even just poke around, but last bonus is essential for them to take, as they'll take another one away from DNA Diff. And BG continuing the trend. And Ronti conversion is what it comes down to.
Yep. We're going to be seeing them take that bonus. They're going to have more than enough instruments in their kit. Nate actually going to be buying up a rifle, have a Vandal there, while Poppy just going to have a Ghost in hand. DNA Diff, though, rifles in all of their hands, but a couple of light shields. Tells me can't really afford all of their kits. This time around, though, a bit of a different hit from Nightblood Gaming. They have spread themselves out. They want to play things a little bit more slowly. They want to force out a little bit of utility before they do decide to commit on which site.
Right there. Need that back.
Nothing of super committal so far. They're looking around mid. But I'm not trying to go in through Hookah because at least now with the Flash 2, they've been able to see that there's already all that presence there. And they only have one split over, don't by long. As they look to rush in, they force them off the site. And they find a bit more space. Now it's up to Nick to watch them on the entry. Gets taken away, but Adder alongside Aiko. He's making the trades even, if anything. Clamoring
shot.
With the frenzy. I don't know how he managed to get that, but that means he also has a Vandal now in his hand. And can continue to watch his exact angle. Y'all should not have given him that. Y'all should not have given him that.
Oh, boy. I was going to say, I thought it was kind of interesting that they were deciding to go with their chamber, specifically on the defense, in Hookah, and have Viper Peak be long. Usually it's the other way around. You want to make sure that your chamber is getting those long sight lines and can escape, while you usually use the snake bite in Hookah just because it is such a close quarters spot. But this time around wasn't going to work out. Clamran, of course, coming up big. But just like that, 3 rounds in a row. Nightblood Gaming off to a fantastic start, but this one ain't over just quite yet.
Not by a long shot here, Mux. We got a lot of time to go. We got a lot of gaming to go. We'll see how that all works out. But at least 3-0 start for NBG, something that they're quite familiar with. But I don't think that's going to change anything up, though. Flash not finding any info. No spot being cleared out, just smokes there at least to hold them off.
Well, Misu might be in a great position to punish. Joba is going to get all of the attention if they do decide to go through these smokes. It's going to allow for that swing from behind just to be so much more effective here, Ravish.
Y'all got to watch Joba right now. There's a trade angle set up. Second slash smoke already down. I mean, my people's going on the stinger too, so that means that all that is just the entire clip. You're going to have to use the nade to force them away. But look around here, Marcus. There's still 2 people coming through showers. So they might have a chance to sneak their way in as both smokes are there. Nobody's down. And a beautiful paranoid. But catches them all. He was completely blinded. Watch the Prowler. But not able to see nothing. Not able to do nothing. And nothing more of that happening. I mean, DNA Diff are a little bit stuck.
Yeah, just a little bit there. Nate going to find one more, and it's going to be a 1v5. 1v4, Adder finding one head. Has this taken off and traded. And just like that, Nightblood Gaming 4 in a row. And that was the thing. You know, it was really good positioning there. They were anticipating that Nightblood Gaming were going to move through the Sky Smokes, but that is not what we saw. They just waited them out and really just made DNA Diff think for a second, what if they're not here? And unfortunately, that was the downfall, because that's when those Prowlers were able to get maximum value. That's when those stuns were going to be coming in. And as soon as those Sky Smokes dissipated, they could just walk in and clean up the rest of them there. And so a great job of Nightblood Gaming being so disciplined in their attack.
Yes, especially considering they managed to move through showers there as well, completely unbeknownst to anybody there. They're cool. It was just free rent they managed to take over. Some that realistically they shouldn't have been able to take without any sort of contention against them. No util, no smokes, no nothing. All the focus was on one side. Now DNA Diff. This is where the previous map they managed to turn things around. I do not know if this will be where they do so now.
Yeah, the pace is completely slowed down from the game. Nightblood Gaming really just taking their time, but thus far they've looked like they've heavily favored A. They look very comfortable on their engages. This time around, they were seeing whether or not they could get a couple of cheeky picks on that B site, but good hesitation from DNA Diff, not overextending themselves, not getting caught by the trap. This time, the showstopper comes out, Clamran looking for a pick.
Nah, nobody just there to take the full brunt force of that. As he's looking around, look at that. My man plays hopscotch to the sight line, and with that working out, still making 1-for-1 though. As nice of DNA Diff to consistently find the solid pick to start off. And right through the flash right before that hits, Clamran gets another. But they know where he's set up, that's the biggest thing. And now it has had to be up to NBG to try to get him out. They gotta bail his boy out somehow. He's gonna be staying there. The flash finds him again, and nobody's gonna peek him as it has to try to go in
through the
for the
boxes.
defuse through the box. They don't even clear him out. He just stays there. He gets 4. Let's go.
Despite the fact that we saw DNA Diff get the information from the guiding light, knew someone was in lamps, they didn't do anything about it.
No.
The guiding light got him, and he was
They
stunned
walked
out.
away from him.
Yeah, and they
They
also
let him be and say, "Yo, my bad, G. This for you. I'm gonna go to the other side. I forgot this is where you stayed." Come on, bro.
Yeah, Clamran literally found a pick there, so they knew that he was hanging out in there. This is the pick I'm talking about. Jabba going down, no one's even looking around. Clamran can just swing out, and then at that point, Adder looking the wrong way. YOLO just gonna clean that one up.
They even flashed him. They flashed him there as well, too.
They knew.
But they both decided instead to focus their attention elsewhere as well.
Yeah.
And I think right now for DNA Diff, it's crucial that they have to reconvene and think a lot about, okay, for these next couple of rounds, what are they to do to, you know, not just get torn apart like that?
And I'm going to be honest, I think that it starts with stacking their defense onto A, or at least putting having a little bit of an exit strategy to be able to play the retake a lot better. Because like I said, Nightblood Gaming, they love A site. They love attacking it. It's going their way every single time. This is why they want to do it, and it's working out for them. So DNA Diff have to just either be able to make sure that they can escape and play a full retake, or they have to make it almost impossible to get into that A site. Interesting buys coming in here. We're going to have 2 Stingers and 2 judges on the board. Joba, as well as Bisu, going to have those judges. As Nightblood Gaming, it looks like they're getting set up for a B-side hit, but once again, this might just be to prod for some information, and if they're not given what they wanted, which are kills, then they might just default back to A.
Well, like you just said as well, they do want to be stacking A, which is the biggest thing we wanted to see. Still though, the early flash from the sky was able to find somebody over by Hookah. But I think past that, so because of which they decide, instead of move over to be long, as the smoke goes down, that's what you have to add it to play initial contact. And there we go. Nice response from the sky on the other side to be able to know that, hey, maybe B long might not be too safe. Let's keep an eye on it for now at least.
Yeah, and look at this. You can tell how much Nightblood Gaming want to move in on B. DNA Diff aren't giving them an inch, and it's because they know that Adder is in the back there. Okay, this might actually be a pretty convincing fake. Nope, never mind. They're ferrying the spike over to A again, despite the fact that they're putting quite a bit of an emphasis. We see there's going to be a rotation coming in from DNA Diff. They don't realize that this is a fake, but now, oh boy, moving up. It's going to be close.
Adder catches one. There's the Prowler, and immediately all the run back. Shadow Control given over. The fake actually does end up working out, so still a 1-for-1 in their favor. Spectre able to go down. And now they have control of you all crucially. Nice shot from Joba with the judge here.
10 seconds left.
Not working out. Remember, this is their save. And Spike was not playing. It was stopped in between. And now with it finally going down, it has to be up to NSG, to NBG, I should say. I'm trying to delay as much as possible. But the Stinger somehow managed to find another. And that's the round they won?
Stinger gaming. What did I say? Stingers are back, baby.
Wow.
They're in the meta. Nah, honestly, if we want to talk about the Stingers quickly, if you do ADS down them, I think that they're actually kind of effective.
They're not bad.
Yeah, no, you got to be a little bit careful using them. Of course, if you're in a spray and pray situation, you can also just run by and hold that left mouse button down. But still, that's going to be the first round for DNA Diff to start to pull this one back. We're going to have Adder bring out the tour de force right off the bat. They do also have a showstopper if they so choose to use that. Meanwhile, you have Nightblood Gaming. They're still doing fine. That's the first round they've lost in this map. And yeah, they also have a Nightfall if they want to use that as an engagement tool. Once again, they were really interested in that B site, but didn't get anything, which made them default back to A. And so there's a great defensive job from DNA Div from forcing them out from B. Don't give them what they want and force them to play into a bit of a convoluted defense on that A site.
Flash put out early. Adder also. Willing towards the falls. Looking towards B, but they just flash him out again, and that's it. Nate wins the duel, but the nade clears out one more. Now Nick has the option to move up, take him a lot more space on Hookah as well.
So scary hearing those operator shots. They know that Nate has this. Honestly, Adder already being down. The Nightfall going to be used now, but it's going to be met with a showstopper. Joba at least using it to zone them out this time. So they're going to just abandon it and go on to A, but there is still a Brimstone hanging out in lamps. Misu has this judge ready to get a couple of cheeky picks.
Maybe. Well, we'll see how many he can actually get.
Nope, never mind.
None.
I take it back.
No
I jinxed
cheeky
that one.
picks.
That one's on me.
Right? What? Instead, you're going to pick up the judge on the other side? Oh, man. Tom.
No
Todd
judge
might as well
gaming
cast
today.
somebody off guard. That's two given over. That's two banners. That's two.
What?
YOLO gets two for himself. A 3 to end it off. How many times has Nightblood Gaming just had people line up for them?
Skiffed. That wasn't even a lineup, though. They were just right beside each other, just went whoop.
Damn.
Slide to the left.
Damn.
Slide to the right. Okay, didn't need to do
One
that because they were
hop
already dead. Hey, picking up what I'm putting down. All right, so let's get back into this. Nightblood Gaming kind of running away with the score line. It's now, I believe, 7-2. YOLO cleaning that round out. It was looking, 6-1. I thought for a second DNA Diff were going to be able to pull that one back, but they do have the Viper's Pit online. That could be good. Stop a B-side push. However, once again, they're back on A. Nightblood Gaming, going back to Tide and True, are taking a lot of space in showers. Trailblazer will get that information, though. Oh, that's good. That's really good.
Well, forcing them into the corner, but just not enough space for Clamor to stay alive. The Nate's going to get him. Let's do this, though. It was quite a nice 1-for-1, and just the fact that the Nate has gotten 2 picks in a row, it's not mad cool. It totally worked out in their favor, but Viper's Pit, too, just blocking off B. I think the wall they have, they will have to give that up as they manage to find shallow control on towards the A site.
Divide, closing off those angles. YOLO picks up Aiko's head. Finally, the spike is able to go down.
Yep.
It's going to be 2v4 on this retake. Viper's Pit not getting anything at all this round.
Only 2 more members left. Adder has to come up big to clear out as many angles as possible, and YOLO just sees him first. Nick has Judge, though, and the Judge works out for him at least.
Well, for one.
Up to 7-1 right now for Nightblood. And I think they continue with a snowball here on the second half. Remember, maybe we see the exact situation that we did on Haven.
It's entirely possible. I don't want to rule out that possibility because, like you said, both of these teams look really good on the attack. And personally, I find Bind to be a little bit more attacker-orientated. It's personal opinion. I'll let the stats maybe even me out here, but I do think that it is just a little bit easier to get that positioning and rotate around when necessary. Still, though, DNA Div have to try something else because everything that they've been doing thus far has not really been working out for them. I don't know if that means be a little bit more aggressive, hold closer angles at the start, but this is going to be an eco coming in from them. The Nightblood Gaming looking to take yet another round under their belts.
Same setup we've seen before out of them. In the 4 stack, though. That is so common with a lot of their attacking rounds. Now, with that potentially being focused towards B long. Not going to commit any big ultimates just yet. I'm still waiting to see if they get aggressed upon. There's a flash out, but they know they're in a save. Tom just gets 2 to clear out both elbow and Cubby beside. And Clarence use a showstopper. Just to show off, if anything.
Zoning ult. Kind of works out.
Yeah.
Now, Spike is going to be down 3v5 for DNA Diff. Already using their utility to clear out a couple of corners here, but Nightblood Gaming are playing things nice and close. Could actually work out to DNA Diff's weaponry. Uh-oh. Adder's got it. Oh, Joba comes up with one.
Maybe try to get more, though, but definitely the close angles do peek out. The Phantom, but it does not work out. But Nyx still does a lot of damage, and actually wins that with the Sheriff up against the Knob. So things that you should not see happen ever. But there's still 2 lives, so that will mean it again will not be close. NBG just has the angle, and DNA Diff just can't seem to surmount it.
No, and this is the thing. There are so many of these moments where it's like, oh, okay, hey, there goes the round. Yeah, nice and easy. And then, oh, 2K, 3K. Wait a second. This is entirely possible. Let's see how this one goes out here. Yeah, so DNA Div are making this really close, but unfortunately they're not just able to get across the finish line for any of these rounds. This time around, though, we're going to be having a tour de force come out for Nightblood Gaming. 8-1, 3 more rounds left in this half. They're struggling to make anything happen. They could be moving forwards. Look at that. It's a little bit more aggressive. Joba gets a trade.
And with the forces as well up. It's an even better start for themselves. So you can also put out 2 so they know it's the same sort of push that we saw before. But it's a bit of a different agent composition. Clamoring gets shot through the smoke. And it's really, really big in terms of spray. Now DNA Diff have a couple of seconds to play with. Consider their entry's now gone. And now Nightblood Gaming have to rethink what they want to do to try to re-enter. They know where the sky is. Trying to use a gravity ult to force them out. Not able to do so. Still stuck inside the corner, though. So they know that at least, the Flash is able to reposition. Now Piper's got to think about how to help his team in. But he gets caught through hookah. And I think with this, DNA should be able to take this round. But Nate has made his way in. He only has 1 bullet left in 2 of the falls. And there are 3 more people on DNA Diff. But that should change things up, though.
This is still technically a 2v2 on this site. Viper really just anchoring it down, and this actually might work out for them. Nate going on such a deep flank with that tour de force. Knows that they're both hanging out in the back, and unfortunately, if nobody's watching, could come up big. Able to find one. Gets flashed out as the swing comes through. Aiko makes this one possible. Only 10 seconds left. YOLO does have the spike. Thinks somebody is still around. Has to go for the plant now. Is going to stick that down, allowing the Viper to be able to move into it. He's now looking for it. Gets sprayed down, and Nick able to find him through the wall, shutting that one down, giving DNA Diff their 2nd round in this map.
And right there, from DNA Diff as well, if that Sky Flash does not connect onto NBG, that round is chalked.
Oh, absolutely.
But just so luckily they had the angle where it barely managed to connect on the person that was flanking. So if by pure coincidence or by pure ingenuity that managed to happen, I don't know, but I will give it over to them because that was clean.
No, we got to go for ingenuity here. Nothing about chance. Everything is intentional, right?
Of course, it has to be. Because if you lived in a place with pure coincidence, that would be chaos.
Oh, absolutely. But I gotta say, I love the idea for that chamber to just go all the way around. Nate was doing some creativity stuff. And yeah, like you said, if that Sky Flash didn't make it happen, would have been game over already. Nightfall gonna be activated. Adder adds on a little pressure though to slow them down. They're not able to capitalize off of it, nor find any picks.
Just some, again, early. Info gathering. Nate missed the shot. The repeat.
Missed that one.
Oh, and the smoke was just enough to make sure the Adder could not see him back. Now the op being gone, the angle not being covered in heaven, not a factor anymore, I think. Nightblood Gaming have been able to decide that they could probably inch their way onto the site. They still have all 5 off the back of the sky.
Ooh, Nick didn't even see that one coming. Couldn't use any utility there. Now Nightblood Gaming looking to get the plant just outside of showers. The smokes are good.
They can use the Sky Smoke to actually block off the chamber's util. This is actually quite smart just to make sure the flank works out. And there are 2 there, but Misu has a judge. That's the biggest issue.
30 seconds
so how exactly will they be able to respond to this? Tom, ready to watch the angle with the classic. He gets him. He must have been low enough, but that should be all they get. We're up to 9-2 once again.
It's crazy. Hey, you said that the judge was going to have a couple of problems, so you know what? They were like, okay, fine, I'll put the judge away. Let's pull the classic out instead.
You're right.
Able to find one. You called it.
I know, I told you. Because I don't know if you know, Marcus, but a judge isn't exactly a long-range weapon.
Wait, really?
I know.
Are you sure it isn't like the Bucky at the beginning of the game?
Oh my God! I remember there was a person in Shotgun Sage who terrorized the top of the ladder by playing just Sage and just Bucky.
Oh, Shotgun Sage. Never forget.
Never forget indeed.
Early Viper Spit onto the A side. Really just slowed the momentum down. Nightblood Gaming have now been favoring that B hit a little bit more.
Yep.
I have a feeling that this Viper Spit is going to make them do that exact same path again. They're going to be moving up. A couple of Sky Smokes, though, going to make it a lot more difficult. Going to use a Prowler to potentially scout things out, but they're ready to just spray that one down. The information is given and a flash is good. Oh, nothing.
Stopper used to reposition, but alongside the Molly, they're not able to step out either. So the trade of util actually looks really well in the favor of Nightblood Gaming. And now through this, they should be able to know that they managed to only find one so far. But the sound of the shots, Joba able to find a second Clamron going down at Duelist. And on both sides, managing to fall. Over to 4v3.
Adding on a lot of pressure here, but they're actually going to try their hand in the pit. This might actually work out. Nick has completely abandoned it, meaning that it will go down shortly, but Nick, good for a quick little headshot onto Poppy. Pit's going to be coming down shortly, and so will this wall, but Nick in a great position to punish them as soon as they pop through, and it's going to be just that. YOLO goes down. Next does Tom. And now Nate just around the side with an operator in hand, goes for the headhunter, but Nick just crouches down and says, oh, you missed me. And that's going to be the end of the round, 3-9. Where have I seen this before?
Shocker! Yet again, the exact same score we had in the previous round, considering we're going off of the exact same sides as well. So, will this attacking half be as close to the last one? It really does depend. But I think with Bind on their hand, you know, we talked about before, is Bind an attacker or a defensive side of the map? Well, with this team, it might seem to be very attacker favored. But we'll have to wait and find out as you go into this next round, as Joba has a shorty. I like that a lot. Big fan, big fan.
You know what this sells to me?
What's that?
Raze has a shorty, blast back, boom, into your head.
Yep.
Probably going to go into lamps. Watch this.
Oh, yeah?
It's going to be a very explosive hit. All right, here we go. Nope. Okay.
I'm waiting. Nope.
Couldn't call it. Hey, the stall utility slow them down, you know?
Exactly.
If it wasn't there, that's exactly what
100%. Maybe she does it now, though.
Well?
On the flash of Ico. But there's no need because the wall and the smoke is up either, so they can't even try to find a way to move themselves in. Just the flash again over by Showers. By so many people there. They just double, triple up. Nightblood Gaming just fall flat on their face. And DNA Diff once again getting the pistol on their attack in half. Well, almost.
It's like these two teams are attacker favored.
Shocker.
Massive shock, but Nate up in heaven right now has the headhunter in hand.
Yeah.
Could potentially make this a lot more even. We don't want to count them out just yet, but so many people looking. Never mind, Adder finds his counterpart.
And I him gone as well. DNA Diff looking at a flawless round to bring things back, and there we go. They do it once again, and I think it's been a lot of these Sky Splashes. That's twice now. It's been supremely clutch. Too, because look at Ico. Finds the info over by Showers, flashes all three, and now with that, Nightblood Gaming have no shot and no chance but to just take the duel as they pop out, disoriented, discombobulated, and they just completely get run down.
That's a good word, discombobulate. All right, now we see DNA Death. They're setting up again to go onto this A site. They already have their Viper's wall down to at least ferry them over into Lamps. Going to use the Trailblazer again. It's the second time we're seeing this exact play, but look at this. Scooby Gang coming out from B long at Nightblood Gaming moving in. Nate going to be the only one hanging out on site. Now looking for a couple of heads. Unfortunately misses. Ooh. Is able to rendezvous away though.
Maybe they change things up. Jeremy still finds out where the flag is from though. Now Adder. That's what he does. That's what. No. He lifts the shot, brings out the Sheriff, and it's an easy switch up. That's two for him as he has more backup. to going against NBG. 3v4 though.
And honestly, losing the Marshal, not the worst thing in the world. Not as expensive as a Spectre.
Yep.
So you know what? Not terrible, all things considered. Now, they are Nightblood getting set up, but all their members just seem a little bit more scattered. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to move in. It looks like they're just looking to frag out a little bit, but so many of the members able to just go through. Misu finding YOLO as well, gets a little bit of a dink, but now they're all out of there. 4 of them able to survive and also to carry over their rifles, or sorry, their SMGs into the next round.
Yeah.
And that's going to be extremely important because that's going to make sure that they can fully do a bonus. The only person who has to buy up again is the one who bought a Marshal. Not a terrible position at all, honestly. And so I'm curious to see even if Adder does end up getting anything or might just rely on that Headhunter this round.
I think so, because just buy full shields and should be the Headhunter as well. He's pretty nasty on it, so I don't think he has to try to overthink it. And he'll say his econ too for round number 3. For round number, watch it say, in towards the second half.
Okay.
Or at least put down.
Yeah, 2 things already just taken out. That's a lot of, well, actually not that much information, actually.
Yeah.
Fortunately, all that utility just reveals that there might be 1 person in showers. So, off of that, do you see DNA Diff slow it down a little bit more? See if they can potentially bait out a little bit of utility there, but they will bait out Nate's bullets that do take out Aiko's head. Now, they are still going to advance in here, but I don't know how well this is going to work out for them.
We've seen Clamran try to use a Judge previously. Well, the way it is now, I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Caught the gravity well. And Nate binds his first. Other half. Still those sprays galore. But I don't know if the weaponry is making all that much of a difference. That's talking super long angles. Currently spikes a lot down. Nate gets his third.
Oh, no.
Just stop them off when you attempted to plant the spike. He knows they're outside of U-Haul too. So he can just go back, reposition. They gotta use a TP to go over to the other site. They should be able to get this down, but with not much time left to reposition from here either.
Yeah, and the stim pack from Brimstone makes that so much easier. Nate looking for potentially. Oh, Clamran steals the ace away. A little bit unfortunate if you are Nate, but you know what? Nightblood Gaming, they will take that round. That's going to put them at 10. 3 more rounds. Forward, they can potentially win this series out against DNA Death.
That is all that takes as it's trying to go back and ensure that every single one of them manages to get their guns and weapons up, going up in the next half at least. Only one losing one so far. I haven't seen much of a flawless as the pistol round though, which is quite nice. But I think at least with this, you know, Nightblood Gaming, after a rough first map, and now almost 2 maps in a row and making things quite even. Looking to set things off with a 2-1 on mine.
Here we go. They're getting set up once again. DNA Diff looking at that B side. Honestly, their utility has been pretty effective. But look at this. The Astro Smoke is going to allow for them to potentially get that ultimate orb. I'm just going to spray through it instead. Adder trading an operator bullet back. Still no ground gained for either team, but they are switching their agents around. The Fade is on B this time. Going to be looking to potentially punish in Hookah. Paint shells go in there, going to force a little bit of positioning, allowing them to move in, but Poppy is just in the back line looking for a headshot.
A 2-2 split. And for now, with that not working out, that makes it a 2-0 split. As it bind it back, no, who control, but still spike in their hands for DNA Diff. They got to rethink on how they want to enter this entire site. Sky's still witness with the flashes. Be quite nice to do so, but they have to now bunch up as 3 over down by long. And how they enter is going to be the big question. How they enter and clear out all of Nightblood is going to be the biggest question, as they are heavily down in manpower.
Yeah, 3v5 here. DNA Diff looking to even get themselves on site, and the Prowler gives the information that people are hanging out on the back. Oh, this one's going to be tough for DNA Diff. They unfortunately don't really have anything to smoke off because they've already had their Viper use the smoke as well as the wall. So they're just going to have to go in based off of these flashes. 13 seconds left.
Pop in, 1 for 1. Yup, shot does work out, but I'm looking at YOLO. Only about 8 health. And I don't know if the Op's gonna be able to survive. Adder is gone, hopping with the judge, and that is 11. Spike just barely goes down, and the Op now out of their hands. Nightblood Gaming are 2 rounds away from getting the win.
Yeah, and now they're gonna have that Nightfall online too. This is something that we're seeing from DNA Diff. When they get the spike down, they're just kind of getting run over.
Yep.
Nightblood Gaming have been making the entry onto the site so painful for DNA Diff. And as a result, you know, they're not able to just fully set up properly because once that spike goes down, they're kind of just down to the wire already. They're playing a disadvantage in the numbers game, and things aren't going to be as smooth as they would want. Look at this, Thom just going through, able to just get a little quick 2K. And now the tactical timeout does come in from DNA Diff. Got to reset their mental, pull their heads together, figure out some strategies here so potentially they could start to come back a little bit. But like you said, it's slowly slipping away from them, Ravish.
1 by 1, they continue to fall. And as round by round, their dreams are near dashed. Another technical timeout that we've seen one before as well. Previous half right now for DNA Diff. They got to regroup and rethink how they approach these rounds. Previously though, after they did take the tack timeout, they were able to get one back. That was what allowed it to become a 9-3 half at least. I think as of right now, they need every round they can get.
Yes, they absolutely do. And it's going to be tough from here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 6 rounds in between them. At the same time, DNA Diff have to believe that it is going to be possible. They got to start getting a little bit more momentum into their sales. Looks like this time they're setting up for an A-side hit. This works based off of the wall that they've been consistently using. Yep. They can actually play off of the smokes. Still though, if they're already blocked off by Astra smokes, is actually a Prowler's going to go in, and that's going to be good information. This means that Nightblood Gaming know that it's probably an A-side hit. People are putting pressure on showers. It's usually not just for one. You've got to be kidding me. Thom through the smoke, takes one out. That's quite huge.
And you got to remember too, DNA Diff this time, they get that potluck buy. It's not full across the board either, so they chose to invest here in case, because now going into the next round, they're probably not going to have much to work with besides maybe a Spectre, a Stinger, and maybe some light shields. It had to be this round. It had to be it. And then Nightblood, the way we're looking at it, is simply a step above the plate. It's 5v2. They're outside of showers, and they know, oh, so they might be able to save.
No way.
It's not happening. It's the flawless.
Thom, through the smokes, through the walls, and nothing going to stop this guy. Maybe a Cosmic Divide. That would actually absorbs your bullets. But no. The guy's just springing through, able to find so much value. And there's no answer coming out from DNA Diff yet. They're struggling to even get themselves on site at this point. And now they're at match point, series point, after taking a very dominating first map. Again, I'd like to remind everybody, 13-3. Now Nightblood Gaming poised to win the series.
We're looking at it, they're like Queen, because all these things don't stop them now. They're having such a good time. They're having such a good time. They're having a ball. Don't stop them now. At the 5 seconds outside of you.
Look at that, through the walls.
Somebody to call. Who are they going to call? 1 by 1, they all should fall, and now we're looking at it. Because they're looking sad because right now, like Charles Gambino, this is the crawl.
Got the rhymes out, I love it. But this is why you just try and spray through things sometimes. If you think somebody might be there, just give it a shot anyways. And Tom's given us a damn good reason why we should be doing that. Already, DNA Diff now have to play this 3v4. They do have an orbital strike online, but I bet they'd like to get a little bit of information before they just blindly invest it. Because it could also be a good post-plant stall tool.
They have to also try to get at least one pick. Nobody's watching over by showers. They gets him. That's 2. They're not able to smoke out heaven. Orbital strike might not be able to make a difference. But as soon as the smokes fall, he peeks out a bit too early.
There we go.
And that's it, baby. Ain't nothing more happening. Nightblood Gaming. After a rough map 1 and some serious domination in the next 2, they show up and show out against DNA Div.
Yeah, and also to DNA Diff did such an amazing job on map number 1. Once again, 13-3 was the scoreline on Fracture. And then they really pushed Nightblood to the edge on map number 2, where it was 13-10. Unfortunately, they fall a little bit short on Bind. Turns out these two teams, not just attacker focused, looks like Nightblood Gaming might be a little bit more better rounded. Able to win on the defense. 13-5, not giving up that many rounds in a row.
Yeah.
But great stuff coming out from Nightblood Gaming tonight.
And I think when you have such a round differential, right, this is just what makes it, I think, that much better. But again, that's attacking half that they had on both maps continuously. Nightblood showed us, okay, you know, that momentum that carried through. These transfers, sprays like that, and the entries off of Clamran, off of Nate, was so sick.
Absolutely, and you know what, earlier you said that you spoke to them? You said, Nightblood Gaming, a team that rides off momentum.
Yeah.
After map number 2, they were 100% continuing to ride that momentum wave in order to take home this final map, 13-5. What are we doing here?
I'm saying they're riding that wave here, baby.
Oh, I got
It's
you,
that
I got you, I got
wave.
you.
Yeah. They got all that going on for them and more. But I think with that, though, that was our final map of the day. That was also a final BO3 of the day. So as you continue to ride that wave between themselves, I think in a little bit, we might be able to talk to the winners of Nightblood as well. I don't know how many people we're going to talk to. I remember last time they made us talk to the entire team. But hey, we'll see who wants to do the interview as I think they all setting all up on the stage. Handsome Tanner Metro is almost ready to go as well. You know, that hair slayed back. You've been waiting for a long, long time, you know, just to come back up and talk to some of these homies. As with that, we do have the interview all set up and ready to go. So let's throw it over to the stage. That'll be it from us here. Appreciate y'all watching. Tanner, you got it.
And here we are on the stage once more, the last time tonight, and who would believe it? It's with none other than Tom from Nightblood Gaming, the comeback of a century. First and foremost, I gotta get, how are you? Obviously you're excited, but what are you feeling right now? A rematch against DNA Dip. It goes all the way to the distance, and you guys get it done. What are the emotions like?
I mean, I know everyone's adrenaline is just pumping through the roof. Like, we were exhausted after yesterday, and we came in today just, you know, shooting for the best, and it worked out in the end.
It worked out in the end. You got the best. What was the mood coming into this, right? You're coming down into a lower decider. You guys obviously had a difficult series against this team standing across from you today. You come back into it for the rematch. What are the thoughts with the guys? What are those conversations like when you're going into a rematch like this?
Well, we were all crashing off like caffeine and adrenaline from the last series. We lost, we were 2-1, and we went to OT 15-13. I was looking at my teammates that we were all like pretty dead, but
yeah,
my bad.
You're good.
We were pretty dead, and we came in. We lost Fracture 3-13. A little bit of an improvement because we lost them 1-13 last time. So, you know, I think we were even a little more down after that. But we knew Haven's our map, and we knew if we got to Bind that we, you know, have a good shot at the series. So, yeah, I think we're all just feeling pretty good right now.
So I guess what were the thoughts coming into this one, right? Like you said, Fracture, a little difficult. Haven, you guys let that one get away from you. You come right into this series with the same pick ban, right? Your vetoes look exactly the same. Was it just kind of flip the script? Haven is like, we know what we did wrong. What was kind of the idea going into the vetoes for this?
Well, I think we knew we lost Fracture going in. I'm not going to lie. Like, we don't have any practice. We switched our comp last minute. I don't have any strats. You know, Haven, we actually have strats on. We're comfortable with the comp. Everyone's comfortable on their agents. And then we, like, Bind, I'm very, very comfortable calling on Bind. And,
yeah, comfortable calling, comfortable playing. Now, you guys qualify for tomorrow, so congratulations for that. It looks like you guys' opponent is looking to be Cosmic Divide. I'm sure you're familiar. How are you feeling with that matchup? Do you guys have any? Are you going to take this time to go home and prep for that, or were you expecting to to see them on day 2?
I mean, we're definitely going to be VOD reviewing that whole series, you know, going through our mistakes, probably touching up on our fracture because we're probably going to end up playing it tomorrow. But yeah, we're not going to take it lightly. We're going to work hard, you know, come in with the right attitude and, you know, just get well rested.
I appreciate you keeping it PG for the moms and dads that might be out in the crowd watching from home. All right, I'm going to give you this time right here, Tom. You got all of it in the world. Where can the people find you? Do you have any shout-outs you want to give? I know you guys got some fans in the audience.
At Dom_Val on Twitch. Shout out to Plaza. He's our main roster. We had YOLO filling. He did an amazing job. And, you know, just happy to be here.
Just happy to be here. Well, Tom, I appreciate you. Thank you for the interview. And as for the Nerd Street Champs, today was just day one. Unfortunately, it does come to a close here at the end of the day. But the action continues tomorrow. And make sure, again, if you have that fear of missing out, guys, please hashtag Nerd Street Champs on Twitter to make sure you can get your time on the big screen and join us there.
Oh, one more shout out.
Oh, yeah, one more shout out. Let's get it. Go here right
Shout
at the
out
end.
Clapped, Nomad, and Aurora, the owners and the manager of Nightblood. They're doing an amazing job. You know, they got us out here. Just thank you.
Shout out everybody supporting Nightblood right now. I know you guys got some new fans in the crowd. Everybody giving it up for Nightblood. You hear them there. Again, guys, the action, it starts tomorrow, 12 Eastern. I'm from Pacific Standard Time. I almost said Pacific. 12 Eastern, 9 Pacific. You can expect it right here. The competition only gets tougher, and we'll see you guys then.